morning, everyone. Apparently, you guys are really diligent and on time, which I appreciate, but unfortunately, you have a number of colleagues drinking coffee in the lobby. We're going to give them a few more minutes to cycle in. Outside. Okay, hang on now. Bill, get out there, please. Hey, good morning, everyone. I thank you for making the time. I'm excited to be here this morning. I am your moderator. My name is Renee Autumn Ray. We've got a great panel for you this morning on shaping future mobility. So the way we're going to run this 85 minutes is each of the presenters is going to come up on stage and show you their slides for about 15 minutes. I'd ask you to hold your questions until all four folks have had a chance to present. And then we're going to utilize these two microphones here to ask questions. I've got a few questions myself, but we'll bring all the speakers up here and try to get a dialogue going for the last 25, 30 minutes or so from this session. So we're going to start first with Elizabeth Irvine from the Union of Concerned Scientists, and she'll be followed with Deborah from Arizona State University, Jay from USF, and then Greg from the University of Kentucky. So welcome, Elizabeth.
Thanks, and good morning, everybody. Excited to be here with you today. My name is Elizabeth Irvine. I am from the Union of Concerned Scientists. We are a nonprofit that works at the intersection of science and policy. So we have scientists and analysts on staff and advocates, all sort of looking to figure out how do we inform policymakers and policy development on a variety of topics, including clean transportation, which is the program that I'm working, as well as climate and energy, food systems, global security, and nuclear non-proliferation, a wide range of topics. So the research I'm going to talk about today is on ride-hailing emissions. This is a report that we released in February of 2020. Great time to release a new report. And so just a little bit about sort of why did we want to do this research. This is a slide I think everybody's seen in various forms throughout the last couple of days. Transportation is a large and growing portion of emissions. And even with that, the dip during the pandemic, we're right back up there. And a lot of this has to do with, even though our vehicles are getting more efficient, they're driving more miles. This is sort of a theme that others have talked about throughout the conference. And Uber and Lyft are a piece of this. They're pretty small in sort of the grand scheme of traffic in the country, but they're increasing and growing, part, especially in our dense urban areas. This chart is a little outdated, but I think points to the way that rapid growth in ride-hailing really prompted us to want to look at this industry and what impacts it was having on emissions. And obviously the last couple of years have been different. If we had the data on the graph here, it would look a lot different. But I think it's still really important that ride-hailing is kind of a test case for other types of emerging technology that we don't have good data on yet. Things like AVs, things like delivery vehicles. It's sort of a test case to think about policy as we go forward. And obviously, a lot of why we're here is because we think that there's a future where ride-hailing is part of a solution with connecting to transit and sharing and all those things. And so the question we were trying to answer was, is it yet? And we had two key questions we were trying to answer in this research. One was, what is the emission impact of ride-hailing trips? And the second was, what can we do to reduce emissions? So to dive in on the first half, what is the impact of ride-hailing trips? And just to see if everybody's awake, if you want to take a guess, between driving, is ride-hailing better or worse than driving yourself the same distance? Anybody worse? Anyone want to take a guess how much better or worse? 20%? 40%? Okay. 40% is close. A non-pooled ride-hailing trip emits 47% more than a comparable private vehicle trip. And this mostly has to do with, even though ride-hailing vehicles tend to be more efficient than the average vehicle, there's a lot of deadheading miles. And I think most folks here are familiar with the concept of deadheading, but what we're talking about is those miles that a car, where they're circling, they're waiting to pick up a ride, when you call them, the time that it takes for them to get to you, those miles start to really add up and eclipse the benefits that come from more efficient vehicles. Okay, so that's for a non-pooled ride. What about pooling? And our research found that pooling essentially eliminates the climate disadvantage of ride-hailing compared to a private vehicle ride. But just eliminates the disadvantage, doesn't really get us emission savings. So that's where electrification comes in. And what we found through our research is that an electric pooled ride-hailing trip can cut emissions by 68% compared with a private vehicle trip. And so this is the same graph kind of blown out, so you can see that there's benefits that come from electric non-pooled, but it's the combination of these two strategies that really get us some significant emission benefits. But of course, the choice in a city, and in a lot of the places where ride-hailing is most available, isn't just between a private car and a ride-hailing trip. There's lots of other trips, and in places where ride-hailing is most popular, a lot of people don't own cars and use lots of other ways to get around. So the next thing we built on research that other folks have done, including our fearless chair here, Giovanni Turcella, looking at what mode ride-hailing users would have used if they hadn't taken ride-hailing. And what we found is that ride-hailing users would often have used lower carbon modes rather than cars. And that's particularly true for people who would choose a pooled mode. So when we factored in those sort of displaced trips, as we called it, we found that the typical ride-hailing trip generates 69% more emissions than the trips that it's displacing. But that an electric ride-hailing trip that is pooled can have really significant emission reductions. And then, building on that, combining pooled ride-hailing with other low-carbon modes can further cut emissions. So we looked into the sort of greenhouse gas emissions of various modes of transit combined with ride-hailing. That's that last bar on this chart is sort of the combined impact of the first last mile connection. So that was the analysis that we did. Then the question becomes, what can we do to reduce emissions from ride-hailing? And that our analysis sort of points at some of those things. And a lot of them are things we were talking about at this conference. So the first is electrifying ride-hailing vehicles, increasing rates of pooling. There was a whole panel yesterday looking at the pooling rates, reducing deadheading, and complementing transit, biking, and walking. And the report, which is on our website, goes into some more examples of various policies in various places that try to get at some of these different strategies. But I wanted to focus on one, which came up in our plenary on the first day, which is the Clean Mile Standard in California. And this was a bill that UCS was really involved in getting passed in California that required CARB and the California Public Utilities Commission to work together to both set targets for ride-hailing and greenhouse gas emissions, and then also implement that program. The original deadlines for this bill was it got a little messed up because of COVID, but this is the first year of the targets, start in 2023, and the final year is 2030. And this is basically the targets that CARB set. So there's, like I said, there's two targets going on here. There's this, the blue line here, which is percent electric vehicle miles traveled. So that's the percent of all the miles being driven by ride-hailing vehicles that are electric, which is different from the percent of vehicles that are electric. So this target goes up to 90% in 2030, but that equates to roughly, it's slightly under 50% of the vehicles on the platform being electric. The second target, which is greenhouse gas emissions per passenger mile, is the way of getting at some of those other strategies other than the electrification. So things like reducing deadheading miles, increasing pooling rates, all those kinds of things, connecting to transit. So we were really excited about this target. I think CARB did a really great job throughout this process of understanding emissions from ride-hailing and setting these targets. A key concern throughout this process has been the impact to drivers. As folks know, drivers are, they own their own vehicles. And so there's the question of how do you ensure that drivers, this target is set on the companies and ensuring that drivers come out ahead. So we did some analysis based on the regulatory analysis that CARB did throughout its process. And we estimated that it would cost less than 4 cents per mile for Uber and Lyft to cover the upfront costs, which are really the challenge for drivers of the increased purchase price of the vehicles, and then the charging, either public charging or home charger installation costs, and then allow drivers to really save on the maintenance and fuel costs. And I want to make sure I save time for everybody else. So these charts I'm going to kind of run through quickly, but basically just to show there are some huge benefits to electrifying, and the costs sort of change over time. The vehicles, EVs are getting more and more affordable. One of the things, as I mentioned, the target assumes about 50% of vehicles electrified by 2030. That's because it makes the most sense to electrify the vehicles that are doing the most miles. Excuse me 1 second. So drivers who are doing full-time mileage end up saving a lot of money in the long run. And this is sort of borne out in this average savings per driver, which is partially this function of the drivers who are switching in those early years are saving a lot of money on gas. I will say we used for this analysis assumptions that CARB used in their regulatory process. We think a lot of them are pretty conservative. For example, I think the price average price of gas they used was, I think, $3.50, which in our current world is obviously kind of quaint. So we think that there's really a way for this process to be a win-win for drivers, for the climate, and for passengers. And we've been working really closely with some drivers groups to kind of understand what are the key barriers to electrifying and ride hailing. And so just to talk about some lessons learned, this is a California policy. I know that there are some other states who are kind of thinking about this model. So just to run through some lessons learned, the Clean Mile Standard is going to make a big impact on electrification and GHG emissions, but other policies are going to be needed. It really is the most of the benefits from this are going to come from electrification. It's not necessarily going to deal with some of the congestion impacts or some of the connections to transit. It was really critical that the companies committed to electrifying. That really helped to set a strong standard. So it was important that they were at the table and sort of committed to climate goals. It was also really important to have drivers at the table, both in the CARB process and as we go into the Public Utilities Commission process. And that process, if folks aren't familiar, is very legalistic. It's kind of hard to get engaged, but it's really important to make sure we have the folks who are directly impacted at the table. One really important piece of both sort of putting these targets, setting these targets, and getting ready for the enforcement phase is having good data on emissions and other aspects of TNC operations. So that's a piece of this regulation as well. And then finally, a lesson learned is that the industry has changed a lot since 2018, and the Clean Mile Standard only is focused on the passenger side of this equation and doesn't get at the Uber Eats, the sort of delivery vehicles, which I think is happening. The discussions about that are happening in the other session at the same time. So with that, I'll just put in a plug. One of the things that makes UCS such a great place to work is that we have this network of scientists and analysts, folks on staff, but also folks who are working practitioners, academics, who we help mobilize when things come up in policy that could really use scientists and scientific expertise in policymaking. So if you're interested in getting involved in our work, you can check us out on Twitter. You can go to our website. With that, I'll thank you, and I will turn it over to our next panelist, Deborah.
Hey, everybody. Thanks so much. That was a really cool presentation. Thanks so much. I'm now for something a little different, I guess is what I'll say. My name's Deborah Sala, and I'm a faculty member at the School of Geographical Sciences and Urban Planning at Arizona State University. And I'm going to be talking about some research that somewhat similar to what Elizabeth said a few times in her presentation. Our data is a little bit older. If we were to redo the analysis right now, some of the numbers would be slightly different, but I think the basic findings would be the same. And so kind of stick with me, and we can talk about how things have changed, but I don't think the main message is real different. So as we know, using cars in cities is unsustainable for all kinds of reasons. And here's just kind of a car-shaped word cloud of some of those reasons. And we know that cars are expensive, cars are dangerous, and especially on the expensive part, except when we compare the cost of cars with the cost of other transportation options. And this is the main finding of our study. And so basically, when I tell people about this paper, I say, this is my cars are cheap paper. Which I actually haven't totally published yet, so I still need to work on that. But this is my cars are cheap study, I'll say. So not so much lately, but at the time that we were doing this research a couple years ago, emerging alternatives like Uber, Lyft, some car sharing organizations provide convenient car access without ownership. And people were talking about all of these no mobility options, bikes, e-scooters, shared bikes, shared e-scooters, were going to lead to a situation where car ownership may become a choice, especially in urban areas, rather than a necessity for a lot of U.S. households. And, and people were saying that by ditching their cars, folks could save money and the environment too. You hear a little less of this these days. But back then, in automotive world had this article where, this is a quote from their article, could mobility services, new business models, and the sharing economy spell the end of the private car? I think probably not. But people were talking about this, and so that inspired this research. So we asked, how much are people in the United States actually paying to own and operate their cars? And then we compared that to how much some of these other alternatives cost. And like I said, and we compared it to some of these other alternatives. So we said, will these emerging mobility options make it economical for people to shed vehicles? So what we did is we took the 2017 National Household Travel Survey and put it together with information from a bunch of other places to get the very best estimate we could of detailed car ownership and use costs for a lot of vehicles that happen to be recorded in that survey. There are 230,000 vehicles recorded in the National Household Travel Survey. It's funny, actually, when we did this research, I realized that a ton of travel, transportation researchers use the NHTS, but very few people use the vehicles portion of the NHTS and really look into the vehicles people have. I mean, some people do, but it's less common. Anyway, so what did we do? We put together, these were the cost components we included. We estimated depreciation, insurance, fuel costs, maintenance and repair costs, registration fees, financing costs. And I have a number of slides here just on the details of how we put all this together. I'm going to go through these quickly. We can come back to them in the questions if you guys have questions about exactly what we did. The depreciation approach is actually, I think, the coolest one we have, though, so I'll talk about it a little bit. We found an enormous sample of used vehicle listings on TrueCar.com. And we were able to, it was like over 1 million vehicle listings. And so we were able to match the vehicles that were recorded in NHTS by make, model, and model year to this very large sample of used vehicle listings to figure out, what their actual, value was on the market, and then estimate their depreciation. We have a whole method where we did that, but it was a pretty neat analysis, I thought. For insurance, we didn't just have one single price. We used average insurance cost by driver age, state of residence, and some assumptions about how much insurance they might be purchasing from the website carinsurance.com. For fuel costs, we took into account the actual fuel economy of the vehicle and be different, but the other things would be similar. Maintenance and repair was hard to get. We used the Consumer Expenditure Survey data to estimate that. Registration fees, we looked at some detailed data on how each state does their registration fees, and we calculated that for all the vehicles in the sample. And financing, we made some assumptions and assumed that because financing costs money, we said, all right, well, let's just assume everybody finances their vehicles if the vehicles were less than 16 years old, and we looked at car loan insurance, interest rates, et cetera, and made some assumptions. The one big cost that some people pay for car ownership that we did not include in our estimates is parking. We run some scenarios on parking costs that I'll show you at the end of this presentation, but this is because most Americans do not pay to park their cars due to widespread implementation of minimum parking requirements in zoning. In fact, people pay, so few people pay to park their cars that the NHTS took that question out of their survey. They used to have it in the survey, but 99% of people said they didn't pay anything to park their cars, so they thought that question was not relevant anymore, and they took it out of the survey, so we don't even know. Anyway. So what do we find when we put all this information together? we find that car ownership costs are really highly variable. I mean, many of you have probably seen the American Automobile Association, your driving costs brochure that they put out each year, and they have estimated driving costs for different vehicle types in that particular year, and they have really high numbers, and those numbers get put out there in the media like, oh, it costs $10,000 per year to own a car, or $8,000, or whatever it is. But those numbers are averages for vehicles purchased new in the first for the first 5 years of ownership. If you look at, most vehicles in the United States are more than 5 years old. I think the median age for a vehicle is above 10 years old in the United States. I think it's about 11. And so if you look at actually the vehicles that people are really owning and driving, their costs are a lot lower than what the AAA numbers suggest, and that get parroted back in the media over and over again about how expensive car ownership is. It's not nearly as expensive as that. So you can see here our median, and it would be higher today, but our median back then was under $4,000, and I think the AAA was citing a median car ownership cost at this time of like $8,000 or $9,000. So it's a lot lower than what you see, but also highly variable. We have some people paying those high costs as well. So to get an idea, so back to our research question was, okay, how much are people paying to own and operate their vehicles, and how does that compare to alternative options of getting around? So to get an idea of who might be able to save money by ditching their car, we created it's not a real demand curve, but kind of a demand curve in quotes for vehicle shedding. And this is what it looks like. So I'll give you a little tutorial on how to read it. So for instance, if the average cost per mile for alternatives to a car were $1, then 10% of owned cars in the U.S. household could be cost effectively shed. That means, only 10% of vehicles are paying more than $1 per mile. And these cars represent about 2.4% of the miles traveled in owned vehicles, not today, but in 2017. So that's how you read this chart. You think about, as the average price for alternatives goes down, the fraction of cars that could cost effectively be shed goes up, and that makes sense, right? So just thinking about what is that average price per mile of owned car alternatives? What are we talking about there? Well, we're talking about the average price for a bundle of alternatives for like a multimodal person, right? If you think about, putting together, if you don't have a car and you're getting around, what does it cost per mile for you to get around? And sometimes you'll be taking transit, and sometimes you'll be walking, and sometimes you'll be biking, and sometimes you'll be taking a Uber, and sometimes you'll be renting a car, right? So you have to average all those miles together. That's what we're comparing this against. And sometimes you won't take trips, right? And we can talk about that, but sometimes trips will be shortened or simply not taken in that scenario for households that don't have cars. So now we're on to the second question, which is, okay, how do we compare those costs that I just showed you to the cost for emerging mobility options? So starting with not emerging mobility options, starting with traditional alternative mobility options. Most of them do cost less than owned cars on a per mile basis. So you can see walking, biking, and transit are both less expensive than cars. And if the cost of mobility were 25 cents per mile or less, then a lot of people would find it economical to shed their vehicles. But if you start looking at these emerging mobility options, they cost far more than those traditional sustainable mobility options do. And this is not really news, but I think it's useful to put it on the chart and see how much more, right? These things are expensive. Even shared e-scooters and shared bikes are really quite pricey compared to driving in your car. Even if you don't own a car, driving in an owned car, these costs are the full cost, including buying the car and everything per mile that people drive their vehicles. If you put an owned car and not accounting for the price of buying it, it's way down there on par with a bicycle. So the prices, the cost of owned cars is shockingly low. And that's the whole point of this analysis. So, emerging mobility services are unlikely to induce widespread shedding of owned cars simply because they're a lot more expensive. And if you put on top of that the also true fact that they're less convenient, so they would probably have to beat the price of cars by quite a bit to induce widespread car shedding, then that really is, I don't know, sort of a sobering thought. So we looked at a bunch of different sensitivity analyses. How do these findings change when we look at different types of cars, households, and cities? Not much. How do these findings change when we add parking costs in medium and high density neighborhoods? Quite a bit. So I'll just run through this real fast because I think I'm nearing the point where I should be ending my presentation. But we made some parking cost scenarios and then redid our national numbers. You can hardly see a difference here, but a little bit. If you remember, let's see if this, where's my laser pointer? Oops. So if you remember here was 10% before, and now the national curve moved up to about 15% if you have parking costs of people would be able to shed their vehicles at a $1 alternative cost. But if you just look at what the curves look like in only medium and high density neighborhoods, those curves go up even more. And I think the next one is if you look only in high density neighborhoods, those curves go up even more. So the people who, and this jives with our reality, right? If you look at the people who live in New York City, a lot of them don't own cars, and this is why. This is the big reason why. So my conclusions are the following. So in this world of technology enhanced mobility options that we're talking about a lot at this conference, we still need to really care a lot about traditional solutions for sustainable urban transportation. And in order to make our transportation system more sustainable and induce people to use alternative modes and perhaps own fewer cars, we need to make cars more expensive. And one really great way to do that, and that I think the local governments have a lot of power over, is to focus on parking, price, and supply. And we need to invest in sustainable alternatives, walking, biking, and transit. These are already cheap, but they're not yet safe and convenient, and we need to do a better job on both of those things. So thanks so much for your attention, and I will turn it over to our next speaker, which I think is Jay.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Yu Jie, nickname is Jay, and my presentation topic is statistical modeling of e-scooter sharing and its potential as auto model substitution. And I'm currently a PhD candidate at the University of South Florida, and this is a table of contents of this presentation. So a little bit background about shared e-scooters. So shared e-scooters was firstly introduced in Santa Monica in 2017, and because of the venture capital-driven development, a vast amount of shared e-scooters were deployed in cities in a short amount of time, so which brings a convenience for people to have access to e-scooters, and so it has a very quick adoption ratio. And by 2019, as you can see in the figure, the shared in 2019, the ridership of shared e-scooters has exceeded the bike sharing, so shared e-scooters. Sorry, I think my sound was probably a little bit. Okay, so shared e-scooters, they could potentially they address the first mile and the last mile problem, and also they could potentially reduce auto use for the short distance trips. And so shared e-scooters are still pretty new too many cities, and though it's getting very popular, so that we don't we don't understand like how does it impact the local transportation system, and also like how does local people what's people's opinions on shared e-scooters. So many cities, they started a pilot program to understand shared e-scooters. So in here we summarize some of the findings that we find from the pilot program reports. So generally we find that users, they love shared e-scooters. It is fun to ride and fast, convenient, and more than 80% of users in Poland, they say they are extremely likely or very likely to recommend shared e-scooters to their friends. And however, shared e-scooters also have some problems, mainly safety concerns from the public. Some of the users, they ride e-scooters with high speed on sidewalks, and also some which cause some of the accidents. And also we found shared e-scooters, they mainly replace walking, biking, and vehicle trips, and about 32 to 49% of trips are replacing the vehicle trips. And also shared e-scooters, they enhance the job accessibility for people in disadvantaged areas in Chicago. Users in equity priority area are more likely to use shared e-scooters for commuting purposes. So in this study, we are interested in answering two questions. So what are the factors that motivate people to ride e-scooters frequently, and what factors that encourage people to ride e-scooters to replace vehicle trips? So answering this question would help us better understand shared e-scooters, and also get the correct regulations, and also maximize the benefits of shared e-scooters. So we did some literature review about the use of shared micromobility, and we find for bike sharing, there are some studies looking into some influential factors that influence the usage frequency of shared bikes. And they look into such as socioeconomic variables, travel patterns, travel behaviors, and history, and perception of bikes and health indicators. For e-scooters, the studies are more descriptive, and they find users tend to be male, white, and high-income populations, and they use shared e-scooters for fun, for social entertainment purposes, and they use it because it is fast and it's convenient, and most of the users ride e-scooters less than once per month. So in terms of the auto substitution, and we find like shared e-scooters, like vast amount of shared e-scooters, riderships are replacing vehicles. And for bike sharing, some studies, they also look into the factors, and for example, from individual characteristics and driving perception perspective, they find some of the issues of driving, such as long drive, issues of parking, traffic congestions, they all more contribute to the bike use to substitute vehicle use. And also from psychological perspective, the health benefit, the perceived bike sharing benefits would have positive effects to people's attitude on bike sharing, and this positive attitude would be converted to willingness of body shift. And then some study also finds that users who commute by driving alone, who are obese, are also more likely to substitute driving by bike sharing. So in our study, we developed a survey, and that includes, we ask users questions like socio-demographic information, their riding behaviors, such as motivations of riding scooters to purpose, and their opinions on some of the regulations, and the mode substitution. We ask them to recall their last e-scooter sharing trip, what was the trip purpose and motivation factor, and the mode they substituted, and also the collision experience. And then we selected the several questions, and then build econometrical models to identify the influential factors that influence to explore the usage of how these influential factors influence the usage of e-scooters, and also model substitution. And the survey data we collected is from City of Tampa, which is pandemic between October 29th to December 3rd in 2019. And we disseminated the survey to through various channels to cover as much population groups as possible. And eventually we get 544 user responses. So the first model we have is e-scooter usage model, and the dependent variable is the e-scooter sharing usage frequency. And we ask users how often do you ride share e-scooters? And we have 3 different categories of users. One is the regular user who ride e-scooters more than once a week, the occasional user who ride e-scooters occasionally but less than once per week, and also infrequent users who ride e-scooters just once a while. Since the dependent variable is ordered from infrequent to frequent use, so we used we use order probability model to model the relationship. The independent variables we have are socio-demographic variables. They are e-scooter riding behaviors and opinions, and also trip purposes of shared e-scooters. So here are the model, estimated model results, and all the t statistics are higher than 1.6, which means all of these variables are significant. So to interpret the model results, we look into the average marginal effects, and there are some interesting findings. So firstly, we found users who own an e-scooters have higher probability of being regular users. So probably because shared e-scooters brings convenience to these users, they don't need to worry about the carried e-scooters everywhere and parking. So that's why these users, they are already familiar with e-scooters, so they are more likely to be regular users. Also, we find users who ride e-scooters on bike lanes also are more likely to be regular users. So in city of Tampa, the bike lanes provides a smoother riding. The sidewalks there is not quite even, and some people are actually complaining about riding on sidewalks, and it causes like falling and it's kind of issues. So riding e-scooters on bike lanes is generally is more favorable, and also the speed limit. Users who think speed limit should be lower than 10 miles per hour also are less likely to be regular users. So these users are probably worried about the safety of riding e-scooters. In the city of Tampa, the speed limit is 50 miles per hour. So these users, they are less likely to ride e-scooters regularly. And lastly, the commuting users ride e-scooters more regularly. So it suggests that some users use shared e-scooters for daily commuting purposes. So the second model we have is the mode substitution model, and the dependent variable is mode substitution. And we ask users for your last ride on a shared e-scooter. If e-scooters were not available, what other mode would you have used instead? And the choices are they substituted TNCs, or private vehicles, walking, and also other modes, such public transit, bike sharing, car sharing, private bikes. Since people who choose these modes are not many people choose this mode, so we group into one category in this model. And since the model dependent variable is a categorical variable, we use the mixed larger model to model the relationship. The independent variables we have socio-demographic variables and e-scooter riding behaviors for purposes of last trip. So here's the model outcomes. Again, t statistics are all greater than 1.6. So all the variables are significant. And here are the original marginal effects for this model. And in this model, we find that to substitute private vehicle driving, and the factors that users in household with more than one vehicles are more likely to substitute driving with shared e-scooters, so which is good. And also difficult parking motivates such substitution. In terms of the factors that influence users to substitute ride-hailing, we find users with higher household income or living downtown Tampa are more likely to do so. And also these user groups are actually the major user groups of ride-hailing, so there's like potential competition between e-scooter sharing and ride hailing. And also the regular users and occasional users, they tend to use e-scooters to replace ride hailing. And the lower cost of e-scooters is a motivation factor. And the users who use e-scooters for social and entertainment purposes are also more likely to substitute ride hailing by shared e-scooters. So based on our modeling results and interpretation, there are several policy implications. So to encourage users to ride shared e-scooters more frequently, and we could provide regular training sessions for those unskilled users, and to get them more familiar with e-scooters, so they are more they would ride it more frequently. And secondly, instead of Tampa's, the bike lane network is not available in some of the service areas, and improve the construct more bike lanes and a better connected bike lane network will definitely help encourage people to ride e-scooters more frequently, and also offer free helmets and to improve the safety of the users could also help. So to encourage users to ride e-scooters to replace vehicle trips, we could do parking by deploying so we could deploy shared e-scooters to areas with high traffic demand but limited parking spaces. Also, we could increase the parking fee or reduce the parking space to stimulate a modal shift. And also, since the lower cost is a motivation factor for people to replace TNC by shared e-scooters, so reduce the cost of shared e-scooters could stimulate such modal shift as well. Right, here's the reference list for this presentation, and thanks for your attention. And yeah, next I'll hand it over to Greg.
Excellent, thank you. It's a great set of presentations. I'm honored to follow here. I'm talking today about the effect of transportation network companies on transit ridership. And this is a San Francisco study. It is sort of the sister study to another study we've done of the effect on traffic congestion using same data and similar methods here. I want to acknowledge my co-authors, both from the University of Kentucky and from the San Francisco County Transportation Authority, each of whom were actively involved and really great to work with. Okay, so our starting point here, going back towards sort of the emergence of TNCs, the emergence of ride-hailing, is sort of this vision that ride-sharing is the first phase of movement to end car ownership and reclaim our cities. Very sort of big claims about how ride-hailing will sort of fill the gaps in transit, how it'll serve first, last mile. We're supportive, we're part of a sustainable sort of transportation solution. And this is really sort of looking at the validity of those claims. Now, from sort of a conceptual standpoint, or a theoretical standpoint, there's some reason to think that they could increase transit ridership. They could serve a sort of first, last mile role. Maybe they occur in sort of evenings and weekends when transit service is sparse, or maybe they sort of enable a car-free lifestyle, sort of related to what Deborah was presenting before. And there's actually some sort of early research sort of suggesting as much. Conversely, we know that they're concentrated in the densest parts of cities where they compete directly with transit. When you actually look at the temporal profiles, at least in the bigger cities, they're aligned with sort of a bimodal peak, AM and PM peak, with a little extension into the evening. And we don't actually see observed changes in car ownership over the past several years. To evaluate these sort of competing arguments, we want some data. Now, in fact, the ride-hailing companies themselves have a tremendous amount of data. They know every trip booked, they can sort of follow your movement and so forth, but there's very little available for research purposes. In fact, little to no, sort of according to this paper. And the places that do have data, and much of the research that I've seen at this conference is based on sort of regulatorily acquiring those data, that requiring that those be reported to the city. In California, the regulatory authority is the California Public Utilities Commission, and they actually do require reporting. But CPUC at this time was unwilling to share the data with cities or researchers interested in this. In fact, the SFCTA made a public records request to CPUC for these data and was told they could not have the data because it was not in the public interest to do so. So our research partners here, Joe Castiglione was really sort of the major driver in making this happen, said, well, how else can we get such data? What we ended up doing was engaging some computer scientists from Northeastern University. And if you open up the apps at that time, you'd actually see vehicles driving around on the app. And those are real vehicles, real drivers who are available for a ride. And it shows you, I think, displays the 10 largest vehicles. So what you can do, and what we did is wrote a computer program that sort of mimics the API calls to their servers. And in doing so, you can say, okay, where are the 10 closest vehicles? Set up a grid across the city in sort of appropriate density, and then collect that every 2 seconds, I think, for a period of 6 weeks in the fall of 2016. And what you get out of that is you get traces of where the drivers are driving around, but only at the time where they're available for a ride. Once the driver accepts the ride, the vehicle, the trace goes off, and you don't have it. But it might show up 10 minutes later over here in a different part of the city. And what you can do is you can infer that there was a trip in between, that the driver turned off the app to accept a ride. After they drop off the passenger, they turn it back on and they come back. And you have some error, actually, in the pickup location, because after the driver accepts the ride, they have to drive some distance to go pick up that person. So some variation there. We think the drop-off locations are pretty accurate because once you drop off the passenger, you're going to turn it back on. Having said that, the error in the pickup location is going to vary based on how far the driver has to drive to pick up that passenger. In San Francisco, anecdotally, and actually they've sort of collected some data, the wait time in downtown area is like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It's pretty short. So there's a limit to how far you can drive in that period. In less dense areas, it's going to be longer. So what these data show, for fall of 2016, about 170,000 average weekday trips within San Francisco. For comparison, the Muni Metro Light Rail carries a similar number of passengers. BART was up around 300,000 plus passengers at that time. SF Muni, the bus system, was about 500,000, so pretty significant. This is actually about 12 times the number of taxis. So if you look at the bottom line here, let's see, is that the, oh, cool. That's taxis. This is ride hail. And you can see it by day of week. It's higher in Friday, Saturday. It's got this AM peak. This is the PM peak, about 4 to 6 p.m. And then this is sort of the long evening tail. They're pretty short in San Francisco, about 2.5 miles on average. It's got this bimodal time of day distribution. About 20% of the miles we estimated were deadhead miles. That's actually lower than most of the other estimates I've seen, which are usually around the 40% range. And 70% of the drivers are coming from outside of San Francisco, many driving from as far away as the Central Valley because they can't afford to live in San Francisco. Other sort of available data research has shown sort of similar thing. Basically, the TNCs are big in the same places as transit, and that often TNCs are used by the same travelers as people who use transit. You can see this in NHTS, for example, and frequency data. However, these relationships themselves do not establish the effect on transit ridership in either direction. So if this is my bus routes, I might have a TNC trip, and the pickup location, say, is right next to a bus stop or right next to a rail stop. You might think that that's serving a last mile role. You don't know, though, unless you can observe the passenger going from one to the other. So that's sort of a limitation there unless you get that level of observation. Here, to discern the effect here is rather than looking at the data cross-sectionally, we look at the change over time, how transit ridership changes from one year to another. So our study design here is a before and after comparison. We compare the ridership by stop and time of day in 2015 when there were no TSCs or it was negligible to the sort of 2015-16 conditions where we've got the data, and we can control for the changes in service level, population, employment, and so forth. And we hypothesize that if TNCs increase transit ridership, ridership will actually be higher than we would otherwise predict from these control variables. Conversely, if they decrease transit ridership, ridership will be lower than predicted by the control variables, and specifically, that gap will be largest in stops that are proximate to high levels of TNC pickup and drop-off activities. So sort of looking at how it varies spatially is a part of this. So we use APC data, automated passenger counters, population employment, GTFS to measure the schedules, some variables from ACE American Community Survey, and these pickups and drop-offs. We actually aggregate them to traffic analysis zones. We've got about 900 TAZs in San Francisco, and that's because if you try and do it stop by stop, you get a stop that moves across the street or down, and it gets kind of messy. The method here is sort of two things. First, we build what's called a transit direct demand model. So it's modeling the stop at a ridership as a function of things in the area of that stop. A long history of this sort of thing. But we do that using a fixed effects panel model. And what that means basically is that we're estimating our coefficients based on the change as opposed to the absolute value. And that lets you sort of pick up the differences here. Then we confirm this with a second model. We confirm it with a time series model using monthly system-wide ridership. And what we can do there is variables that change in time but not space, we can capture in the second model. Variables that have variation in space but are sort of, or variation across the 2 years but are sort of uniform across the region. For example, gas price. Gas price is going to be basically the same throughout the city, so you can't parse that out with the top model. So there's a little different set of variables we can include between these two, and we see if we get about the same result. So the panel model, what we get, we include a bunch of variables, control variables on top, accessibility, several service variables. We've got number of transfers from regional transit, so people who are transferring from BART, Caltrain, and so forth. Income, and then the TNCs. And what we see is that the effect here on bus ridership is negative, and it's significant. The effect on light rail ridership, this is the Muni Metro system, is slightly positive, but not quite significant. Our time series model has a little different set of control factors for the reasons we discussed above. And we can only do this one for the bus, because our rail counts are manual counts done once a year, so we've got only a handful of observations. The bus, we have APCs, so we can do it monthly over this whole period. We've got enough observations. And there, we don't have month-by-month TNC data, so instead we use a proxy. The proxy is the number of years since the TNCs introduced themselves. So rather than a binary variable, because we know they grow over time, we include essentially assume linear growth. And what we find is that for each year, since TNCs were introduced, bus ridership in San Francisco is down about 2.2% relative to what we would otherwise expect. And that does turn out to be significant. Now, these coefficients I don't find to be especially intuitive. So what we can do is we can take those coefficients and multiply them by the observed change in each variable. And we do this for each TAZ in the panel model or for the region as a whole in the time series model. And we can add up the sort of change attributable to each of these factors. And what we estimated with that is, according to the panel model, our total ridership on the bus system is basically flat. But there's expanding service, and there's expanding quite a bit of growth in household employment. So you would expect it to be growing based on those control variables. Instead, we estimate that the decrease attributable to TNCs is between 8.6 and 10.8%. So same ballpark. And that sort of offsets the expected growth. On the rail, we see, again, some growth, but that's not quite significant. Now, we can take these data, this is the time series model, and we can visualize them a little bit. And the way these charts work is the black line shows the observed ridership. The green areas show that the ridership is higher in that month because of that variable. So you see here, there's some green because Muni expanded service about January 2015. And so you have it pushing up the ridership. Conversely, you see red here on the TNCs, and this suggests that if it weren't for the introduction to TNCs, ridership would have been kind of up here instead of flat. Okay. So limitation of this study is it's one city. And it's a fairly unique city, big, rich, transit-dense city. So the question is, do we see similar effects elsewhere? In other research, specifically TCRP Report 231, and a following paper that came out just recently, we ask sort of why has public transit ridership declined in the United States. And what we do is we consider the change in bus and rail ridership in 215 MSAs, metropolitan statistical areas, between 2012 and 2018 annually. And we relate this to when ride-hailing was introduced in each of those MSAs and to other control factors. And what we found in doing that was something similar. We found that over this period in time, ride-hailing was the biggest factor contributing to the decline in public transit ridership across this range of cities, reducing bus ridership by about 10%. The effect on rail was mixed. In the bigger cities, there was no significant effect. In the medium-sized cities, so Denver, Phoenix, that sort of place, as opposed to New York, Chicago, it was about a 10% reduction in rail ridership as well. And you can look at similar plots like we've got in the previous one, where black is the observed ridership. And you see in this case, this is the decrease associated with ride-hailing. And so you can suggest that, okay, well, if it weren't for the introduction of ride-hailing, ridership would have been basically flat. And then we've got a bunch of other factors in there, the gas price, the growth, that kind of thing. And you can actually, if you go to the paper or to the TCRP report, you can download the how it breaks out across all these factors for each of those 215 MSAs. So if you're interested in how it varies for your city or how that differs from a national perspective, you can see, and you can see this applies across large, medium, and small MSAs. I'd like to acknowledge my co-authors and acknowledge that we've got this research published open access in transportation. And so if you want to learn more, you can read about it there. And that's what I got. Thank you.
Great. I'm torn between having the slide up and having the great one from Deborah. What did it say? Like, make cars cost more or something like that? It's classic. So I'm going to have my panelists come up. And again, if you have questions already, please come to one of the mics and I can call on you. Otherwise, we'll get started with our discussion. And is this mic? Yep. Okay, great. Let me first ask you, what are some policy implications, Greg, that you think might be interesting for cities to consider as they're coming out of COVID and thinking about how badly transit has been hit and, you know, how much TNCs had been reducing ridership even before that? First to Greg and then to the rest of you guys, if you want to contribute.
I mean, I think what's interesting is they clearly play a role. I mean, for the person in the vehicle, it's a good quality of service. You can get there quickly, a one-seat ride, but there is some impact in a couple of ways. There's impact on the other road users, and there's also an impact in that public transportation does rely on sort of cross subsidies, where in the high ridership areas, you can sort of collect some fare, and you want to be able to continue to operate the system for the people who need it the most. And so if you have declining ridership, it's kind of problematic in that way. I think there's a number of levers that we're talking about here. I mean, one of them is just sort of the question of how do we allocate street space in the city? That's really a value decision. There's the sort of emissions questions about do you electrify and so forth. And then I think one of the interesting things is as you start to think about, there actually is significant potential to have an on-demand sort of small microtransit vehicles that are sustainable, that are helpful, and maybe are replacing some of the 60-foot buses running around the suburbs, but there's not a market incentive for that to happen. Like if I'm an Uber driver, I'm going to go downtown where I can make the most money. I'm not going to go drive around the suburbs where there's less demand. But those sort of low-density trips are the places where perhaps we want those to occur. So there's a mismatch or a misalignment that's not happening on its own. So we can think about what are the incentives where we can disincentivize the trips that are running parallel to our buses, that are running in our city cores, and perhaps incentivize some of those first last mile trips, either by operating an integrated system or through pricing or through some other lever.
And I would just chime in on that. So one example of a sort of early attempt at that is in Chicago, right before the pandemic, they changed their fees on ride hailing. They call them TNPs, Transportation Network Providers, just to be different. and they charged a different fee if it was a shared ride versus a solo ride, and also it was a higher fee if you were starting or ending your trip in the downtown core. And so you could think of that, and operating in a more complex system where you actually based the fee sort of on how much is transit available in these places, how much are we trying to, encourage folks to use the system we already have. And then the other thing that I was going to say is, one piece of the impact of ride hailing on particularly buses is that those cars are now on the streets that the buses are trying to drive on. And if you look in the NTD, the transit database, and you look at bus speed, you see pretty significant declines in bus speed. So it's not just that people it's a sort of self-fulfilling cycle of the TNC slow down the buses, and then it's less convenient to take the buses, and so people choose another option. So to your point about sort of making sure that we're prioritizing street space for buses is a key piece of this.
One thing I like about the point that Greg made about maybe we need to change how we're allocating streets. And Elizabeth, I love the granularity of what Chicago did in terms of pricing to incentivize or de-incentivize behavior. I was really struck by the point that Deborah made that, this quote of $10,000 a year that we've all been hearing for years, how inaccurate that is. And if we can't rely on this inflated cost of car ownership because it's inaccurate, then it's incumbent on government to think of other ways in which we can use policy or regulatory levers to create some of these changes, because there's not the cost burden that we've been thinking that there is. Sorry, that wasn't a question, but yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering, kind of when you were doing your research, how you considered the value of time and differences in how much time people's trips take by those different modes, and why did you make a decision to only look at those out-of-pocket costs or the cost of ownership rather than, the generalized costs of travel by the different modes, and what impact would that have on the analysis?
It would make cars look even better and everything else look worse. And so, right? So the fact that even without looking at the value of time, we still find that cars are cheap makes, it's almost like a bounding argument, right? Our research, our findings are a bounding argument in my mind. Like even if you don't consider how much more comfortable, convenient, fast, all those things that cars, reliable, all those things that cars are over other modes for most trips for most people, you still get the answer that cars are cheaper and better. And so it just sort of reinforces, I think, urgency of making cars more expensive.
But does it make ride hailing look cheaper, for example?
I mean, not cheaper than the private car.
Right.
I would say, even though I'm the moderator, sorry guys, one thing that I think is really interesting about how we think of time is how we're using it and what we're getting from it. So, I mean, isn't commuting like 147 on the list of 150 most pleasurable activities? Whereas if you look at the e-scooter data, people take a scooter because it's fun. And so what am I doing with my time as I'm traveling? How do I feel when I'm taking that time? I think is a really interesting question.
I also feel like we've been, there's been, everyone was really obsessed with this question of last mile for a long time, first and last mile. And I think we kind of framed it up wrong in the beginning, that it was always conceived of as like, how do we connect people to another mode, to transit? And we know from the data that transfers, people hate transferring. But I feel like to the point of Deborah's research, what we really are trying to figure out is like, what's the, like, cars are convenient, and particularly convenient for certain kinds of trips. Even if you can do 80% of your travel by biking, walking, transit. If 20% of the time you need a car to get someplace, then you buy the car because you need it to do those things, and it's not extremely, extremely expensive. And then once you have the car, to the point of your research, now it's really cheap to do everything by car. And so it's less about sort of like how do we connect people that last mile to transit, but like how do we figure out how to make people's overall transportation budget work without owning a car.
One thing I'd sort of build upon on that, and I think tying back to the parking question, is I think to their credit, one thing that ride-hailing does do is it makes it a little bit easier to get around when there is no parking, right? And so it very much is sort of this trade-off of, if I own a car and there's plenty of parking, like there's basically no reason to take an Uber or a Lyft. I'm only going to do it in particular sort of niche circumstances, going out to the bars or something like that. But in the bigger cities where parking is constrained, it's much more sort of integrated into things. And so if it can be an excuse or a reason to repurpose, again, some of that parking space, that can be a good thing. Now, having done that, we then generate this additional sort of trade-off between storing the car fixed or paying someone to drive it away, basically. So you generate this additional travel. How do you then manage that becomes sort of the question.
One thing that I thought was interesting in Jay's research, normally the car has been presented as sort of the be-all, end-all. It's for, everyone who can get a license. It's every trip that you want to take. And I think what's been interesting for Jay's presentation and some of the other ones over the course of this conference is the differences in who is choosing which mode, the trip purpose that they want to use the mode for, the sort of geographic reach of where they're going. And I just think, it really lends itself to why we want to have a more complex multimodal system available, because there's going to be different purposes for different trips. And I'm particularly struck by the fact that the e-scooters are used more by low-income populations, and that they are used as a sort of job access tool. Are there any additional nuances, Jay, that you want to bring out of your research?
Yeah. Like as you mentioned, the e-scooters, they improve like the equity, like by equity for disadvantaged populations in the commuting, like for commuting purposes. Actually, there are some other like different studies. They also look into the equity, and they find people in disadvantaged areas actually use e-scooters more often than like users in out of the equity areas. So yeah, it could definitely help to like address the equity issue. And also it's competing with vehicle use. Yeah, the issue it has is like since it's a very new transportation mode, and some people regard it as a bike and private bike and like a bike, and then ride it on the bike lane. But some people feel it's like difficult to use, so they ride on the sidewalk, and which causes some problems. I think so. The street design, right? A new street design probably not new street, but some street design probably are needed, or regulations are needed to accommodate e-scooters, to better accommodate e-scooters in our society.
I remember when bike share was first introduced, you had so many new users who only then became aware of how poor the pedestrian and bike facilities often are in their cities. And I feel like that's been exacerbated with the additional number of folks who are using the e-scooters.
Right.
Yeah, hi. So I guess a question for Deborah and one for Greg. So you mentioned, Deborah, the AAA costs are so much higher. I apologize if I missed it, but I'm curious what the motivation for that would be, or why there's such a discrepancy. And it seems like they would be incentivized to actually share a lower cost number, but I'm probably missing something here. So I'm curious to your thoughts about that. And Greg, you also had some data on taxis, and I guess I haven't really heard much about, and I'm curious if you have thoughts on sort of how taxis are being used. I know that wasn't the focus of your research, so I understand if you don't, but this is something that I don't hear people talking about as much, and I'm curious if you or others have thoughts on sort of how taxis are being used, what maybe service gaps they're filling that TNCs or others aren't, and sort of how that fits into the overall sort of transportation system picture. Thanks.
So on the AAA numbers, my understanding, well, if you look at their methodology, the sort of arithmetic reason why those numbers are so much higher is that they are looking at cars purchased new for the first 5 years of ownership, whereas that's not most cars. Most cars are purchased used, and most cars are older than 5 years. And so that's most of the difference. I mean, that's the difference in methodology. And the question about like they have a political reason to do it differently and have a lower cost. So I asked about that. I thought so too. And I said, what's going on here? Why are they like doing this methodology to inflate the cost of car ownership and use? And somebody said, and I don't know if this is true, but maybe someone in the audience or someone else on the panel has some information. But I heard from someone that, you know that the federal mileage reimbursement rate is in part set based on, I think, based on not entirely the AAA numbers, but taking that methodology and extrapolating it out. And car owners have an incentive to want that mileage rate to be high, so that when they get, reimbursed for mileage whenever they put down on their tax forms, if they're self-employed and they count mileage as a business expense or whatever. So that's what someone told me. That was the reason. I don't know.
That's really interesting.
It's interesting. Anyway,
I mean, I've done that, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to drive for this trip, and I'll come out ahead, right?
Well, yeah, so that's the thing. You always feel when you put the federal mileage rate, the 50-some cents, I mean, until recent gas price increases, you always felt like you were making out, with something. Yeah. You're getting a deal, you're getting more money than you spent. So, right. Yeah, anyway.
Interesting. So I guess to address your second question on the taxis, I mean, I think there's a good question. How do you understand sort of the difference between a taxi and a ride hail? And I think there's a couple of things that may distinguish them. I mean, they're arguably more convenient if you're booking through an app rather than having to flag them down, having to call the call center, something like that. So I think that is a real benefit. The algorithms are potentially better in terms of dispatching. And so I think we do have in these data a slightly lower rate of deadhead miles in the TNCs than in the taxi data because they're more efficient at deploying them. The other major difference, though, is in regulation. I mean, taxis are very much regulated. They need to serve all customers. There's rules about serving people in wheelchair, having a certain number of wheelchair-accessible vehicles. Those rules generally do not apply to the TNCs because they were designed specifically to avoid those. And then the other major regulation, which is true in most big cities, is the number of taxis on the road are capped. I mean, the medallion system in New York City is just that, and it manages the problem of sort of how many taxis are on the road and manages sort of the issue of having too many that generate so much stuff. And so by getting around sort of the tax, and for better and for worse, I mean, the medallions became expensive in these ways, and that was problematic in its own way. But by avoiding that regulation, you can end up with much greater numbers. And at the time we did this study, the rates for TNCs were quite a bit cheaper. Now, what I hear anecdotally is that those rates are much higher and they're much more kind of on par now. And so it may be that going forward, it does look much more like the effect of taxi, basically. But I mean, operationally, it's the same thing. Someone else is driving me around. And I think the same thing is true of sort of autonomous vehicle passenger services, which are rolling out now. They're being, I guess in California, Cruise and Waymo, I think, now have permits to operate commercially. and they're rolling out their service as sort of another competitor. So we can see what that cost structure ends up looking like as well.
I've anecdotally heard complaints that, the artificially subsidized trips are going away as, they're both IPO'd and have to actually try to make money. I'd love to see some data on that. Does that actually influence behavior or not?
Do you have a question?
Yes, thanks. I guess it's mostly for Liz and Greg, but obviously anyone can chime in. So people are using TNCs because presumably they're preferable to transit under certain circumstances. So I just broadly want to hear your thoughts about microtransit, the idea, I guess, generally that transit themselves would try to operate a door-to-door type of service and or contract that service out to a private company, most likely not Uber and Lyft, but potentially Uber and Lyft. If our goals here are accessibility and sustainability, do we think that's a good option? Thanks.
You want to go first?
I can take a stab. And I think it really, again, depends on where you're talking about. It's kind of related to the taxi question. Sort of taxis and ride hailing and transit are all most successful in the same kinds of places. And those are the places where you can run a normal size bus and fill up the bus. So there's this sort of unsolved question on all of these modes of how do you deal with places where demand is low and density is low, and microtransit may be a solution in some of those places. I think there are lots of transit agencies that are piloting various versions. There's the really famous example in some of the Florida, Pinellas County. There's a town, I think in Canada someplace, that sort of tried to switch over to sort of Uber and Lyft vouchers. I feel like the results of most of those experiments have been mixed because we're fundamentally still dealing with the same. It's back to Deborah's research. It's back to this thing of sort of it's more, especially in low density areas, it's more convenient and it's cheaper to own your own car. So until we can figure out some of the pricing issues there, we're going to have the same problem, whether it's microtransit, whether it's Uber and Lyft, whether it's fixed route transit services. It's the same challenge.
Yeah. I was going to say, I think there is potential for sort of microtransit, particularly if you can sort of operate it as an integrated system with your fixed route transit. You want your buses on sort of those highest density corridors, and I think part of the key is you want control over the routing algorithm, that you basically don't want to let someone book a microtransit trip along the same route as your bus. You want to, what you're sort of requiring is sort of forcing that transfer onto your bus. And that comes at some cost to the rider, but it comes to some benefit to system efficiency. And I'm sort of working now with Pascal Van Hendrick at Georgia Tech, Kerry Watkins, Greg McFarland, sort of trying to tie together simulation models that include ride-hailing as an option and the design of sort of integrated on-demand multimodal transit, and looking at how those differ when they compete in the same system. And you see very different sort of patterns, because the microtransit shuttles, as you start to do that, you see them sort of feeding in and running parallel to your fixed route transit lines. The ride hail in the simulation is then kind of the maps that we showed you before of kind of where they're driving around. So very different patterns. And that's, I can't say it's easy to do in a model, but you can do it in a model. It's the implications for implementing that are a very different way of business for a transit agency or transit operator, because it would imply that they have to become a software company sort of running this app and controlling this routing. You could potentially contract out that service, but you want control over sort of where the vehicles are, so you need the right partner to do that. Or you're also sort of then operating that service yourself in a way that goes beyond kind of what you're traditionally used to. So I think I think there's a lot of potential there, but it's sort of a lift in terms of institutional issues, partnerships. It's not as simple as saying, well, I've got an app and I'm going to give a choice of transit, ride hail, bike share, and call it mobility as a service. Like giving that choice, if you don't have some control over the routing or some influence over the routing, isn't necessarily going to help.
And I had one other thought, which is that we haven't talked about it much on this panel, but transit agencies have sort of two missions, and one is providing lots of service, like efficient service and low cost and all that stuff. And the other is an equity mission and making sure that people who don't have access to cars can get around. And that is something that I think we need to keep in mind as we're thinking about designing these services, is that it's not always going to be a cost. Public transit isn't trying to operate the way that public companies are and private companies are in terms of making a profit. And so how do you make that work to make sure that you're still serving the people who most need access?
Absolutely. It's a public good. If you could make money, we wouldn't be running it by the government. Yeah.
I want to comment on this question as well, not related to what I presented here. I've done some research on the dollar vans in New York City, and I don't know if people are familiar, but the dollar vans are these micro transit that runs alongside the buses in some neighborhoods in New York, mostly serving immigrant communities. And in that research, what we discovered is that the people who ride the dollar vans and the people, also ride the buses, and they choose the dollar vans at most often at peak times when the buses are full in their neighborhood. Or, the dollar van came before the bus did, so they took the dollar van. And they're often running along the same corridors. But because the buses in this particular neighborhood are actually full, the dollar vans are actually kind of helping out the public transit agency, because as you said, Elizabeth, the transit runs on sort of a weird financing structure where basically, like, the more you provide, especially at peak times, sort of the more money you lose as a transit agency. Every ride you provide or every bus you put out there is losing money. So if there's someone who kind of takes up the peak slack and helps you out and makes money of their own on the side, like, all the better for everybody. So I feel like this was a very context-specific scenario that we looked at the dollar vans in Queens and New York City. But I think it's useful to look at these little scenarios and see, are there other contexts where that kind of situation might work? So I just thought I'd share that.
What do they do with the vans in the off-peak, right? So the assets that presumably the company.
So these are independent people that have vans and drive them around. And they run their vans all day. Yeah. But they're a lot less full, just like the buses are a lot less full in the off-peak.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank everyone for coming, and I want to thank our panelists for a really interesting set of research and engaging Q&A. Yep. All right. So we've got a coffee break next, and thanks.
first speaker, it seems, is not here with us at the conference, so we're going to move to our second speaker. I think we have pretty short presentations relative to the time allotted, so if we want to ask questions after each talk, that'll be totally fine. You can please use the microphones on either side of the main aisles. And let me introduce Ryan Wynn.
Awesome, thank you. Hey everyone, I'm Ryan Wynn. I'm a transportation planner with AECOM based out of our downtown Los Angeles office. So today I'm going to be talking about the changing in mobility patterns and the impacts to curb space. So to kind of help best plan for curb space as the area continues to evolve. So the way people transport themselves and goods have really changed over the past couple years. In big part due to the on-demand economy that's been growing, as well as kind of just the rapid proliferation of technology within the transportation sector. You have TNCs that are really kind of the most used and have shifted away parking patterns and trends. You have alternative mobility options like e-scooters that are also taking up more and more of the road space. But safe space is really needed for these users to be a part of the transportation ecosystem. On-demand food delivery is growing e-commerce are really shifting these trip generation and distribution patterns, and that has really only gotten worse since COVID. And new forms of transit, such as microtransit, are incentivizing shared uses and just changing kind of the way people get around. So these are really kind of just the beginning of these trends and kind of only going to continue. But they do cause some challenges in the transportation world. So even with these mobility changes, our streetscapes have not necessarily adapted properly over there, which highlight this need for a change. So the increase in TNC usage is creating greater congestion in urban cores, as vehicles don't always have the safe and allocated space to pick up and drop off passengers, especially at that level of convenience that we all kind of expect to go right from door to door. And they often end up double parking, blocking traffic, and creating safety hazards. You also have large delivery service providers who will just kind of park wherever they can find a space. It's often blocking a bike lane or a throughway and leading to safety risks and travel inefficiencies. You have e-commerce, kind of their vans, they're typically smaller, but they often do the same thing and will just block certain throughways. And then lastly, you have static painted curbs, which can limit the ability to be able to kind of change the use throughout the day and kind of also leading to inefficiencies. And also as we move into more connected and autonomous vehicles like this could potentially be leaving revenue on the table for municipalities. And so just like everything else, COVID has affected the way we interact with things. This time I'm going to talk about how that's curbs. The major kind of thing with this is the relationship between the need for this short-term loading spaces for curbside or contactless delivery to kind of the traditional mid-long range parking. So early on in the pandemic, to help keep the economy open, businesses started to adapt and these parking spaces weren't really needed as much. So they found ways to utilize that space, whether it be the parking lane or the sidewalk, they would find different ways to be able to utilize this, often aided by local policies that allowed them to do this, but it allowed converting a parking space into additional outdoor seating. So a restaurant could have, at the beginning, more, just tables that they could have open outside, but then eventually just more seating, potentially more revenue, tax revenue and everything. You also have kind of on the picture on the right, restaurant I pick up from dinner often, and they effectively just took over the 5 spaces in front of their kind of in front of their restaurant and created a drive-through, and that's really how they still operate today. So even though some of these were implemented early on in the pandemic, they're still here today because people have seen, both businesses and kind of just everyone have seen the benefits that these can bring. So with all these changes, kind of what can we do about it? So I wanted to just talk a couple things to consider when planning for curb space. So the first is the highest and best use. Both planners and travelers really need to shy away from that expectation of having parking right at your destination, especially in urban core areas, but instead be able to utilize that valuable real estate for that highest and best use for the greater good of the surrounding area. That can be, it could be parking, it could be loading spaces, bike corrals, parklets, really kind of, anything that space could be used for. Like the drive-through and everything like that I showed on the last slide. Flexible space, really that highest and best use can change throughout the day. During like lunch and dinner time, it might be needed for pickup and drop-offs, but during the day, it might be parking or whatever for that case may be. So ideally, it's reflective of real-time demand, but at least just kind of looked at and monitored and updated a little bit more regularly, thinking about kind of those hours. And most urban parking spaces are very underpriced for the price of the land that they actually occupy. And we can't continue that same methodology forward in thinking about pricing policies like for curb space. And so implementing maybe some type of curb access fee or something like that as a form of decongestion pricing is a potential policy lever that can encourage the behavioral change that that would utilize this space kind of for kind of how it's needed. It also would allow cities to mitigate against that potential expected loss of revenue that come online with more autonomous vehicles. And or even converting some of these parking spots to pickup and drop-offs for that highest and best use, but enabling a small little kind of short-term loading fee could be a potential option. Next one, kind of incentivizing businesses. And so millions of dollars are paid in parking tickets by large delivery companies, like millions and millions. And that's just part of the cost of doing business for them. So why not try to financially incentivize either the delivery providers and or the local businesses to shift their deliveries to off-peak hours to help lessen that burden on the transportation network when capacity is strained. These incentives could be certain tax breaks, the ability to be included in certain localized grant programs, and really kind of variety of options really based on what that business and the local land uses are. And then last thing, data sharing. There doesn't really exist a good repository of curb data, both inventory as well as kind of usage and demand data. TNC companies and delivery providers are actually collecting a lot of this just through their normal, or generating it through just their normal daily operations, but aren't necessarily, they're either siloing it or they're just actually not even really keeping recording it and keeping a good record. So kind of finding a way to be able to share this with the local municipality, obviously in a privacy conscious manner and everything, but this can help better plan for congestion issues and really kind of see real travel patterns. A couple years ago, LADOT was a little bit of a leader in this data sharing space with their when e-scooters came out, and they basically required, to get a permission to operate, they required some specific data to be shared with them. And then kind of the last step is really kind of us, people as planners really need to be able to then leverage and apply this data into planning as kind of more connected vehicles and smart city infrastructure comes online. So with all these changing trends, where do I see curb space work evolving? See it kind of in 3 phases that I can talk about, and then talk a little bit about just briefly what AECOM is doing in the space. So cities are really realizing this importance of having a digital inventory of both curb assets and parking policies, but there hasn't really been a good way to collect this, and like I mentioned, the repository does not really exist. So there have been companies, Cord is one of them, and a couple other ones I've heard of, that have a collection software that you can effectively just walk on the street, record. You could see what curbside assets are out there, whether it's fire hydrants, kind of red curbs, parking policies, everything like that. All of that's documented. And kind of just by walking on the sidewalks. Then that data could then be exported, analyzed in GIS or other just kind of one-off analysis softwares to help develop best practices and really kind of plan your city based on, or plan some of this, your curb space, really based on how the usage is occurring. The next phase, kind of where we're at now a little bit, cities are really trying to take lessons learned and find low-hanging fruit that they can implement, whether this be minor policy changes or kind of cheaper implementable solutions. And yeah, since COVID, some of the policy changes have enabled businesses to utilize some of the space to generate more revenue, like the outdoor seating and everything. So a couple pilot projects a little bit in this phase, in this space, that have been seen. One is smart loading zones. They've been doing this in a couple of cities, and it'll be typically a 3-way kind of relationship between the technology provider that provides the software, the municipality, and the delivery company, which they share data, but then the delivery company gets the ability to have a space reserved for them at a designated time, and it also enables payment for commercial loading as well. So everyone gets a little bit benefit from that, and those are all just been pilot projects, but kind of showing some good promise early on. And then the last mile zero emission zone, Santa Monica is doing this in their downtown area, and kind of it's really these zero emission last mile delivery zones. Basically, you have to deliver any type of good within the zones in a zero emission vehicle, whether that's an electric van or a scooter or walking. I actually was walking around Santa Monica over Memorial Day weekend and saw a little autonomous robot kind of just bringing around goods and going on the sidewalk and avoiding people and everything. So a lot of different options, but it's really kind of shifting how users think and interact with the curb. And then kind of the last kind of forward thinking, really as we move to more smart city infrastructure, some type of integrated tech solution will be needed. And curbs really link that accessibility and mobility. So I think that they're a great place to kind of begin bridging this gap towards the smart city infrastructure. And really kind of this type of system could help form a network that informs connected vehicles of where parking is available, would allow them to reserve space ahead of time, and as well as kind of a pay-by-minute parking, so you really only pay for the time that you are there. And then lastly, so AECOM, we've been prototyping a integrated hardware and software system that looks to give operators control of their most in-demand curb space. So it works with some sensors in the street, embedded lights to kind of show what the current use is, digital signage, which can show both the availability and the current price of each, and then a dashboard for the operator to be able to plan a schedule or be able to change that in real time and be reflective of that. So yeah, that's it for my presentation. I'll say thank you, and yeah, look forward to the panel discussion. Question? Yeah, I guess questions.
Go ahead, Roger.
Hi. So has there been any efforts to specifically use
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Have not heard of any direct application of, or like kind of recent application of that. I know, I guess it was not exactly LiDAR, but I know the company Cord, which they do curb management and spun out of Google Sidewalk Labs. When they first started and they had that relationship with Google, they were originally trying to use like Street View to be able to inventory all that. And I know they ran into some challenges and then came up with this collector app that you kind of walk on. LiDAR is an interesting one though, because yeah, I mean, you can get the, you can get the geometric. I think that they would need to figure. Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, yeah, I'm just curious how they would need to try to figure out to pick up the kind of the actual policies, being able to read the signs and everything like that. But yeah, no, that's could be a good solution.
Actually, the follow-up is what about, so we have traffic cameras at a lot of intersections in urban areas. Mm-hmm. Can we not use those to classify the usage of the curb during the day?
So we looked into a little bit of that in our system, that if to ideally kind of be able to monitor kind of where cars are and things like that. The problem is the angle and view like where kind of it captures is very limited, and then you're just, by the time you end up adding a bunch of additional cameras, I mean, there's a bunch of extra costs. There's heard a lot of pushback on the whole Big Brother and kind of having too many cameras in the space. And so that's why we were looking at occupancy type sensors. That's just a quick little radar check.
Yes. And one more question, Brian, do you have one? Yeah. Sorry about that. Can you use the microphone behind you?
Hey, Ryan, thanks a lot for that presentation. I think this is really exciting, this idea of thinking about curbs as sort of dynamic spaces. And I was struck by the challenge we have with status quo bias in all of this. That is that a curb is a place to store a private vehicle, and then we have to sort of justify doing something else with the space. Because you talked about thinking about the highest and best use. That was number 1 on your list. And then number 4 was, well, can we get loading of goods moved to another time? Which implies that it's not a highest and best use. And I know that at least the people who have been writing about this are saying we should think about a curb as this dynamic space where it is the interaction between land uses and the transportation system. And that one way of measuring that is the amount of interactions that occur over a curb space. And usually storing a vehicle, especially for long-term parking, has the least land use transportation system interactions of any possible use. Mm-hmm. So, it's true. You could say, well, in this case, loading and unloading of goods is not the highest and best use, but I would suggest that maybe that would be pretty hard to find a situation where you could ever value parking, unless it's very short-term parking ahead. A transit stop, short-term parking, loading and unloading for ride hail, deliveries, all move activities across that curb between the land use and transportation system, typically much more than parking would. So I guess in terms of thinking of highest and best use, could you tell us a little bit about how you do that and why you picked out goods movement as something to be dealt with apart from your concern with highest and best use, but you didn't say anything about parking?
Okay, yeah. So first thing, best way to kind of measure it, Uber actually put out a study 4 years ago or so that they came up with a productivity index. That was effectively number of people served per linear foot of curb, or per parking space, or whatever you want to normalize it. And that was interesting. So it looked at transit, it looked at ride sharing, it looked at single parked, just a regular private vehicle just parked there for a while, and kind of how much is there. So that's looking at the passenger element, but working in the freight, kind of figuring out some type of, and I don't know exactly what it would be, but some type of productivity index that also incorporate that factors has a factor for the passenger side of things and has a factor for the goods movement aspect of items to determine what that highest and best use is. That's the best way I can think of to quantify that. Otherwise, kind of just all qualitative and kind of how people want to. The 5 things I had on there weren't necessarily ranked in that order, just kind of showing in there. But yeah, I mean, goods movement, I think that there's, like I said, incentivizing businesses or the delivery companies to move to off-peak. That is also not necessarily an option for everybody, and I recognize that, especially kind of smaller mom and pop stores. They might not have the staff, or they might not be able to do it themselves because they have families to get back to be able to pick up those later night deliveries. And so the tipping point of where that becomes a financial incentive to them might go kind of the other way. But yeah, I mean, I think that there is a need to find loading space, which is that highest and best use at certain times and in certain areas. But I think that's probably looking, on the case-by-case basis, where kind of higher level, trying to best practice, maybe trying to find a way to shift that. I don't know, I'm a firm believer in trying to spread out the demands throughout the day of any type of transportation system to get it just a little bit more flatlined. And so that was kind of where that one was coming from. But yeah, I mean, goods movement is definitely part of the equation, and I'd love to see some research that tries to find a way to add to that previous study on the productivity index that then incorporates goods movements or any other type of modes with just a factor in front of that for everything.
Can we save the Okay, sounds good. Be good to have you all up here talking back and forth. So let's go to our second speaker, Stephen Mattingly. And thanks again to Ryan.
So my talk does not exactly line up with our last talk or even the theme of the session, so I apologize for that. I also want to point out that I am presenting my PhD students' work, so most of this, while I've contributed some ideas to, he's done all the hard work and certainly is more knowledgeable about all the details associated with the work. So today I'm going to be talking about some modeling that we've done with bicycle data and incorporating Strava data into that modeling and looking at the impact provided by that and comparing results from traditional modeling with the machine learning modeling. We're also looking at some of the temporal issues associated with taking our model and projecting it into future years, really trying to think about how stable some of these patterns are that we're using when we're doing direct demand modeling for bicycling. So we've got a lot of increase in bicycling activity, so that's great. But we need to be able to try to measure that activity more closely, improve our interpretation of the data that's now readily available to us in some cases, so we can really look at safety and public health impacts and really try to make sure that we're quantifying those in an effective way. So the emerging data that Strava provides and other phone apps provide, or other emerging data sources, and can provide us a really powerful tool, especially when we're trying to think about modeling and looking at bicycle use network-wide. Because right now, we're going to show in just a second or two that the data that we have are really, really limited in the types of links and the locations that we see them. So we see this as a complement and really looking at expanding that data collection. So as I said earlier, we've really focused on the third-party data, looking at the machine learning models, and really put a lot of effort into fusing our short-term data with the Strava data and using permanent counts to try to to maximize the amount of ground truth data that we have out there to link to the Strava data. And so part of this, the key is being able to characterize our data and demand patterns. We want to evaluate the model performance, of course. Look at the error sources. And so this is going to be really important in this particular arena when we're looking at bicycle data. We're going to see sources of errors creeping in related to the types of data that we have available to us, and really try to see how well these additional approaches, the Strava data and the advanced modeling, help us fill those gaps. So our study area is Portland, Oregon. The permanent counters in Portland, Oregon are primarily located on the bridges over the Wilmette. So they're really unique type of locations for the permanent data. The short-term counts are scattered more throughout the entire city. And you can see those represented by the yellow triangles. And these two elements create unique issues with this data set that have to be addressed. So we've got these 12 permanent counters. 5 of them are inductive loops. 7 of them are actually only pneumatic tubes. They typically use pneumatic tubes for all their short-term data collection. And then not all the permanent counters have 365 days worth of data. Surprise, surprise. And our short-term counts range in this particular case from 10 days to, or from 10 as far as a volume, all the way up to 1956. We'll see shortly, we don't have very many in the 10 range. They do tend to skew towards the larger volumes. The bike counts are all collected Monday to Friday, so no weekend data. But the nice thing is that it does give a wide variety of facility types and land use context when we include the short-term counts. So the Strava data, though, covers 4,975 miles. That's a lot of network mileage to get covered. It's represented directional hourly counts. It's using this OpenStreetMap, and with the OpenStreetMap data, my PhD student has linked that into the other data that's provided within OpenStreetMaps for the modeling, use that for his variable extractions. The Strava data, for privacy reasons, will be to the nearest 5 period, but those less than 3 are all going to become 0. Those 3 and up will get rounded appropriately to 5. And so we don't really know the exact counts, but we're also losing some locations where Strava data where there may have been some Strava rides. So our analysis drops all of the 0 Strava activity. Then we match the Strava manually within the GIS environment for the particular sensors, and then we did this because the automated matching produced errors related to inaccuracy in between the OSM network and the coordinates used for the counters. And so that was a data mismatch that exists between OSM and the Portland data frame. And then the basic Strava user demographics, they look like all previous studies. They're men, and they're younger than me. So that's about the general range of them. So what I want to point out here is looking at our Strava data and the daily bicycle volumes that we see at the permanent counters, we see this funnel shape develop. So we don't have a linear relationship between the Strava data and the permanent counts. We see two distinct kind of patterns, and when we look at the one that points out along here, we see a really wide spread developing, a lot of variability showing up in the data, even though it does have a general trend in that direction. And those two elements create some very unique problems for us. We do see some of the sites tend to group together into these patterns and trends. What we're seeing is that most of the sites are high volumes, and we have a few sites that represent low volumes. And those sites that represent low volumes and high volumes, neither of them directly follow either of these particular patterns. So you could have a high volume location that has more of the flat pattern here, or you could have a high volume location that has more of a steep pattern, because it's related more closely to the types of riders using those facilities and how much they really are Strava riders versus other more traditional commute riders, which are less likely to be using Strava. The other thing to point out here that is the daily bike volume for Strava. We see most of our data falling down here in this lower area, but we have lots of data over here with high volume permanent counts. And we're going to see this bias develop where almost all of our ground truth data is from the large volumes as opposed to smaller volumes. And this is going to cause a lot of problems trying to implement the Strava data comprehensively, because it can lead to overprediction on some routes. So this gives you an idea of the permanent counters and the volumes that are present at the permanent counters. And you can see that in only one case are we really seeing a low volume, and most of the rest are in more of a mid-volume range to high volume range. Right. Okay, so here's our map of the clustering that we did. And our clustering, we did this to try to group the Strava data into different types of rides being present. And primarily this is related to the pattern that we see in the peaks. So the AM peak, the amount of utilitarian travel occurring on them, and the amount of travel occurring on weekends. And so what we saw that is for these daily recreational trips, we see a high amount of weekend trips on Strava. We see that there's not a lot of AM peak trip, and the utilitarian ratio on them is moderate. It's not horrible. So there's still some trips these are still filling the void for some commute trips. The twos tend to be a little bit more heavily used during the AM peak and have a higher amount of utilitarian trips occurring on them. But they're less used on weekends. And then the weekend recreational, which forms the bulk of our network, is related to the primarily weekend use with very low utilitarian. All right, so modeling, we start off with linear negative binomial modeling just to provide a foundation and a comparison, since this is kind of the traditional approach that's used with most bicycle modeling. And then we also explored a wide variety of more advanced models. I think my student got himself into a couple machine learning classes and really wanted to investigate them. Mm-hmm. So we've got a decision tree, we've got a random forest, we've got some support vector machine, some KNN regression, some lasso and ridge regression, and then a bunch of formulas.
Nice.
Okay, so what we wanted to do is really take a look at some of these temporal transferability issues, because it's one thing to just take a snapshot, but if we're going to have to be going back and remodeling every single year, then that's going to complicate and make it very difficult for consistent applications. So we looked at a 2017 model and applied it to 2018 and 2019. And then we also looked at a backward model to see if the higher use of Strava that we see occurring as the market share of some of the rides, which we saw in the Portland data, emerged, would that actually help us predict backwards better when we looked backwards in time at that data. And so both of those are strategies that we implemented, and we've got some results for a decision tree model for the backward case. And here we're going to see Strava appear throughout our trees, where we're looking at cluster 1 and cluster 2. And this helps show the importance of Strava in these decision trees. And we also see that a few other elements, like the average temperature for the day, how close a link is to the college or university, and some bike share use on those facilities, how well they link with the volumes for those roads as well. All right, so when we look at this backward model, what we see is that our decision tree provides the best modeling for and best temporal transitions. So when we look backward in time, we can get 32%, 34% error for our two decision trees that we created, where if we were using the negative binomial, we'd be seeing 42 and to 50% error in those backward-looking cases. We do see some high-risk cases developed for the KNN and ridge regression models. So there's certainly some concern about some of these techniques. We also see that the random forest does really well for 2019, but it looks like it's kind of overfit for the 2019 data and does not translate nearly as well backward in time looking at 2018 and 2017 data. And so when we look at the overall performance, we see that the Strava data is having a positive impact on reducing error for the training and testing cases for both of these particular clusters. And when we're looking at the testing data, especially for cluster 1, we're seeing a 10% reduction in that error. So we're seeing some significant benefit associated with including the Strava data in the modeling. And this just gives an overall breakdown of the performance that we see from including the Strava data. And you can see that for all of these cases, for the short-term counts, the training data, and throughout the cases, we're seeing improvement produced by the Strava data. But the bike share does not necessarily improve our outcome. We're also looking at these short-term sites, and here you see that they have noticeably larger errors, but remember they're smaller, so their percent errors are easier to increase once they have a small error associated with them. For the forward model, we see that the random forest is actually going to be our best model. And here, it's only got a 22% error in 2019. Not as good as the random forest did previously for 2019, but still a pretty good forward-looking model. We've got more data points and data patterns that are appearing in 2017, and then the decision tree provides our second best performance with an error around 30%. So the Strava volume and bike share are still the key variables that are appearing in the random forest model. And then we also have average temperature, humidity, precipitation, and weekend, so kind of these temporal variables. And then we also have some more static variables related to income, speed limit, distance from the CBD or distance from college or university. And when we look at the overall data here, while Strava data is going to provide the most benefit, we do see benefits appearing by looking at bike share as well. So we're seeing bike share drops. We're not seeing a lot of improvement by adding bike share and Strava together, but either data source could provide some benefit. All right. So this study investigated the traditional models and the advanced models. The Strava link clustering helped us to identify the different patterns by link level. But one of the things that we think is really important is more ground truth data for lower volume links, because there's not going to be a real easy way to tie the Strava data into network-wide estimation until we can get more ground truth data for those low volume cases. And then the transferability was overall pretty good, especially when we're looking at the forward-looking case. One more set of findings. We've got significant importance for reducing error. Key variables are the same ones that I just went over. And then we saw that the lower volume cases have this higher error, and that's really the key to getting the network-wide estimations, is figuring out how to do a better job modeling our low volume locations. Thank you so much.
Any questions? You can just line up at the two microphones here. Okay, I'll take the first one then. So you calibrate a model for 2017, you apply it to 2019. So you're talking about temporal transferability, but actually what you want is link-to-link transferability. Is that the right interpretation?
Right. So we're looking at the model being able to hold up and be able to say that this relationship that exists between Strava and the counts that were present in 2017 persists.
Okay.
And so that's the whole point with the temporal transferability, is that you're not seeing dramatic shifts in what those coefficients in those models or hidden layers in some cases would be.
And I guess the follow-up would be, I realize you only had like a small amount of ground truth data, but any consideration of leaving some of the ground truth from 2017 out of the model, estimating with your test set from 2017, and trying to transfer it to the data you left out for the current year?
That was in there as well. So that was the training and the testing data that was there
Within year, right?
for each 2017. So we in some cases, they were very large. For most of the modeling, I think he was doing tenfold, twist, fold,
Yeah,
fold,
exactly.
fold. Reuse the data.
Thank you very much. Question here?
I'm curious about the quality of the counter data. Can you talk a little bit about that and what you did to clean it and process it?
Yeah, so the counter data obviously is a problem. The cleaning process, you're going to get me to do my best at my explanation because I did not do any of the cleaning. We looked at what was happening at those particular sites. We looked at the daily data, and we were looking for data that fell outside of that represented outliers. So we were looking for outlier cases based on the data and started from there as looking for problematic days. We also looked at the overall patterns that we saw across all of the permanent counter sites to see counter location. Obviously, any zeros or anything like that were also tossed away.
All right. Go for it. Make it quick.
So I'm wondering if you have any insights for cities that maybe can't use Strava or other data. What could they do with the counter data to maybe use it for planning or make it better collect that data? I know you mentioned one thing around having the weekend data and low volume, but anything else?
Yeah, so Strava data should be available to you through your state DOT now, as long as the state DOT is willing to share it with y'all. At least that's my understanding of the Strava data and the way that they've provided it. If I was going to create a count program that I was trying to use network-wide, then I would be targeting trying to figure out how many links do I think are actually more low volume type links, and developing a sampling strategy to make sure that I'm sampling enough from those low volume links so that if I produced a model based on the data that I've collected at count stations and I project it out to my network, I can segment that network into different model structures or different modeling approaches, because I know that there are not very many bicyclists riding around on my neighborhood street. And I think that that's what we would see in many cases. But the direct demand modeling process can easily have us estimating based on those higher volume locations where we do see a lot of bicyclists. And so that can really skew our estimates if we're not careful.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, we'll do our third speaker. Thank you, Stephen.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. My name is Deborah Salon, and I'm on the faculty at the School of Geographical Sciences and Urban Planning at Arizona State. And actually, my presentation is more similar to the previous one than maybe the previous presenter thought, because I'm talking also about counting things. So I should say that actually originally my co-author, Matt Bagot-Conway, was going to be presenting today, but he is on his honeymoon right now. So I said I would do the duty instead. So, but we worked on this very much together. So this research is motivated by, but doesn't include any information on e-commerce, but it's motivated by the fact that e-commerce represents nearly 20% of all retail sales now and is only growing, as we know, in this, because of the pandemic, but it was just growing anyway. And one question about the effect of all this e-commerce and delivery, home delivery, is, well, what is the effect of that on our transportation system, on our environment? Home delivery vehicles are logging a huge number of miles to deliver our stuff. A huge number, I don't know how many, but a lot. And so this is kind of the big question, is what is the environmental impact, also congestion impact, other impacts of all these delivery miles? But do they have greater impacts than the personal vehicle shopping trips that they are replacing? And I'm not going to be able to answer that question for you. That is the big question that motivated this research. But in order to answer that question, we need to know how much driving people are doing to do their personal shopping if they didn't order stuff online. And this is the question that I'm going to try to answer today. So I've seen in the literature, there's a couple of simple methods that I've seen people use in the literature to estimate shopping travel. One of them, I'll just call the NHTS or travel survey kind of method, which is essentially if you've worked with travel survey data, each trip, so each link at each origin and destination, well, each destination, I guess it is associated with a trip purpose. And often with the NHTS, or any travel survey data, the destination purpose is then assigned to the trip from the origin that the person came from to reach that destination, right? And so that's one way to allocate miles to shopping. And then another one is some kind of simulation method where you're simulating, okay, so where are people going to do their shopping trips? And then generally with the simulations that I've seen in literature, people are simulating, imagining that all of the personal shopping trips would have been essentially home to store, back home, kind of round trip shopping trips. Both of these I am postulating are inaccurate. And specifically, the travel survey approach underestimates shopping travel, and the simulation approach overestimates shopping travel by quite a bit. And this is the main finding of our study, and I'll show you how we propose that one might do it better. So, I have a lot of slides that look like this. To just kind of illustrate what you get depending on what type of trip chain you're trying to represent shopping out of and using the different methods. So in a simple shopping trip where you're just going from home to the store and back home, if you use the travel survey data, then you just end up with a one-way trip, which is not quite right? Because the trip back home wouldn't have been taken either if you didn't have to go to the store in the first place. And so the simulation is more correct, right? If you use a simulation method, you think, okay, well, a simple shopping trip, home to store and back home, the simulated distance for shopping is the round trip, which seems like a good idea. If you have a more complex shopping trip and you go to 2 stores on your trip chain, then the travel survey method gets the trip from your home to the first store, from the first store to the second store, but misses the trip going back home. If you do a complex shop tour, and you simulate it though, you end up with this, which is the home to one store and back again, and the home to the second store and back again. And this is obviously incorrect. If you are going someplace else other than to a store on your tour, and I call these complex tours, which are at 59% there. That's about 59% of the NHTS tours are what I'm calling complex tours. So this is most of them. So you go someplace else, and then you go to the store, and then you go back home. The travel survey approach gives you that little one blue arrow and misses the rest of the tour. The simulation gives you this other set of arrows that's from your home to the store and back home, ignoring the fact that you went someplace else. So the research question is, how far are we actually driving to shop? So we used the two most recent National Household Travel Survey data sets from California, which included the full lat-long coordinates for all origins and destinations. And this is very important, as you'll see, to get the numbers that we're gonna show you. We originally just did it with 2017, and then we thought, well, we could replicate with 2009 and just see how different it is. So I'll show you both. So this is how we did it. So for simple or complex shopping trip, which is 41% of the shopping included tours in the travel survey from, I think the 41% is from 2017. I don't think it was too different in the 2009. We count the full tour distance. So in a simple shopping trip, just there and back. In a complex shopping trip, there to in between your stores and back home, the full tour distance. In a situation where you have a more complex tour, we divide it into two types of complex tours. One is where we said, okay, this is complex tour, but the primary destination for the tour is to go to the store. So the store is the reason that we're going shopping. Maybe we stop at a park on the way home is the little icon I put here, but you can imagine stopping off at, I don't know, a friend's house, or I think actually that we count it as a primary destination. This is where it gets a little fuzzy, whether it's which complex tours are primary shopping, which tours are secondary shopping. But this is, I'll show you how we did it. So if there are other destinations that are not for shopping, then we count the full tour distance without the secondary destinations, which meant that we had to do some calculations that were different from what was actually in the data set. For the complex tours that were what we called secondary shopping tours, and the primary example of this is someone who goes to work and stops at the store on the way home. Then, and this is where we really needed those lat-long coordinates, we counted the out-of-the-way distance for the stop at the store. So this looks kind of complicated, but essentially we said, okay, well, what's the actual tour distance that the entire tour that the people took? And then what would the tour have been like if you took out the trip to the store and subtract those two? And then these are one could argue, like I said, about this a lot, and we thought about it a good bit. We've tried different versions of it, but if a tour had a trip purpose of going to work, school, medical destination, a church destination, dropping off somebody, or visiting family or friends, we called all of those primary trip purposes, and if they stopped at a store, we called that secondary. And so using the lat-long coordinates, we calculated all of the distances using open source routing, machine algorithms. And this is what we found. So for the 2009 NHTS data, so one of the other things that was a little tricky about this is you got really weird results. Sometimes if you allowed, if you included tours where part of the trip was super long, so some people would go, on a 200-mile trip, and then they would stop at the store. And then that really throws everything off. And so we did different versions of it where we cut off, didn't include the tours that included any single legs of the tour that had really long trips. So one of them was cut off at 100 miles, another one we cut off at 50 miles. I think the 50-mile one is probably the more reliable. But anyway, but you see that when you compare our method to the survey data method to the simulation method, it sort of doesn't matter where you cut it off very much in noticing how large the difference is. So we found that the shopping VMT per household per day was somewhere around 4 miles. And if you use just the travel survey method, you get 30% less than that. And if you use the simulation method, you get about 80% more than that. And this is 2017 results, slightly different, but basically the bias is quite similar. The shopping VMT per day is like 3.5-ish miles. The travel survey method is about 20% less than that, and the simulation method is about 100% more than that. So again, the NHTS or the travel survey based method of assigning VMT to shopping purpose underestimates shopping travel, and simulation overestimates shopping travel. And both of these biases are quite large. And I guess my suggestion is that you could use, if you're doing this kind of comparison to the environmental impact of e-shopping, e-commerce, and home delivery, you should use a better sort of counterfactual, more like our calculation method, to figure out what the difference is in terms of the environmental impact. But we just did this in California because that's where we had the lat-long coordinates to go with the travel survey data. And so I can't say for sure whether our results are entirely transferable to the nation. I'm sure it's going to be off. I don't know if the percentages are going to be the same, but we're working on that now. And just say thanks for your attention. Any questions?
Hi, Brian.
I guess.
Thanks, Deborah. That was super interesting. Because I don't work in this area, what I'm going to do is violate every researcher's rule and offer anecdotal and personal information to think about this. But beyond what you're looking at, it strikes me that that it may not be random, the delivery services that replace the personal shopping services. And, I just think about the kind of the decisions that people make, especially coming out of the pandemic, if they become more accustomed to e-commerce. I find that for things that are regular trips that are familiar, I know the goods that I want, I tend to tie those into personal shopping trips tied to, in a trip chained activity that I stop at Trader Joe's and pick up the things that I usually pick up on my way here or there. The things that I now use for e-commerce are those that involve usually some uncertainty, because there's uncertainty in buying things through e-commerce. But if I don't know if I can get the right kind of connector for my laptop, I just buy it through Amazon. Where before, because I'd have to say I'd run to 3 or 4 stores to look around and see if I could find the right things. So I find that the more uncertain I am about the in-person experience, the more likely I am to shift to e-commerce, and the more familiar I am with it, the more likely I am to keep with personal. So even after you got done doing this work, it'd be interesting then to think about, we're not randomly selecting and pulling e-commerce trips out. It might be there's certain kinds of trips, shopping trips, that are more likely to be substituted. And it's just an observation that might follow on from your work. And I don't know what the environmental implications of that would be, but it does strike me that, that shopping trips take many forms and many motivations. Just a thought.
Yeah, great idea. I know that in part of the follow-on work that we've been doing, we did separate out a few different types of shopping destinations. Like we we did identify like which of these shopping destinations are, for instance, grocery stores, which of them are big box stores, and which of them are other stores, but I don't have any of those results to share with you. But we are starting to think about that, and I think you're right that it's important to think about that as well. Yeah.
Other questions? Okay, I'm going to invite the panelists all to come up then on the stage with myself.
So can I ask a question?
Go for it.
So I have a question for you.
So.
I was really interested by, I mean, I'm interested by this sort of allocation of curb space, and I think the stuff you're doing is really cool. One thing that I wondered though was who allocates it? Like, is it the, and the reason I'll give you a little background on why I'm asking and interested in this. I've done some work myself, working with local like downtown business associations and trying to understand to what extent they are involved in curb space decision making. And so I wonder, in your work, who are you working with? Is it only cities? Is it some of these business groups? Is it like who?
So in the public right of way, it would be the local DOT. So LA DOT, like we've spoken with and stuff like that about this. In certain areas, if there is a business improvement district or something like that, they would be able to kind of, I guess, have a little bit of say in that in the decision-making process. So those are kind of typically the kind of, yeah, it's usually the DOT that kind of does it, or in coordination with Public Works. Part of the problem is that there is so many curb that hasn't been like exactly fully defined, and so there's a lot of different players. I mean, you have the curb also act as the gutter system, as all the assets and parking signs on the streets, so like Public Works, DOT. You have all these different agencies that then need to coordinate, and there haven't necessarily been one department that always kind of comes to the forefront that kind of takes the charge on that. Maybe there's some finger pointing and just kind of trying to defer to a different agency or something. So that is definitely one of the challenges in the space and looking at that. You often then also get a lot of public pushback if you're trying to remove parking spaces or anything like that on any type of project. So that's probably within the public right of way. That's kind of the biggest challenge, is kind of coordinating all these different groups, as well as kind of getting that public, typically, generally speaking, public pushback against taking parking spaces. But then on certain, we've also looked at it and kind of thinking about more on private land uses, whether it be shopping malls, like sport arenas and things like that. At LAX, the LA exit, for example, or something like that, to kind of help move vehicles more efficiently, especially for just trying to get mass pickup and drop-offs going on. So, and that would be kind of, yeah, that private property owner who's going to be really kind of looking to lead the charge on that. So kind of different for different contexts, but yeah, in the public right of way, DOT would probably be, I would say, the forefront, but there is a lot of coordination just because curbs do so many different aspects and are involved in so many different kind of parts of urban planning.
Sounds great. So I'm going to ask about as complicated a question as I can come up with. So this session is about transportation demand management and planning through change. So to me, transportation demand management means a lot of things. I think we talked about peak spreading. We talked about maybe shifting towards bikes, understanding the implications of e-shopping and travel behavior in general. So the policy space is obviously huge, right? There's so many options we have to manage this demand. So, I mean, I'm happy to, it'd be great if you could talk about within your areas of curb space and shopping and bikes, but just generally, what do you think are the best policy levers we have, and how those change from 2019 to 2022?
Okay, so obviously looking at pricing is always an option for trying to implement demand management. I think our some of our best strategies looking forward could tie into some of the incentivization or looking at how can we keep as many trips as possible virtual and trying to really emphasize that the at least from a work perspective, keeping as many of the telecommuting jobs in place to mute the peaks, because the peaks are where I see the problem still. It's where our congestion problems are going to continue to emerge, and that's. I actually had a question for you whether we really could have a technology only solution for automated vehicles, or whether we're going to have to come up with an entirely different vision of what some of our infrastructure looks like to accommodate the curb traffic. And then that introduces new potential inefficiencies. So that's my initial thought, but I don't do a huge amount in demand management.
That's right. I was actually going to mention infrastructure, right? So bike lanes, is that one of our most powerful levers that we have to, I don't know, take back space from personal vehicles, single vehicle trips?
So for sure, I think that the argument I would make is that by providing safe spaces or I won't call them safe spaces, safer spaces or allocated space for bicyclists, you're able to attract them together and to provide an incentive for them to use a particular facility, for them to as opposed to scattering them across on a variety of different locations and then creating an environment where motorists, I think that there's something to be said, given my experience bicycling in Portland, that, there's something to be said for bicyclists spreading everywhere, but there's also something for motorists to understand where they need to be most concerned about bicyclists and pedestrians. I mean, the whole point with crosswalks is to make sure we know where a pedestrian is supposed to be stepping out off the curb. So.
Pass it to Deborah if you have any thoughts.
Yeah, it's a really tough question.
Fair enough. Ryan?
I can add a little bit to you. So yeah, I definitely agree with the pricing being the strongest thing. That's going to encourage behavioral change in anything that we do. And a couple of different applications of that and related to the infrastructure part that you were talking about. I mean, when autonomous vehicles kind of really are able to get around, and use kind of the stereotypical example of an autonomous Uber or whatever, or car share, how is the infrastructure going to plan for that to avoid doing zombie trips or zero passenger vehicles, all those deadhead trips, or just circling? Is it going to be, how do you financially incentivize whether it's going to be cheaper to maybe have designated parking queuing areas for these autonomous vehicles and areas, or do you charge a vehicle mile traveled fee that is higher for vehicles with zero passengers in them? Again, it's a form of pricing that then can encourage that. So a lot of different ways to apply it. I mean, I talked about that the curb access fee is another potential option. There's a lot of different things that you could do to kind of help change the way that you think. But yeah, I mean, I would say pricing is by far going to be the strongest. And we take that from outside of the transportation space. Anything that we do, people are going to want to change their behavior to save some money, or so.
Yeah, I guess I said I didn't have anything to say based on this research that I did, that sort of arithmetic calculation of shopping travel, but I agree with your point that pricing is, I mean, the previous presentation I made this morning was all about how, we just need to figure out how to make driving a bit more expensive because it's in most cases the cheapest and most convenient and sort of best option for people. And why would we ask them? Yeah, they're not going to choose anything different unless we make it not the cheapest and most convenient and most reliable thing. And so I guess I think, but pricing is really hard, right? Like the whole ecosystem of our transportation and land use system has been oriented around cars for so long, and people are so used to the status quo being that I get to drive my car on free roads and park it in mostly free or low-cost spots at my destination, and those parking spaces are plentiful. And so if that's kind of the status quo and what people are expecting and what they've built their whole lives around, it's very difficult to change it. You can't, I think it's, as much as I would love it to change, tomorrow, I think it's not fair to change it dramatically and quickly.
And there are equity issues.
Right, it's not fair. It's not fair to anyone, and it's certainly not fair to people who are struggling. And so I think, but I do think there are strategies. That doesn't mean you do nothing. It seems like you can do it slowly so that people have a chance to slowly adjust to the new reality of, infrastructure not all being free and parking not being quite so plentiful, and taking some of that parking space that you have taken away and make it into space for other modes, making the transit faster, making bike lanes, making better places for people to walk, making it safer to do other things. I mean, I think there's real options, and I don't know. It would be great if some of those were to get implemented.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned driving and parking so cheap and kind of heavily subsidized by kind of community. I think one example of, he said it would be nice to have a transition over time to kind of do that. And yeah, very, very much agree. One example I will bring up that I think didn't do this well, and I think all of us can probably experience this over the past, kind of the change from pre-pandemic, post-pandemic. Use TNCs in general. Booking a few years ago, it was so easy, cheap to get around, kind of take a quick Uber or Lyft. It was very convenient. I mean, got to ride quickly, pretty cheap. I got rid of my car a few years ago knowing that I always had TNCs as a safety net. But now those companies are now publicly traded companies. They're not venture-backed. They're not heavily subsidized anymore. And people are seeing the true cost of taking those trips and what it costs to pay the driver, pay for the vehicle, pay for the service, everything like that, where we're all used to having everything heavily subsidized like we currently are with driving and parking. And so I very much agree. It needs to be done in a gradual way, where I feel like that wasn't necessarily done in the price increase in TNCs over the past, let's say, 3 years or so. That now everyone's getting this price shock of saying, oh, this actually isn't as nice and convenient as I originally thought, because now I'm paying twice as much. But when you really look down actually at the numbers, you were forgetting about half of that trip being subsidized by venture capital back in the day. So that was kind of an example of one that didn't do it as well, but very much agree, kind of have to do it in a gradual way so that people don't get that culture shock or whatever you want to call it.
Did you see any patterns and trends when you had a different primary to secondary trip? Did you see different VMTs emerging for those different primary trip purposes?
I would need to go in the data and calculate it to be able to answer that. I don't know. I made these tables of the medians and the averages, but I didn't disaggregate by trip type. Yeah, so I don't know.
Okay. Go ahead. I was going to get one last question, if that's okay.
Yeah, I have a question
go right
for him
ahead.
too, but go ahead.
You can win.
Which was, so, usually in peer research conferences, we talk a lot about future research. So for the research presentations, what is next? What is the next big question you're trying to answer? And obviously Ryan as well, right? So on your consulting work side, what is the next question you're trying to answer? What are the big ones downstream? You can go first.
I'll go first.
Oh, I mean,
one of y'all can go first.
For our shopping travel analysis, it's really just test it for more data sets, maybe do some disaggregation the way Brian suggested and the way you just suggested, and then try to partner with people who are estimating the other side of the equation on the delivery, and see if we can together come up with a better comparison.
Although I can tell you, like, the issue with what's the primary activity, there's probably more uncertainty on the fleet side as to how quick the time deliveries are going to be. That's changing weekly from Amazon's perspective, right? With demand changes. Anyway, sorry to interrupt. Other future research questions?
For us, it's moving into some of the more network-wide applications and really exploring the challenges associated with expanding out to these network counts. That's really what the next step for his research is. He's pretty much exhausted this area. I think those are the next primary directions for him. I think he's also looking into some network analysis around the types of facilities that provide safer access for the bicyclists.
How much is a permanent counter? Like, how much does it cost a state DOT or a city to implement?
I'm certain a city person would be much better at answering that question. The pneumatic tubes don't cost much at all, but then you have to still
maintain.
Well, you have to staff the process. You've got to collect the data and then have the staff, if you're going to do short-term counts, picking up the counters and moving them around and collecting and processing the data.
But a lot of cities don't even have those pneumatic tube counters. I know because I have one now.
And you had to buy one.
I bought it, yeah, for my research, and I talked to the city of Tempe where I live, and they're like, "Oh wow, you have one of those counters? Can we?" Like, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really involved in research, but one research kind of related question that I can see out of this, and kind of following up on a question that Brian asked about being able to kind of see being able to quantify that behavioral aspect, the behavioral change of things, and the productivity index, and factoring that in for all different types of modes. I'd be really interested in kind of seeing that as kind of a next research question of kind of how can you quantify what is that highest and best use for the curb, how to improve that, and doing that. So maybe that's a capstone next year, Brian.
All right, well, thank you all very much, and thanks to the audience. And join me in giving the speakers another hand.
I wonder I had a question for you.
Okay, we are ready to go. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you don't start dozing off after lunch. Okay, so welcome to today's last technical session, Equity in Urban Planning, Theory and Applications. Unfortunately, one of our speakers was unable to make it today. But I'm excited to share that we still have two speakers who will be presenting some pretty good information. Also, we're going to start out with Ambrish Nag, who works at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory in Colorado. His presentation is on evaluating equitable mobility impacts with the mobility, energy, productivity metric. And we have Mark with RSG Inc. He is the director of RSG. He will speak on equity implications of changes in travel behavior due to COVID-19, and these are results from a national survey across a 2-year span. So each presenter will come up, introduce themselves, provide a little bit of background about themselves, and then jump into their presentation. And then we will hold questions until both presenters are done. We do ask that you please walk to one of the microphones and ask your question. And I encourage you to come up to the podium and ask questions. We'll have plenty of time for questions because we only have 2 presenters. So with that, I will pass it on to Ambrish. Oh, and you know what? I forgot to introduce myself. My name's Esther Sehan, and I'm a senior environmental planner for the Idaho Department of Environment. I'm sorry, the Idaho Transportation Department.
Thank you, Esther. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Ambrish Nag. I am a staff researcher at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory in Golden, Colorado. And I've been at NREL for like more than a decade. I'm a data scientist by training, and I work in a variety of interesting data science projects across multiple domains of renewable energy and sustainability research. So for my transportation work, I've been working on the MAP project, which is funded by the DOE Smart 2.0 initiative, and I'm also part of another transportation project where I work as part of a team which is developing a digital twin for the traffic system in Chattanooga, Tennessee. So without further ado, let me jump into my presentation. So today I'm going to talk about evaluating equitable mobility impacts with the mobility energy productivity metric. And before I start my talk, I want to acknowledge the contributions of my team members and co-workers who have contributed to this work, namely Chris Heaney, Rob Fitzgerald, Stan Young, and Venu Garikapati, who's the PI. Let me give you a brief overview, a brief background about the MAP metric. So as most of you know, in the transportation domain, access is defined as the quality of a network or system to connect people to goods, services, and employment to enable a better quality of life. Now, we define mobility as the efficiency of providing access, and we want to quantify mobility along dimensions of energy, time, and cost. Now, why in the first place are we interested to quantify the quality of mobility? This is because the ability to quantify the quality of mobility at a given location is the very first step in answering several important questions, such as how does an infrastructure investment impact the mobility of a place or a region? How do you evaluate competing infrastructure options for the dollar, which will also provide the greatest mobility for travelers? How does mobility impact a person's quality of life? And so on and so forth. Now, there already exist multiple mobility metrics like walk score, bike score, transit score. However, these are somewhat siloed because they are specific to individual modes of transport. We wanted to develop a more holistic measure of mobility, which encompasses multiple modes of transport. As a result of this endeavor, our team at NREL came up with the MEP, or Mobility Energy Productivity Metric. The MEP metric quantifies the mobility potential of a location while accounting for energy, cost, like time of travel, and affordability. Now, to measure the number of opportunities that are accessible from a specific location in a specific amount of time and using a specific mode, we use the concept of travel time isochrones. Before I get into that, let me just describe what an isochrone is. Now, as you can see, like an isochrone is defined as a line that is drawn on a map that connects points at which something occurs or arrives at the same time. So to be more specific, for my case, the travel time isochrone is a line on a map that connects all the locations that can be reached from another specified location in a given amount of time using a specific mode. Let me give you an example. Let's look at this specific location in Columbus, Ohio, that is shown by the blue locator pin. Now, all the locations that can be reached from this original location by biking in 10 minutes are connected by this purple line. So this purple line, this is the 10-minute biking isochrone. So it should be noted that all the opportunities that can be reached from this specific location by biking within 10 minutes are bounded by this 10-minute biking isochrone. So the green line, it represents the 20-minute biking isochrone. Similarly, the orange line represents the 30-minute biking isochrone. And the red line, this is the 40-minute biking isochrone. Now, you must have noticed that as we consider isochrones corresponding to longer and longer travel times, the number of opportunities that are enclosed by these isochrones, that also grows. What the MEP metric does is, the MEP metric quantifies the number of opportunities that people can reach within a certain travel time threshold using different transportation modes. Now, the number of opportunities is weighted by time, energy, and cost efficiency metrics of different transportation modes, as well as the frequency of engaging in different types of activities and mode choice. So the final result, the end result, is a single measure called the MEP metric for each location or for each grid cell. Now, in addition to estimating the MEP score for each grid cell or each location, we also undertake a city level aggregation of the MEP metric by averaging the grid cell MEP scores after weighting by the fraction of the population that is associated with each grid cell. And let me get a little deeper into this. Let me give you a toy example. So as I mentioned, it's a toy example. So we consider, for example, let's consider a small town, which has 4 zones. Like instead of grid cells, I'm using zones. It has 4 zones 1 to 4. And the total population of the town is, 875. Now, these numbers, 10, 25, 123, and 32, these are the MEP scores of zones 1 to 4 respectively. Now, if we just aggregate these MEP scores without weighting by the population fraction, then the aggregation is just a simple sum of these numbers, which is 190. However, we get a different result if we do weighting by the population fractions. Now, like what is the population fraction? So let's take the example of zone 1. So zone 1 has a population of 50, and the total population is 875. Hence, the population fraction for zone 1 is 50 over 875. So what we do is, we multiply the MEP score for each zone by the corresponding population fraction, and then we do the aggregation. And as you can see, this procedure significantly alters the value of the MEP from the original formulation. Not only that, if we redistribute the population of the different zones while keeping the total population of the town to be the same, that also can significantly alter the aggregated MEP value. Now let's talk about adding a socio-demographic layer to map. Why do we need to incorporate socio-demographic aspects in the map calculation? And this is because an average map score for a location that encompasses all modes, activities, and travel times, it might not resonate with specific socio-demographic groups or cohorts. For example, individuals who are car constrained because of age or low income, they might have different travel and activity preferences compared to an average traveler. So this is why we have tried to make enhancements to the map score calculation methodology to make these map scores more reflective of travel characteristics of specific socio-demographic groups or cohorts. This is like the mathematical formulation, of the map score, and I'm not going to go deep into this, but this is just a baseline before we introduce the effect of the socio-demographics. So to make, as I said, to make the map scores more reflective of the travel characteristics of socio-demographic cohorts, the map value at the ith location for the gth cohort using the kth mode is multiplied by the modal preference of the gth cohort for the kth mode. And this can significantly alter the aggregated map score. Let's give you an example. So in the table on the right, so we have the map scores at a given location for 4 different modes. Now, if we just aggregate these scores without multiplying by the corresponding mode share frequencies or modal preferences, then the aggregation result is just a sum, so that it ends up being 175. On the other hand, if we multiply these map scores with the corresponding modal preferences or mode share frequencies, we see that the aggregated map changes to 104.25. So you can see that including the effect of modal preferences can significantly alter the aggregated map value. Now let me walk you through the workflow for the socio-demographic incorporated map analysis. So in the very first step, we identify the socio-demographic dimensions or factors that are of interest to us. In the next step, we carry out a clustering analysis to identify the unique cohorts. So it should be noted that this step can be skipped if only one socio-demographic dimension is being analyzed or if only one socio-demographic factor is being considered. In the next step, we obtain the activity frequencies, mode share frequencies, and travel time thresholds of the identified cohorts. Now, how do we get these activity frequencies, mode share frequencies, and travel time thresholds? These are estimated from the NHTS 2017 TRIPS data. So once we have the travel time thresholds for the different cohorts, we get the corresponding travel time isochrones, from TomTom data. The next step is a computation of the pixel level map scores for the chosen cohorts. The succeeding step is the generation of the population proportion distributions at the pixel level for each cohort of interest. So we need the population fractions to weight the grid level map scores to yield the city level aggregated map score. And for that, we need the population distributions for the different cohorts. So these population distributions are estimated using 1-year American Community Survey data from the US Census Bureau. And for this work, we have used the ACS, the 1-year ACS data for 2019. And the final step, as I mentioned, is the computation of the city level map scores for each cohort. So this slide compares the population distribution of a low-income cohort and a high-income cohort with the total population distribution. Now, I'm showing this slide because the population distribution has an effect on the value of the overall map score or the aggregated map score. How do the differential population distributions of the low-income cohort and the high-income cohort affect the overall map score? Let us consider a specific location in the Chicago area where the population percentage of the low-income cohort is higher than that of the high-income cohort. Assuming that the map values are the same at this location for the 2 different cohorts, the contribution of the map value at this location to the overall map is higher for the low-income cohort compared to the high-income cohort, and this is because of the higher representation of the low-income cohort at this specific location. Now that I have given you some context about socio-demographic incorporated MEP, I'm about to present our results. So first we talk about analysis, where only single socio-demographic factors or dimensions are used to define cohorts. So on this slide, we show the variation in travel patterns across income-based cohorts. Now, individuals belonging to households with annual household income exceeding $100,000 are considered to belong to the high-income cohort, whereas individuals belonging to households with household annual income less than $50,000 are considered to belong to the low-income cohort. Now, these numbers, $50,000 and $100,000, these are the first and second tertiles of the household annual income distributions for the Chicago area as estimated from the census data. Now, there are like two figures, there are two panels, there's the left panel and the right panel. So the left panel shows the variation of the activity frequencies of these three different cohorts, the baseline cohort, the low-income cohort, and the high-income cohort, and the different classes of activities that we have considered for estimating the MEP metric are as follows. These are jobs. Jobs is one category. Another category is school, daycare, religious. Then there's medical, there's shopping and errands, there's recreation, and there's meals. Now, it should be noted that for the low-income cohort indulges in shopping and errands activities to a higher extent than members of the high-income cohort, whereas the high-income cohort accesses job opportunities to a higher extent compared to the low-income cohort. Now, the figure in the right panel, it shows the variation in the mode share frequencies across these three cohorts, and the modes that we use for the MEP calculations are walking, biking, driving, transit, and TNC. So as I mentioned, in addition to the activity frequencies and the mode share frequencies, we also use the travel time isochrones as input to the MEP workflow. Now, travel time isochrones up to 40 minutes in increments of 10 minutes, that is like 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, they were considered for each mode depending on the 85th percentile of the travel time by each mode. So these two tables show the mapping between the 85th percentile travel time by a given mode and the corresponding maximum travel time isochrone that is considered for the MEP calculations. For example, for the low-income cohort, the 85th percentile of travel time by walking is 25 minutes. Now, the multiple of 10 that is nearest to 25, not exceeding 40, is 30 minutes. That is why we have used up to the 30 minutes walking isochrones for estimation of the MEP metric for the low-income cohort. Similarly, for the high-income cohort, the 85th percentile of travel time by biking is 38 minutes. Now, the multiple of 10 that is nearest to 38, not exceeding 40, is 40 minutes. That is why we have used up to the 40 minutes biking isochrones for estimation of the high-income, for estimation of the MEP of the high-income cohort. So when I say I use like biking isochrones up to the 30 minutes, that, as I mentioned earlier, like I'm using isochrones in increments of 10 minutes. So when I say I'm using walking isochrones up to 30 minutes, I imply that I am using the 10-minute walking isochrone, 20-minute walking isochrone, and 30-minute walking isochrone as inputs to the MEP estimation for the low-income cohort. So on this slide, we compare our results, for the MEP estimation for the two low-income and high-income cohorts with the baseline cohort corresponding to the total population. And as you can see from these figures, there's no significant difference at the between the grid level MEP values. However, when you compare like the aggregated city level MEP values, then the value is around 50%, 55% higher for the high income cohort corresponding to the low income cohort. And this is because the high-income cohort has a greater representation, or it has a higher population than the low-income cohort in the Chicago area, which tilts the balance in favor of the high-income cohort. Next, we talk about the variation in travel patterns across vehicle ownership-based cohorts. Now, if individuals belong to a household with no vehicles, the individuals belong to a no-vehicle cohort. On the other hand, if individuals belong to households where the number of drivers equals or exceeds the number of the vehicles in the household, then the individuals belong to a vehicle-sufficient cohort. So here also we have plotted the activity frequencies and the mode share frequencies across these three groups. And in comparison, like in stark contrast to the income-based cohorts, we see that there's a significant variation in mode share frequencies among these three cohorts. There's also some variation in the activity frequencies, but the variation in mode share frequencies is significantly more. For example, like the vehicle-sufficient cohorts uses driving as a mode to a much greater extent than the no-vehicle cohort, whereas the no-vehicle cohort uses all the modes other than driving to a much greater extent. So here also we have mapped the 85th percentile travel time by each mode to the corresponding maximum travel time isochrones. And it should be noted that for both the no-vehicle cohort and the vehicle-sufficient cohort, we use the same number of driving isochrones. However, because the modal preference of the no-vehicle cohort is so much lower than that of the vehicle-sufficient cohort, the effect of this equality is negated. So here we present the results for the MEP estimation results for the no-vehicle and the vehicle-sufficient cohorts. As you can see, there's significant variation both at the grid level and at the city level. Now, the variation at the grid level, it's mostly arises from the variation in the mode share frequencies and to some extent from the difference in activity frequencies between these two cohorts. At the same time, when we consider the city level aggregation, then the population of the vehicle sufficient cohort is considerably more than that of the no vehicle cohort, and that, as a result of which, the overall MEP value, the city level MEP value for the vehicle sufficient cohort is almost 15 times the corresponding value for the no vehicle cohort. So till now, we have been discussing results where we have considered only a single socio-demographic factor to define the cohorts. What happens if we use multiple socio-demographic factors? So consideration of multiple socio-demographic factors can lead to a large number of cohorts. Let me give you a simple example. So previously we were considering either income-based cohorts or vehicle ownership-based cohorts. For income-based cohorts, there were three categories, though we showed the results for only low income and high income, but basically there's low income, medium income, and high income. Similarly, for vehicle ownership-based grouping, there's a no vehicle cohort, there's a vehicle sufficient cohort, and there's a vehicle deficient cohort. So there are three cohorts in each case. However, if we use both these factors to define the cohorts, then we can have 3 times 3 or 9 total cohorts based on both household income and vehicle ownership. However, it should be noted that not all of these 9 cohorts will have the travel patterns that are distinct from one another. Cluster analysis can be used to group cohorts that have common travel attributes. And in the example presented here, we have used the mode share frequency as the cluster identification factor. So we have used 2 clustering algorithms within sum of squares elbow method and the silhouette method for identifying these clusters. And both these methods indicate that the optimal number of clusters is 2. So what are these 2 clusters? So the first cluster is a no vehicle cluster. So this contains 3 out of the 9 cohorts that I described on the previous slide. And these 3 cohorts are the no vehicle cohorts for each of the 3 income ranges. And the second cluster is a vehicle owning cluster. These contains the remaining 6 of the 9 cohorts. And these are the vehicle sufficient and vehicle deficient cohorts for each of the 3 income ranges. Now this becomes much more clearer if I show you this figure. The figure on this slide shows a parallel coordinate plot of the mode share frequencies for these 9 cohorts. So it is clearly evident from this figure that 3 of these 9, which are shown in red, they form one clear cluster, whereas the remaining 6 shown in blue, they form another clear cluster, basically. So So what we found, we also did the similar analysis, we looked at the comparison of the mode share frequencies and the activity frequencies for these two cohort clusters, and the results are quite similar. They're similar, at least qualitatively, to the results when we compare the no vehicle cluster with the vehicle sufficient cluster. Yeah, I'm not going to spend much time on this. We have done the same thing. We have mapped the 85th percentile travel time to the maximum travel time isochrones for these two cohort clusters. These are our results. As you can see, there's significant variation both at the grid level and at the city level. So it goes, it's hard to miss that these trends are very similar to the trends that you observe for the no vehicle versus vehicle sufficient cluster. So the message, so what this analysis tells us is that when we use both the income, the household income, and the vehicle ownership to define the cohorts, so the vehicle ownership then emerges as a dominant factor that identifies similar travel behavior. So that brings me to the end of my talk. So let me summarize what we have done. So we have shown that MEP scores are modified when socio-demographic factors such as household annual income and vehicle ownership are taken into account. So in this particular case, the vehicle ownership has a greater effect of MEP compared to the household annual income. So when we cluster the cohorts that are defined using multiple socio-demographic factors, the clustering can indicate which factor is dominant over the other factor or factors. And so this is the summary of what we have described in the seminar. And then for the future, we are going to use this workflow to predict MEP for different socio-demographic groups for future scenarios where future travel behavior and population can be simulated using models. For example, the future travel behavior will be simulated using the Polaris model, and the population can be simulated using Urban Sim. So we should acknowledge the DOE, the Vehicle Technologies Office, for generously funding this work. And thanks to all of you for listening to my talk, and I'll be happy to take your questions. Thank you very much. Sure.
So in the beginning, I think you motivated the MEP by talking about energy consumption. Was I incorrect? And if I was not incorrect, where does energy come into this metric?
Yeah. Okay. So basically what happens is, I mentioned that we measure the number of opportunities, right? And now these opportunities are weighted by a measure of energy efficiency. And that will become a little clear if I show you. Sorry. So these are the opportunities. Mm-hmm. And then the opportunities are we have a modal weighting factor, and the modal weighting factor has an energy intensity component, it has a travel time component, and it has a operational and capital cost component.
Okay, so the question I wanted to ask is, how is this different than the log sum or consumer welfare-based approaches to accessibility? I mean, everything I've seen seems to be a repeat of that with just different internal metrics, except for maybe this energy intensity component that you've added here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't think I can. I'm not familiar with the other approach, so I can't exactly compare.
We can talk afterwards.
We can talk offline.
Thank
yeah.
you.
And then we'll open it up.
I have a quick question. So
Sure.
has safety been considered in any of the metric consideration? Because 10 minutes walking could be, on safe sidewalks, or you have to kind of walk with the cars or cross highways.
Right.
Is there any way to indicate safety in this consideration?
Yeah, we have plans to incorporate safety, but we're not there yet. I mean, it's in our list of goals and achievables. But as of now, there's nothing. Yeah.
Okay. So we will move on to the next presentation. And then if you do have any questions for Amesh, hold off till the end of the presentation, Mark's presentation, and then you can ask.
Good afternoon. I should mention that I am a director of RSG, not the director. We have lots of directors. And RSG is a company that was founded in Vermont about 35 years ago. I work out of a home office up the coast in Santa Barbara, so I have a 3,000-mile telecommute. And our main line of work is travel demand modeling based on survey data, and we also do a lot of travel surveys ourselves. When the COVID pandemic started, a lot of agencies that we do travel surveys for, state and regional governments, stopped doing travel surveys. So we started a survey to look at what's happening with COVID across the country. Mostly it's self-funded work, mostly to keep ourselves abreast of what's happening, and it's interesting research. So, as I said, it's a nationally representative survey, repeated cross-section, see how things are changing over time. When we started it, we weren't imagining it, we would still be doing it 2 years later, but we are. Talk a little bit about the methodology. So it has over 100 questions. Travel mode use, replacement of modes, both short distance daily travel and long distance travel. Teleworking, both past, before the pandemic, during, and people's expectations of future teleworking. A lot about school, a lot of attitudinal questions, and of course, demographics, employment information. And so our plan was to do this every 2 months or so, which we've mostly kept to during the pandemic, about 3,000 people each wave of the survey. And we use an online panel. I said this is self-funded, so we try to keep it affordable. But this panel, Full Circle, is one that we've used for lots of our different types of surveys in the past, and they are pretty reliable in terms of giving a representative sample. This shows when the 10 waves occurred. There was, starting pretty soon after the pandemic started, and first wave was in May of 2020. And our latest one was at the beginning of April, a couple of months ago, when you see, let's see, does this work? I don't know. Well, when you see hospitalization rates were very low at that point and gone up a little since then. So we need to weight the data. As I said, they do a pretty good job of getting representative sample. We show the unweighted sample there versus census data for weighting. And we see the sample we get before weighting is pretty representative along race and ethnicity, along age groups. Not so much by income. It's a little bit skewed towards lower incomes and also skewed on some other variables like education. So we use state-of-the-art weighting methods that we use for other surveys. We weight it separately within 5 regions of the country, which were those 5 regions there, and try to match a lot of census-based targets at the household level: income, household size, number of workers, vehicle ownership, and sort of family composition, household composition. And at the person level, age group, employment status, gender, crossed by whether there are children in the household or not, and race, ethnicity, crossed by high or low income, and also whether the person has a college degree or not. And it's just a survey of adults, no children in the survey. So that's just a quick overview of the survey. Actually, there's Johanna brought some one-page handouts on the survey, which are up on the top of the stairs. So this is kind of a conceptual diagram. So the sort of external influences on the left, of course, the pandemic itself, what's happening in COVID case rates and hospitalization rates. The policies about social distancing. So this is a travel demand management stream, and you could think of social distancing, shutting down businesses, things like that, as a kind of travel demand management. It's one we've never really faced before and probably hope we never do face again. But, and there's also the information that people are getting about that. So that affects just about every type of travel that people do. And I gave this has the main purposes of daily travel. So commuting, whether people go to the store and restaurants to get their food or have it delivered, whether people go to medical appointments or do telehealth or just postpone medical care. People are still getting a lot of exercise, but a lot of other types of recreation were sort of postponed. Social visits, of course, were hard to make and still are for some. And schools closed and universities. So all of those things affect not only someone's economic well-being, but also physical and mental, emotional well-being. And we've done a lot of presentations on the travel part. We haven't done so much on the well-being part, which is sort of attitudinal, which I think is really important for equity. So that's what I'll be focusing on more today. And those three measures are really interrelated because, you know, it costs money to stay healthy, and if you're not healthy, it's hard to earn money. And of course, physical and mental, emotional well-being go along or affect each other quite a bit. So there's a lot of feedback effects there. So the main questions we asked in the survey to measure these were, in the past 30 days, how much has your life changed in the following ways? And I'll actually read these since they're a pretty important part of the thing. So my ability to get outside, to get fresh air, to exercise or get fresh air, my ability to get out of the house and meet with friends or relatives, my ability to pay my bills on time, ability to obtain food and other essentials items when I need them, my ability to keep myself motivated and productive, my level of worry about my own health and the health of others in my family, and my level of worry about the future of the COVID-19 outbreak. And for each of those, people could give one of those 5 answers about how much change they had seen over the last 30 days in their own situation. So I'll give us a quick overview of the answers to these. So in each of these, the light and dark red are the percent of people who said it got worse, much worse or somewhat. The light and dark green are percent who said it got much better or somewhat better, and the sort of no change people are the gray, whitish gray parts in the middle. And the blue line is just the average score across all of those. They have a score from -2 for much worse to +2 for much better. So that's just the average. And if everybody said no change, then it would be the black line there, the sort of middle line. So you could see that not too many people said that their ability to pay their bills changed. and it was pretty neutral across the whole sample until early 2021, when it started getting better in general each wave. Now, ability to obtain food and other essentials shows more variation in the responses. We have more people with the red and green saying it got worse or better. And especially got worse around the holidays in 2020. But since early 2020, that's also basically been getting better on average for people. Now, the ability to get outside and get fresh air is, this is relative. We started collecting this in July 2020, so this would be, it's actually been getting better ever since the very earliest months of the pandemic. But getting out to meet with friends and relatives was actually getting a lot worse during the first year of the pandemic, until with a dip there in the first holiday season, until the vaccinations or the vaccines were available in like spring of 2021, and then it's been getting better since then. And this is about health concerns, which show pretty similar patterns. So you'll notice most of these are showing similar patterns. Again, when the vaccines became available, people had less worry over time about their health, and worry about the future of the pandemic sort of mirrors that, but it seems a little more exaggerated, like especially about people's pessimism during the first year of the pandemic. People seem more worried about the future than about their health at that time. And the final one is the staying motivated, which is pretty hard for a lot of people during the first year. Most, on average, getting a little bit better during 2021. But a big point here for equity is that even when things are getting better overall, there's still a lot of people in those red bars who things are getting worse for them, and vice versa. When things are getting worse overall, some people say they're doing better. So we want to know who are the people who are doing better and who are the people who are doing worse. And we did a multivariate ordered logit model to analyze the scores to each of these questions. About 50 variables in the model, 7 different models. I'm not going to show you a huge table of coefficients, but I will show some graphics. So I'm just going to talk about the variables that were significant in the models. And I won't focus too much on these graphs. They'll be in the PowerPoint on the website, because there's a lot of information in them. This is just across all time periods put together. If I tried to add the time dimension in here too across the 10 waves, it would be a very complicated graph, so it didn't do that. But one thing, mostly when we do surveys and look at travel behavior, once you take account of things like income, role in the household, employment status, we don't find a lot of difference between males and females. But in this survey, we did in terms of how they report their well-being. Females were significantly more likely to report things getting worse than men, especially on the economics, the motivation, and the worries about health. Although for both males and females, those things weren't as bad when they have children in the household with them, or when they live with their children. Males living alone also seem to have more positive scores. That's the red bars than the other groups. Okay, another one is age group. The young adults under 25 and the adults over 65 are most worried about health, most likely to say they can't visit friends. So the middle age groups seem to be doing better than the sort of more extreme age groups there. Education level, very significant in the models, even after including things that are correlated with education, like income, telecommuting. Education level is important. So basically, the higher the more college education people have, the higher the degree, the better they say they're doing. Same with income, very clear relationship with income on all the metrics. Higher the income, the better people are doing. And we also asked recent changes in job status, and people who've lost a job have trouble paying bills, which makes sense. Also more worried about health. The blue bars on the right, people who got a new job recently, even if it replaced an old job, they seem to report doing the best on everything, which could be, just kind of a change of pace, getting out of the doldrums of the pandemic. There's a huge job turnover, as you probably know, lately, so that could be part of it. People who can work from home most often, the more often people work from home, the better they say they are doing on all of these things. And people who aren't working at all, the worst. And I'll come back to teleworking, that's an important one. Okay, people in the most urban areas report changes for the better more often than people in more rural areas, except for getting outside. That's pretty even across all of the density groups. That's based on the population density and the zip code where they live. But then there's multifamily housing. So people who say they live in like apartment buildings with more than 5 or more units, and mobile homes doing worse on some of these things. So that might offset the urban effect a little bit, urban advantage. And an interesting thing here is that after we take account of all of those things, race and ethnicity differences didn't come out significant or very significant in the models, and no real clear patterns there. So I'm not sure if that's something about our data sample and if that's true in general. Of course, different race ethnicity groups can differ in terms of their income and opportunities and for teleworking and things like that. So there are reasons why they have equity differences. And my final one of these is that, and this probably is no surprise, people who agree with most strongly with social distancing policies are the ones who are most worried about health and health concerns, and also can't visit friends as often. So not sure which way the causality goes there. It's probably very mutual, that people who tend to worry about their health are more likely to do social distancing. Now, we looked at the social distancing variable a lot, or people's attitudes about social distancing, whether they thought it should stay in effect and people should stay home as much as they could. And it was getting stronger in general over 2020, and then it's been going down since then until now. Looks like a lot of people disagree with social distancing. But the variable we found that was the most highly correlated with this was the percentage of the people in their zip code who voted for Donald Trump versus Joseph Biden in 2020. So, which is not surprising. There's other variables, but this was the strongest relationship. So these slides are just kind of summarizing what I just went over, so I won't go through those. Just the last part about social distancing. So I'll end up just by talking a little bit about telecommuting trends. Our clients who do travel demand forecasting, I think telecommuting is the thing about the pandemic that they are most interested in. What's going to happen in the future with teleworking? And so we did ask questions about the future of teleworking, but we also looked at trends during COVID or during the pandemic so far. what's interesting is you can see the education level is one of the highest or the most determinant factors of who's allowed to telework and who's not within the types of jobs they have and so forth, or within a company. But that difference has been declining over time. So you see the difference between the education levels is smaller now than it was earlier on in the pandemic, which could suggest that the sort of equity differences related to teleworking might be getting less over time. I've read newspaper articles about that say, you know, the executives or people with the nicer jobs have nicer offices and a better work atmosphere, so they're more likely to go back to the office. I don't know how much of that is true. Income group is kind of similar, very significant. The higher income groups telecommute more, but as you see in the last few waves there, that's also been going, those differences have also been getting less over time. So that's sort of related to the education finding. So we asked people what industry they worked in, and you see teleworking frequency is highest for the sort of telecommunications, technology, business sectors, energy and government, nonprofit next. Then when we get down to the bottom with the least teleworking, it's more of the so-called essential workers who mostly had to keep working on site all during the pandemic. So the hospitality, like restaurants and hotels, retail, healthcare, construction, manufacturing. It's interesting to look how that's changed over time. Not surprisingly, the group that's changed the most over time is education. So because schools were closed early in the pandemic and most of them are open now. So the yellow bars for education and social work, a lot more of those people or people telecommuting fewer days per week. Government is also showing a little bit of that trend, more so than most of the other industries. So I'd like to acknowledge Abby Rosenson, my colleague who's managed this project, managed the surveys. Also Johannes Mudd, who's here, who's given some presentations on this work also. So thank you.
Questions? Come over this way. Okay, I don't see anybody.
Guess I answered them all.
So I'm actually, I've got a couple questions, and the first one is for Ambrish. How do you account for bias?
So that's a good question, but a hard question at the same time. So, it's a modeling approach, so we make multiple assumptions, but, it's also a data-centric approach, right? So we use like data from multiple sources, right? And so bias might creep in from the data sources, right? So I think the way to go about it is when we use the data for the MAP estimations, we make sure to the best of our ability that it is as bias-free as possible. That is, it is equally represented, between like, for example, we have enough data points for different activities and, different modes. So I think one example that I can give you was, like we were like this activity and mode share frequency was for the Chicago area, right? So we were taking like the NHTS strip data and we're doing data filtering, using like a NHTS code word for like the CBSA, right? So what we found out was, like particularly for the no vehicle cohort, there was not enough data for Chicago. So we used, I think the Illinois data. We got all the data for Illinois and we used the data for Illinois instead of using the data for Chicago. That is, like one route that we took. So we have, so far as the modeling assumptions are concerned, we have tried our best to make them bias-free, but bias might still creep in. So I think as we do the calculations for more and more cities, and for different times, I think if there's bias in the data, it will become apparent from multiple iterations. And then that will give us, an idea of where the bias is coming from, and it will give us a scope, an opportunity to redress that bias, basically.
How about you, Mark, in your survey development?
Well, non-response bias is a big thing in all surveys. Do we have a representative sample? It's really hard to tell because you can usually tell if you have a terrible sample because the data just doesn't make a lot of sense. But if the data makes sense, mostly, but you have specific findings, you were like on the race ethnicity thing. Do we have a really representative sample within each race ethnicity group? Even though the shares look right, what about the makeup of the people within that category? Unless you have a really, really high percentage of the population in your sample, you're never really sure about that. But as I said, we've liked the data we've gotten from this particular online panel before. So we do most of our surveys with address-based sampling, where we send out thousands and thousands and thousands of invitations to surveys and these days you only get about a 3 or 4% response rate if you're lucky. So even sort of the gold standard for surveys, which is probability-based, address-based sampling, isn't perfect. You're not sure that you have a bias-free sample these days, but we do weighting to adjust for at least the known biases compared to the census.
So I think we have someone who has a question, but I have a quick follow-up on that. So if you send out surveys to addresses,
yeah,
how do you account for residents who may have limited English skill?
Well, we do usually, not this survey, but when we do most of our travel surveys are in at least English and Spanish, a lot of times in Chinese or Mandarin, Hmong, yeah. Depends on the region, of course. Yeah.
Interesting.
But usually at least 3 or 4 languages.
Question?
Yeah. Thank you both for sharing the interesting results. The question I have been thinking is for the metric related to accessing resources, in a way, the underlying assumption is the more resources we can access, the better, right? But, when we talk about sustainability, we're talking about the limit of growth, right? What's necessary to have a quality life. And in a way, I think COVID provides an opportunity for us to rethink about, when our mobility is limited, what is necessary? What do we need to have a quality life? So I'm kind of want to ask you about what's your thought about, is there an optimal kind of access to resource that we should kind of design our system for or try to achieve, or is it always the more the better? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very good question. So one thing I'd like to add, and this is related to the question that Mark that Mark asked during my presentation was it weighted by energy and other factors. So as you can see, there was an exponential factor, which was, weighting the number of opportunities by the energy efficiency, travel time, and other costs like operational and capital costs. So basically, opportunities that are reached by a less energy efficient mode, they're given less weightage, and modes which which are more expensive, from an operational and capital opportunities that are accessed by modes that are more expensive, they are also given less weightage. So I think this is, so basically it increases with the number of opportunities, and it decreases if the energy costs or like the other costs or travel time goes up. So there are some factors which, so the mobility metric goes up with the number of opportunities, and it goes down with increasing energy time and cost. And this brings about the optimization that you're asking about.
Yeah, we do a lot of accessibility type tools for clients, and a lot of times instead of travel time, we'll use like a generalized time or perceived time measure, which includes things like for bicycling, whether the grades. There was a paper on it yesterday, or a presentation on sort of generalized bicycle utility modeling, but what type of facility you're on, the safety aspects. Same thing for walking, do you have shade from trees to keep it cooler, or are you walking out in the hot sun, things like that. So you can get quality of life in terms of a specific trip in the short term. Travel opportunities also affect longer term decisions, where you live, where you work, and how many cars you own and things like that. And it's harder to get those into the measures.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So equity is a word that is a term that has been commonly used in the last couple of years. And there is a big push by the Biden-Harris administration for DOTs to incorporate equity into our processes. And so I'm just curious, throughout this conference, there's been some really great research. And as someone who's involved in policy, and not necessarily the research, how do we take that research and how do we implement it over here? So when we talk about the survey, Mark, how do we what do we do with those results? How do state DOTs take those results, and how do you have a plan as to how that information can be taken by state DOTs and incorporated into our equity work?
For this COVID survey in particular, not really, although a few states have taken this same survey design and done their own version of it. Michigan for one, Vermont for another, New York City. So, and they just do their own analysis of the data and see who's, looking for who's been affected most. Because I didn't go into it much in this presentation, but we also asked what they were doing, how they traveled before COVID, so we can see the changes that the pandemic has made relative to what they were doing before. Now, 2 years later, we've stopped asking some of those questions because people can't really remember everything they were doing before 2 years ago. But some things they can, like their job and things like that. So, but we do mostly modeling for regional plans. And for those, we have cost-benefit methods to take the results. And they're very disaggregate models applied to a synthetic population of the whole region. So models where you have, it almost gives you like a synthesized travel survey of the whole region. And you can really analyze that to see when you test out different future policies, who are the winners, who are the losers, where do they live, what are their demographics, things like that.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, during my talk that, I think the smallest, grid cell for which, the default grid cell for which we estimate MEP is one. I don't think I mentioned it specifically, but it's basically 1 square kilometer, 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. And I showed that some results where we are aggregating it at the city level. But like there's no hard and fast rule that you have to aggregate to the city level. You can aggregate it to the neighborhood level. You could aggregate it to a particular community level. And so that Mabes gives you a tool of comparing the mobility of different communities, right? And so for example, if you have two communities, like one one is a poor community and the other is a relatively affluent community, right? You can quantify, whether they have the same mobility or not. And when the government wants to make an investment in transportation to make transportation more equitable, you can have an idea of, how much investments you have to make the mobility aspect more equitable. I think that's one way I could see that MAP helping investment decisions becoming more equitable from a government perspective.
Does anybody have any questions? Sorry, that light is blinding. So how many state DOTs do we have in the room? How many of you have implemented some kind of equity plan? Sorry, I see two. Did I see two hands up? So I hate to put you on the spot, but I'm going to put you on the spot, and any other state DOT. Do you see opportunities for research on the equity end that you might be willing to share with folks here on the stage? Any particular needs, research needs? Great.
You gonna join me in laying it out, put some truth serum out there? So my name is Jessica O. I'm with the Minnesota Department of Transportation. I think there are extensive equity research opportunities. So whether we're talking about rural equity contexts, whether we're talking about shared mobility, whether we're talking about fleets and electrification, you name it, there are extensive opportunities here. So I was in a session a couple days ago that was talking about sort of fleet optimization, and we're doing these innovation grants with a tribe. And as we started to think about electrifying some of their fleet vehicles, a barrier was having how the FTA defines transit vehicles versus government fleet vehicles. When the tribe said to us, we want to use these for all purposes and really optimize and make, just really view it differently. And so I think there's extensive opportunities in literally every single one of these topics. So to me, this is an opportunity area that's been perhaps a bit underemphasized during this discussion, where I think we can really build upon opportunities for equity within each of this. So at MnDOT, we have an equity lens framework that we apply to various programs. We do these in-depth equity labs within different program areas with different plans in order to really try to be really intentional around equity in our various areas. Lots of opportunities.
Thank you.
So my name is Eric Hunt Hawkins. I'm with the Tennessee Department of Transportation, and I work at one of the NEPA offices, so all the environmental reviews. So all this kind of, I would just build on what was just said, that I absolutely think that there are many opportunities here and a lot of need. Equity is, I'm coming from, in our work, we focus primarily at this point on environmental justice, but recognizing equity is a much broader view of that whole issue. And we're starting to try and branch out and see how can we take a more holistic look in terms of equity as opposed to just going beyond the EJ. But one of the biggest things that we struggle with, and one of the reasons I'm so excited about these kind of conversations, is while there is the guidance to take environmental justice and equity into consideration when you're doing these reviews, there's not really a consistent framework across the country on how to do it. So sometimes we come to a lot of these think tanks and everybody's like, well, what do you do? What do you do? What do you do? And it's great to get those ideas, but I think the more we can kind of push to establish a consistent and appropriate methodology for both identifying the communities that are available, but then also identifying how these projects can both reach and serve, but also impact those communities, would be incredibly valuable for the NEPA practitioners out there. So I'll stop there.
Thank you for sharing.
So I'm really interested in reparative justice and questions around, for example, how the federal highway system just completely, just disrupted like communities of color around our country, and what was the cost to those communities from that. That's one question. Another question I have is about government investments, how much is invested on communities that have been harmed by environmental injustice, and how much is invested on, say, rural communities. So I'm also interested, Ambrish, if the work that you folks were doing, is there a plan to put that in a tool format that later can be used by policymakers? I just
Yeah, that's a good question. So, as far as I know, I'm not, I'm part of a team. So there are already several projects where our team is working on with multiple DOTs. I know that there's some work going on with Delaware DOT, and I can definitely remember Delaware DOT, and there were some other DOTs with which my team is already working to implement the MAP metrics for those specific, DOT areas.
And how does that work? Do they apply for funding to receive that type of technical assistance?
I can point you to the appropriate contact person. I'm not the best person to answer those questions.
I have a question for Mark. So what was the sample size again?
3,000 times 10, just about. So about 30,000 altogether.
And so did you mention that education level was overrepresented?
In general, unweighted, the percent of respondents with a college degree was lower than the actual census number, so we weighted those people up a little bit.
So lower income and educated could be college students or graduate students, right?
Yeah. We didn't wait for people who were currently in college, although there could be a fair number of that under 25 age group that seem to be not having a great time during COVID, especially if their university was closed or if they had to drop out of school and do something else for a while. Yeah, it would be interesting. We did ask that, so I haven't. We could analyze it some more. Thank you.
I was sort of thinking along the lines of your question. I'm not at a DOT, but I've worked at an MPO, and with my sort of advocate hat on, in terms of research needs, I feel like one of the big ones is communicating this in a way that the public understands. I feel like everyone has a different definition in their head of what equity means, and sometimes it means geographic, sometimes it means racial equity, sometimes it's related to income. And when you're out in a community trying, as a state or MPO representative, trying to explain why this is important, having something that is understandable and that the methods make sense to sort of your average person who shows up at a community meeting is really critical, both for the sort of the general public and also for policy, the political folks who are the ones kind of leading sort of the political will on these conversations. So that's to me, that seems like a big opportunity. And then I had a question on the COVID research. I'm assuming a lot of those numbers were averages. Did you look at all at sort of the distributions? Like, was it generally normally distributed, or did you see a difference between like the mean and the median for some of those responses?
Let's see. So the first ones showed the distributions of the across the 5 different categories. Looking at more of the distributions rather than the means for specific groups. Yeah, I think that's a good point. Attitudinal questions are always a little bit fuzzy, compared to hard engineering measures. I know some people always answer on the endpoints of the scale, they're very much this or very much that, and some people are always somewhat this or somewhat that. But so there's no absolute meaning to each of those points on the scale, but you can at least break it down to better or worse and or neutral, those kinds of things. On the equity, EA that has the places database, is that right? Did they put that out? It's a census block group level database for the entire U.S. that has a lot of accessibility measures and demographic measures in it. And that, I think that would be a good platform to build on, to add more measures in there. This isn't related to COVID in particular, it's more of a general planning thing, but I think the idea, I don't know if they're planning on updating that and adding more to it, but it's a good thing for people to look at as a kind of a framework for getting a lot of equity-related information in one place.
And it's called Places?
Yeah, the Places database.
There's also the CEQ, the new tool, the Center, the Environmental Quality Tool.
I would say that's still in beta testing, and there have been many, many concerns voiced during those calls. So, yeah. But yeah, good, yeah. So I think it's called the Climate and Economic Justice Tool. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, we've got another question here.
Thank you very much. So this is for both, I guess, Mark, more for your activity-based modeling work than the behavior stuff here. Pretty fundamental question. What does success look like in terms of equity across the MEP metrics and, all the synthetic population methods coming out of activity-based models?
Well, I mean, that's kind of up to the agency and their stakeholders and the public to decide, but I know during the first plenary session, somebody said, they want everyone in San Francisco to be within, 5-minute walk of a transit service with 10 minutes. So you can use metrics like that. Be very specific. For other types of longer term things like land use changes, it's a little bit harder. You want everybody to live within a certain. I think a big question is, can somebody live a decent lifestyle without owning a car in most parts of the region? And how do you measure that? Because, there's probably lots of different ways you could put a number on that.
So the MEP metric, I don't think it itself, so what I should say is, what I showed during my talk is, how MEP metric can pinpoint to the lack of equity. And then when the government makes the appropriate investments and you want to look at the results, then we also can look at it under the MEP lens to see if the investments have resulted in more equity, rather than MEP being, a method to increase equity itself directly.
Right. Well, yeah, I was asking about, not directly, but if there are policies that are potentially implemented, would the metric illustrate that we're in an equitable state? And so what I'm coming at is, in the MET metric, or any other metrics that are out there, from what we saw, wealthy people in Chicago have a low accessibility, mobility, et cetera. That's one finding, so you probably want to invest transportation money into the high-income areas so that they get better accessibility. Or another potential result is that you give everyone cars, right? And this is a sustainability and equity conference. I don't think the answer is most likely give everyone cars, even though that would, according to most metrics, suggest that equity and accessibility have improved.
Yeah, that's a good question. How do we incorporate climate change into these things, which is going to be a big part of quality of life, but we don't know exactly how yet.
So that question brings up a question I had identified earlier but didn't ask, and that was the example you shared, Ambrish, with Cleveland. Was it Cleveland?
Chicago.
The first one.
The first one was Columbus, Ohio.
It was Ohio, okay.
Yeah.
So Columbus. So when you identified the bike time frame, did you take into account bike lanes and sidewalks, or is the assumption made that that's just there's a roadway and someone can travel on a bike from one point to that center point?
Okay, so I'll be frank with you. I'll work with the biking isochrones that were given to me, but I don't really know how those were created. So so it's a good question, but I unfortunately don't know the answer to your question.
Okay.
So I have to dig deeper.
Okay. Because then the Chicago example. So high income folks don't have they use their car more, but also to me I would think, well, what's the density like in those neighborhoods? Because if you have a less dense place, I can't speak to any other place but Idaho, really. Without that density, we don't have sustainable, reliable transit, public transit.
Right.
So, yeah, okay. Does anybody have any other questions?
Yeah, I have a slightly open-ended question. Something that we've struggled with in our research some is using things like trip data sets pre and post-COVID. Obviously, travel across every mode dipped, and from an equity standpoint, we struggle with, are the people still traveling doing it because they're just less risk averse, or is this actually capturing essential travel? And I guess the slightly more specific question would be, I guess for Mark, what your survey might have told us about how much of the remaining travel is essential. And I'm also, I guess, curious from Ambrish about whether the cities that you work with are interested in something like a MEP metric, but specifically for the essential trips. Maybe that's people getting to the hospital or getting groceries, as opposed to luxury shopping trips and these kind of things.
Oh yeah, of course. I think the one of the powerful aspects of MEP is that the results that I showed you are for all activities and all modes, but you can desegregate to any level. You can calculate the MEP value for a particular activity using a particular mode. And also you could also impose the restriction that you also impose an upper limit on the travel time. So it can be desegregated significantly. So you can definitely calculate the shopping map versus the jobs map. You could definitely do that.
Yeah, most of the travel surveys, our travel surveys, ask activity purpose at the trip end in 30 different categories or something. So there's a lot of detail on what people are doing, and you could. Sometimes we've even asked, what would you, if you couldn't have made this trip, would you have rescheduled it or something? But that's not asked in all surveys. Yeah, there's something else I was going to say about our surveys, but I can't think of it at the moment. I'll let you know if I do.
Thanks.
So Mark brings up a very pertinent point, and I should say that, like the activities that we use, they are mostly taken from NHTS. So if you're asking me that, okay, so I can distinguish between like a shopping map and jobs map, but if you're asking me that can you distinguish between grocery shopping and luxury shopping? I don't think we can do that at the moment. But I think theoretically it's doable, but it's like, that's not how we have implemented our workflow, but it's doable. Because we are trying to do, I think the results that I showed, that I shared, was using like MAP version 1, and currently we are using an improved, implementation from the software perspective and speed perspective. And I know that even for the version 1, like MAP has been calculated for I think 100 cities, and this is also ties to the question that I think Marcus asked, that is there a tool available? I don't think there's a tool available right now that I can just hand over to some MPO or a DOT that they can use themselves, but they can definitely work with our team to get the job done. But I think eventually what we want is to deploy a tool that can be, I believe, run on the cloud, but we are not there yet.
I did remember what I was thinking about the surveys that we do ask people what industry they're working in and what type of job they have, because that data wasn't used as much pre-COVID, but now with more telecommuting and who's going to keep telecommuting and that sort of thing, that information seems more necessary to have.
Okay. Well, any last questions?
This is just a question about the MEP tool generally.
Sure.
Well, the E is for energy, but I'm wondering, is there a way to factor in greenhouse gas intensity of the different modes of travel? Because you
Very
could
good
have...
question.
Sorry?
Very good question. Emissions, right?
Yes.
That's again, I think, some other members of the team are working on that, but, and I can point you to people to whom who can give you a better answer, but I'm not that person.
Okay.
We are actually working on that, but I don't know the details because I'm not the person working on that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you everyone for joining us today. And if you have any additional questions for the two speakers, I think you guys are going to be around a little bit.
Sure.
So, all right. Thank you.
I didn't hear it. What time is it? 3:29. Oh, there it is, 3:30.
We'll go ahead and get started with the closing session. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the closing session. It's been an outstanding conference. I'm Katie Turnbull with the Texas A&M Transportation Institute, TTI, and it's a privilege to have the opportunity to moderate this closing session. I think it's been an outstanding conference. Like many of you, the general sessions have been fantastic. The breakout sessions have been outstanding, a lot of good speakers and good presentations. And as always with conferences, especially TRB conferences, the opportunities for networking have been fantastic. And a lot of us are probably picking up with colleagues that we haven't seen in a number of years, and just taking that opportunity to, one, reinvigorate ourselves, but certainly reinvigorate our research and our opportunities for collaboration. So this session, the closing session, is really broken into two parts. We'll spend about an hour first just getting some comments from the 4 track leaders that were responsible for each of the 4 tracks. And then we're going to do a little bit of polling as part of the break after that, give you an opportunity to provide some input on 2 questions and obviously get your thoughts and ideas. We've got microphones here. And then the second part of the closing session will be the conference co-chairs and a couple other people will be talking. So we'll take about a total of about an hour, probably about half of that with our track leaders making some general comments and then opening it up to you, really to get your thoughts, ideas, especially on, how we move forward and what areas do we see as ripe for research, technology transfer, and implementation. So again, it's my pleasure to welcome our 4 outstanding track leaders. They are Alanti Whitmire from SAFE, Alice Grossman, who's also with the Texas A&M Transportation Institute, TTI, Johannes Mudd with our RSG Inc., and Alama Bujamati, who's also with RSG Inc. So what we've asked them to do is we've got 4 questions and then a general wrap-up question. We're going to just go through each and cycle through and get some general ideas. So let me start with the first question, and we'll start with you, Alante. Sort of what was the general focus for your track?
Sure. So I was the track chair for the Connected and Automated Vehicle track, and we were really focused on exploring all of the amazing things that could happen with this emerging technology. So in the 4 sessions, we had conversations about behavior and adoption, an early adoption of autonomous vehicles. We also took some time to look at people and goods movement, which is really important when we're thinking about the different use cases for autonomous vehicles. And lastly, our last session was really insightful about the environmental and social benefits from autonomous vehicles. And it was a really robust conversation during our sessions. And if you had a chance to even stop by the posters in the atrium, there were some really great discussions and thoughts as it relates to autonomous vehicles and their impact on public health and some other things. But it was a really good 3 sessions that I enjoyed sitting in on.
Right. Alice.
Sure. So I was leading the energy decarbonization track, and we had a lot of technical conversations, but I think what the main takeaways from almost every single presentation that I saw was about how we inform policymaking with the research that we're doing to support decarbonization efforts and emission reduction in the transportation sector. So there was conversations about infrastructure design specifications, vehicle specifications, adoption models for electric vehicles was something that a lot of people talked about. Covering, light duty, medium duty, heavy duty, industry level, personal level, a fair amount of conversation around ride hail and various different fleet models. But it really all came back to sort of what's that big societal impact and how should these technical research elements be informing our policymaking.
Okay, so The track that I was the leader of was New Mobility Services, and we were fortunate in the abstracts that were submitted in that we really looked at emerging mobility and all of its permutations, and I mean really all of its permutations. We looked at MOD, mobility as a service, mobility on demand, TNCs, whether they were shared or not, shared e-scooters, e-bikes, traditional bikes. And across all the sessions, for all of those different emerging mobilities, we looked at questions about what we know about usage of those, what are the motivations for usage of those, what other types of trips are trips by those modes replacing, and then what are the impacts of usage of those modes on things like congestion, greenhouse gas emissions, et cetera. And I do want to say that as someone who started with the abstracts in their early submissions in 2019, it was really very good to see the way these all came together. And I really want to thank everyone who submitted abstracts for staying with us throughout the process.
I agree with Johanna. It's good to see the program coming together. It's good to see so much engagement in all the sessions in my track. So I was leading the transportation demand management and urban planning track. So we looked at modes beyond single occupancy vehicles, so micromobility, public transit, and scooters, walking, biking, etc. And we really looked at different topics across the 4 sessions. We had one on sustainability and how can we look at carbon emissions for different modes. We had one on revisiting old themes. So we've all been discussing mode choice for a long time for traditional modes. How can we look at those modes now and modeling in terms of new and emerging technologies. We also had a session on planning through change. So there's a lot going on in a small amount of time. How do we plan for that? How do we research it? And what are the policy implications? And then we had a really nice session just before this one on equity, where we looked, for example, at what do we know about equity during COVID, who was impacted the most in a worse way, et cetera. So it was really rich track with a lot of engagement.
Great, great. I think we're hearing the same theme of a lot of engagement. So.
There's one thing that in the spirit of conversation, I'm going to respond to what Lama just said. One of the things that I didn't see as much about in my track was the mode choice element. It was sort of assuming driving, how do we get to the decarbonization of the vehicle sector and move towards electrification? So I'm really happy to hear that these were parallel conversations going on, and we just need to bring that together. Yeah.
Good, good. So along those lines, maybe Alice, I'll ask you, that second question is maybe do a little bit of a deeper dive in your sessions. Did some common themes emerge from the presentations and discussions that you'd like to highlight?
Yeah, and I think, your point that we're hearing a lot of the same things. And so some of the things that I did hear a lot, that some of these other ladies have mentioned is trying to think about equitable access, and whether or not that has to do with mode choice or access to vehicles or just access to mobility, no matter, what that mode or service is. We didn't talk as much necessarily about access to clean air from an equity standpoint, but I think that the idea of decarbonization really gets back to that and those public health elements that you were mentioning, Alante. We also, a lot of people mentioned, we had a lot of, as I said, sort of more technical and quantitative analysis, but there was still a really big focus on you can't do the quantitative alone. You've also got to be pulling in those qualitative aspects and thinking about stakeholder engagement and interdisciplinary collaborations. So how can the transportation sector be working more closely and more effectively with the energy sector in particular moving forward?
A common theme that almost ran throughout the track, and probably some of these other tracks as well, was this idea, again, a lot of the research, the abstracts that were submitted 2 years ago. So some of the research was from 2013, 2014, 2016. So an interesting theme was that while some things have changed since, from when the abstract and the research was done to where we are today, a lot of times the main message of the research stayed the same. And I don't know if that's good or bad. That's just sort of an observation. But I think the main theme, it seemed, if I sort of distilled everything down to the emerging mobility track, was how to get people out of cars. That seemed to be a research objective in a lot of the research. And there were some motivations that were mentioned. And an interesting one, we all know about convenience and how important convenience is for alternative modes. But one topic that we talked about was the idea of safety and how important safety is, especially in this day and age, to get people out of their cars and using other types of transportation, whether that be public transit or something like e-bikes. And interesting, one of the presentations, Andrea Broaddus from Ford, actually talked about a pilot that they had implemented with e-scooters on the Virginia Tech campus, where they actually put breathalyzers on the e-scooters so that you couldn't actually move the e-scooter until you had passed the breathalyzer test. And believe it or not, they had asked people's opinions on what they thought about that, and it was actually positively received. Other drivers, if you will, or motivators for getting people out of cars seem to be trialability, which gets to this idea of pilots, and really giving people the opportunity to see these alternative modes in action. And then we talked several times, the idea of pricing came up, and pricing as a policy. And whether that be subsidies for alternative modes or taxes or fees on cars or driving alone. And obviously parking policies came up as well. And in the last session, one of the last sessions we had just before lunch, in talking about this idea of pricing and how important it was, the notion of how you market the pricing is very important. And Molly D'Agostino from UC Davis mentioned this idea of go zones that LA, Los Angeles piloted, which is where pricing was only one piece of the available options of mobility alternatives that were available in these go zones, which were price zones, but because pricing wasn't in the label for them, they were better received.
Yeah, there were many interesting themes across my track. I'll pick just two. One is there seems to be a repetition of how ever-evolving and dynamic is the setting that we're operating in when we talk about emerging technology and sustainability. For example, Hua from Purdue was talking about bike share, and she mentioned the importance of starting with the assumption that those systems will change. So we need some models, some dynamic models that are able to account for these changes, and sometimes in real time. Also, Kyung-Soo from NREL talked about the motivation of his work being maybe we can't wait for really complicated freight models. We need some tools that can really adapt to emerging technology and changing technology. So that's one. I think the second one that really came up a lot is measurement and metrics. There was almost a question about measurement and metrics in every session in my track. For example, we've been talking about VMT a lot, but how can we think about VMT in the context of Uber and Lyft and TNCs? Should we talk about PMT, passenger mile travel? How do we look at the deadheading and things like that? In that same session, there was a great discussion on how do we measure the fact that maybe Uber and Lyft and TNCs are making people more multimodal and allowing a car-free life. In the session we were just in, someone talked about how can we have a measure for really essential trips or essential services. And even for freight or curb management, there seemed to be a need for talking about what are some of the good measures about how we use curb space management. So those were the main two, I'd say.
Sounds again like outstanding themes. taking that again one step further, was there anything that was sort of one of those aha moments for you that was maybe something new or different or that you hadn't thought of or kind of hit you upside the head? Johanna, let's start with you.
Okay, two things quickly. The first, and again, both of these aha things actually, obviously were from other people, not something that came to me, but one was Tyler Folsom at University of Washington. He said, we need to rethink how we move people, not how we move vehicles. And I thought that was a really good way of thinking about applying and implementing new mobility. And it was particularly relevant, I think, to when we were talking about mobility in rural or tribal areas. If you think about how we move people and not vehicles, then you will think outside of the box for what some of those solutions might be. And a couple of the things that came up were this idea of organized hitchhiking. I mean, hitchhiking not necessarily being a negative thing, but more like slugging in the DC area, where it actually works and works well for sharing rides. And then the other aha was Deb Salon at Arizona State University, which actually did research to contradict the AAA cost of car ownership figure. AAA says the cost of car ownership is about $10,000 a year. Well, they did this very rigorous analysis of what it actually costs to have a car, and their figure was about $4,000 a year. And so if you think about it, the cost of owning a car is actually very cheap. And when you look at the cost of car versus things like walking, biking, public transit, they're pretty comparable. But then if you think about some of the new mobility services like e-scooters or TNCs, it's actually it costs a lot more to travel by those methods than by a private car. And if you want, after this, I can tell you how she calculated that. And you can also ask her how she calculated that. But she has a reason why her number is so much lower than AAA's.
Good, good. Wilma.
Yeah, I'll be more general than Johanna. And I'm not sure you consider those aha moments, but I think things that are worth mentioning here. Two things. I'll give you one for sustainability and one for emerging technologies. In terms of sustainability, I think the idea of not thinking about sustainability as a checklist. So a lot of people think, okay, we have a bike share systems, we're being sustainable, but we really need to think about what type of bike share systems we have, what is the life cycle of that bike, of that system, how are we rebalancing, how are we disposing of the bikes. So really thinking about the nuance and within sustainability rather than a checklist. The other thing in terms of emerging technology is, maybe we hear it not much, but we heard it here, is technology not being the only solution to everything. The fact that we really need to think about policy, infrastructure, user behavior. So it's good to hear, for instance, an app provider saying that same sentence, that like they have a mass app, but they don't think technology is the solution. You can have a great transit app, a great planning app, but if you don't have policies that enable open data sources, then you can't have really good information and valuable information for the user, and you won't have any impact. So I think those are my...
Sure. If I can I share a bit of the themes from the AV? So two things that I thought that will be different from what our other wonderful track chairs shared. I think two main themes that kind of came out first were just like the question of, I feel like, what will encourage AV uptake? What will encourage people to use this potential new technology? And there was a lot of look into like our socio-demographic profiles of these early adopters. There's also how we can structure apps and planning around making it an ease for the user experience. And the same thing within the goods movement, like creating that ease and convenience with this technology is a tool for that. And also just creating a great rationale for supplementing our current supply chain. The second piece, in terms of sustainability, I feel like what I gathered during our sessions was really like how we have such great opportunities. There are opportunities to improve the supply chain, opportunities for upward mobility through the technology, opportunities to improve access for user groups with need, and even opportunities to reduce emissions. As far as aha moments, I think some things that were really poignant during our sessions was some of these I think we often hear in the AV space is like the concern about it uptick in zero occupancy travel, but we can curtail that potentially with policies in place. Also, the idea of what our typical early adopter looks like for private AV ownership. I think we have an idea, and I feel like this session and the work that so many amazing researchers here have done is really kind of articulate that really well so that we can start to have a conversation about what early adoption is and what it looks like. And who else we want to bring to the table. I also, something I just personally found really interesting, one of our speakers shared like this non-compete feature in their app. So the idea that having service and making sure and having a feature built into the technology that will not compete with existing transit or other modes that are within their full system. I found that really interesting, and something I was really happy to hear is I think that's a concern for public transit agencies and other maybe existing businesses. So that's what I thought was pretty cool.
Alice.
So I took a similar approach to Johanna. I've got two very specific moments. The first one was in a session yesterday that Suzanne Carlson was talking about Oregon DOT's sustainability lens on the statewide planning. And her point she was trying to make was that there's lots of projects and you can be prioritizing. And if you're looking at different ways of prioritizing and figuring out what to do, sometimes the answer is just pick a better project. And I really liked that. I thought, yeah, we have lots of options. And if you're considering everything, sometimes it becomes very clear, sort of, okay, what's helping us reach our goals and what isn't? And let's move towards the ones that are reaching our goals. And it just came out a lot more clear than, oh, we have all of these matrices and the this and the that. And then the other one was, I think it was the first day, at some point, Alejandro Henao said, I hate it when people tell me we can't get the data, that there's always a way to get data to help you figure out what you're trying to figure out, and it's just figuring out how to get that data. And I thought that was great, and that sometimes we need to maybe be a little more inventive about how we're going about looking for our data sources. And then I came back to this yesterday when Mauricio Leon was speaking about how, especially for smaller municipalities, sometimes it's really hard. You just don't have the resources or the staff to get those data. It doesn't mean it's impossible to do it. It just means that those communities don't necessarily have the resources. And he was saying, so you help them. MPOs can get those data. Somebody else can get those data. And so it's figuring out how you get those collaborations together to really get the information that you need.
Great points for aha moments. And we'll hear from all of you in terms of what you think your aha moments were in just a few minutes. So maybe follow-up activities. What are one or two things that either came out of your tracks that you thought people suggested for future conferences or future research or technology transfer, or that you yourself would think of? And let's start with you, Lelma.
Yeah, I like this question because we talked here about engagement, and we were talking about the fact that there's a lot of momentum here that we need to leverage. And TRB is a great platform for that. One thing I think about is curbside management was really, I talked about it here, but it was really discussed multiple times at my session and the research needs for that. I'm part of the Transportation Demand Management Committee, so maybe there should be more talking between the two committees about how can we talk about technology when it comes to curbside management, and specifically how can we measure what is the best and highest value or use of curbside management. So that's one. The second one is about equity. I think we can be more intentional in inserting equity in everything we do, in the research statements we produce, the calls for papers, in the panels we do at TRB. We can just be more intentional about inserting equity, but also from the session we just had, there was a great idea about really talking about standardizing methodologies across the nation so that everyone knows what we're talking about when we talk about equity and how we measure it and what we do with it.
Great, great. Alante.
Sure. One point I would urge, I think first there were a lot of opportunities for policy and kind of helping to think and define some policies around kind of curtailing the zero occupancy concerns. And then my personal challenge, I think, is like really expanding the definition for early adopters, or identifying a different type of early adopter. In our sessions, we found it's an affluent person, right? Highly educated, high earner. And if that is what we're presenting as this is the ideal person for the service and this emerging technology, and then companies are then looking for data and research that tells them who might be their perfect or ideal customer, I think we have an opportunity. We can look at a different type of early adopter and expand that definition and include more folks and help create a business case for equitable access.
Good point.
So Lama mentioned a couple of times the need for thinking a little more intentionally about what metrics we're using and how we incorporate those in our analysis. And I think that's something that will always, should be evolving as our, societal goals and situation evolves. There's a lot more work to do. People came up with a lot of questions in the sessions. How do we put a value on emissions was one of the questions. And how do we incorporate all of these metrics? How do we look more holistically at VMT and different elements? And like you said, is this an essential shopping trip or a luxurious shopping trip? So really thinking about continuing to refine those and figuring out how they connect back to our goals of what we're trying to accomplish. And then the other two, those of you who are in the session that I moderated have heard this already, but really just the need to continue thinking about full life cycle analysis. And it's not just the drive cycles and the on-road emissions that we need to be thinking about, but if we really want to decarbonize, it's looking at that life cycle analysis. And also, it's life cycle analysis of funding and financing. So we had a lot of conversations about how you incentivize use of cleaner transportation modes or activities. And that's great. And we want to make sure that we're using the resources that we have to achieve those goals. But as long as we are coupling that with the idea of building and maintaining infrastructure, which we are, we also need to think about sort of a long-term sustainable financial model and bringing those two things together a little bit more.
I have two ideas for research, follow-up research that I thought could be good, and I have to caveat that by saying these ideas could be an artifact of the presentations that we had in the sessions today. But one is that there was a lot of reference to first last mile and the how new mobility services would contribute to that access. But there was no research on how it was doing that. So I'm curious, as someone who studies travel behavior, because I don't think I really know any good studies on that. I mean, is it happening? How is it happening? Who is it happening for? What modes? All of those kinds of questions weren't even touched on in the presentations we had. I mean, the presentations touched on a lot of interesting topics, but not those. So I would really like to know, do deep dives on first last mile. The other thing is we unfortunately, again, it could be an artifact of different reasons for this, but there was really not a lot of talk about equity in the sessions that we had. And so I think that there's a lot of opportunity, especially now with all the pilots going on, to really do before and after studies and look at these equity implications. Does it increase access to more populations or not? Are the benefits spread as they should be or not? I mean, this is a perfect time really to be thinking about those kinds of studies.
Great, great. Before we open it up, let me ask just any last comments you'd like to make, given what you heard in your tracks? And again, let's go down and start with a long thing.
I just say, keep doing the models. I saw some really incredible work this week, these last 3 days, and I actually was able to sit in on a couple of you all sessions, and just kind of keep articulating those benefits, keep creating scenarios so we can have more information to continue to move forward with our efforts.
Yeah, I'd say as much as our research ends up diving into these very specific rabbit holes and trajectories, making sure that we come back out and look at that holistic perspective as well.
I want to emphasize something that Alice mentioned, which is the access to data, and that we could be more creative in finding data sources for the things we want to study. And there were several examples of really innovative use of data in some of the presentations we had today.
Yeah, I'll touch a bit on this. I think that, in my own opinion, a few years ago, the word sustainability and technology or emerging technology were more of buzzwords. Everything that was shared was sustainable. Everything that was technology was shiny. But I think we're beginning to be a bit more critical and looking at the nuances within each, which I think we should continue to do, which is nice and should continue to do.
Fantastic. Well, let me thank all of you for outstanding comments. Let me ask Jessica O. from the Minnesota Department of Transportation is going to come up and explain a 2-question poll. And while she's doing that, also get prepared if you'd like to make comments to move to a microphone, and we'll open it up for your thoughtful comments and questions. So, Jessica.
Great. Let's cue up the Menti. Is everyone here familiar with Mentimeter? Pull out your phones if you haven't already. We're dying to touch our phones every few minutes, so this is a great opportunity for you to do so. Okay, I would encourage everyone to pull out your phones, and if you're not familiar, Mentimeter is a really cool polling software. Enter on your browser, enter menti.com, and then you're going to see this access code that you're going to enter in, 75431293. And it will allow you to access some great questions that we'd love to really get your feedback on some of these key topics that our panel just discussed. Next slide.
Yeah, it is on that code.
Hopefully everyone's navigating to Menti. That code one more time, if you're getting to Mentimeter, is 75431293. Okay, so we'd like to start off by getting your feedback. In 1 or 2 words, can you share with us what is one aha moment that you've had during the conference? So what are some of the top takeaways, themes, or aha moments that rose to the top for you? I'll give you a minute or 2 to enter in your answers. Research into practice, no zooming, still learning, no zooming. That's a good one. VMT, plan, reduce. Sharing is hard. Oh, I think that is a good one. For shared mobility, equity, reduce, modeling, research, planning, micromodes, sustainable research, lack of transdisciplinary. Equity is rising to the top. I'm seeing the larger words indicate more people sharing the same aha moment. Shaping behavior, modeling, affordable, PMT, rethinking adopters, affordable, people, uncertainty. You're welcome to keep entering as you see what are those aha moments. I think these are very much in line with the discussion that you all just had. Alternatives to driving, data is everywhere, measurement challenges, research into practice, emissions pricing, alternatives to driving. I like the centering equity, ride sharing, micromobility, and funding concerns. It looks like uncertainty is also rising to the top as micromobility and VMT. It looks like we share a lot of the same themes and concerns. Any last few aha moments and things that are rising to the top for you? micromodes, pricing, adopters. I see VMT is rising to the top. I think it's at the top of a lot of our minds. And uncertainty.
Yeah.
Pleased to see that the discussion on equity and the need for continuing to have equity be a primary source of our themes and centering it in our work and research seems very critical. Okay, great aha moments. Let's transition to the next question. So if you could share with us, what do you think are those key activities after this conference? What are those key research topics, those key research or technology transfer opportunities that Katie shared? What do you think are very actionable research and outreach, potential partners, others? What are activities that we need to do to sustain the momentum that we've built these last few days? This one might be a little harder.
This is a little harder.
Ooh, that's a big one right off the bat, right out of the gate. Rural versus urban equity. Cross-committee sharing, I like that. Public engagement, grid capacity, disseminating findings, collaboration, connections to researchers, including rural. I like the emphasis on rural. I couldn't echo that more, that so much of our discussions have been focused on urban mobility discussions this week, and we need to bring rural communities along. Bring in more disciplines, equity planning, tribes, pricing, collaboration is bubbling up. Say more for those of you that are including key activities. Maybe we can get a little more specific if you have additional words that you think would help us answer that a little bit more concretely. Social sustainability, practical applications, equity planning, public health, public outreach, post-pandemic actions, rural mobility, small cities, international cooperation. I like that one. Getting beyond EVs. Ooh, pilots. It looks like outreach, pilots, and collaboration and state partnerships are kind of bubbling to the top. Collaboration is obviously a very critical theme. Pilots. I love the emphasis on the actual implementation. How do we make all this research actionable? I think that's really, really powerful. Beyond EVs, what else is partnerships and policy? Look like they're rising to the top. Bringing in more disciplines, piloting results, future infrastructure fund, name and shame. Name and shame. I don't know what that one means. That one's very clever, though. Somebody might have to bring that to the mic and help us understand. Infrastructure funding, incorporating modes, research collaboration, equitable incentives, inclusive engagement, decarbonization, alternative funding, and sharing best practices, it looks like. Technology transfer. Looks like a lot of really key elements are rising to the top for. So it looks like the planning committee, as part of debriefing this conference, has quite a few topics to determine what are the priorities within these key strategies of pilots, collaboration, state partnerships, and yeah, it sounds like there's a lot of opportunity there for the planning committee.
Yeah, great input. And we'll make sure these get, obviously we can save these and get captured and sent out. So
absolutely.
Fantastic. So please feel free to take the mic. No one's been shy so far in this conference, so we assume that you won't be shy during this session if you'd like to make a comment or ask a question. We have our first person.
Our first not shy person.
Yeah.
So just one, I was glad to see that somebody put up rural, and I know there was a session earlier today that looked at rural. I wasn't able to go because I wanted to go to some of the other ones. But so much of the conversations that we've had this week have focused on, rolling out apps and other technology and things like that, and gathering information from, and as researchers and trying to gather as much data, I totally understand that. But From the practical side of things, I know where I'm from in Tennessee is a huge portion of it's rural. And I have mentioned this to a couple other people, we just did a project in accounting where only 40% of the people have reliable access to internet and home computers. So thinking about that, I'd love to see, and I love that people, again, a lot of questions about equity and about that kind of aspect of all of this, but how do we then bring these opportunities and really that kind of more inclusive engagement and bring them out to those rural communities, to places where people, that's just not even kind of part of their world. Because it's so easy to get excited about the advances that are out there and that are coming, but it's also easy to forget that those haven't reached everybody yet. And there's some people who the opportunities are there and they still don't want them. They still aren't, still never gonna buy a smartphone, still never gonna get a computer of their own. So trying to figure out how we really do still connect with and get meaningful feedback from those people as well. So, and those communities as well, so.
Great. Excellent comments.
Hi, I'll just say as someone who used to work for the city of Tupelo, Mississippi, which they will tell you is a city, was near some rural areas. And one thing I think is really interesting is this idea of sort of like delivery or taking advantage of an existing kind of hub for things like mobile food, mobile produce markets, mobile libraries, and other things. So it sort of meeting people where they are if the travel is challenging. And there's been some really interesting innovations in terms of what a public meeting looks like and how people participate. The comment I wanted to make, or sort of some of the aha moments I had, one thing that I think is really fascinating about this conference, especially, we've been planning it for so long, we have a lot of data that's pre-COVID, but I think our understanding of how we want to do our work, who we want to focus on, and the level of complexity that we are prepared to bring to the studies that we're doing, the research we're doing, I think is so much broader and richer than it was pre-COVID. What struck me was a lot of nuance in the research that I was hearing around who's using e-scooters and bike shares. What do they look like from like an age and income and demographic standpoint? What's the purpose of their trips? And I think there's so much richness across this research to think about what are the modes that we want to be bringing into communities? What do we want to include to sort of bridge some of the access gaps that different communities have had? And I think the more that we can disseminate that and think more broadly around what is trip planning, what is travel behavior, and what are the modes that we use to get there, there's just a lot more complexity than I think, we're all familiar with the sort of historic focus on white collar commuters, from 8 to 5. And there's a lot of opportunity here to broaden the way we do our work. Thanks.
Fantastic.
Well said, Renee.
Yes, sir.
So I have to say I have loved the conference. It's been great. One thing I feel is missing is that to get to some of these questions around equity, we need qualitative methods. So we really need to be talking to the social sciences. I think there's a misconception, of just thinking about data and statistical analysis and this, very technical things. And I think that there's really a need to understand. I cannot emphasize this more, like how we at the organization that I work, we have this tendency to throw numbers at problems, and I think it's a real issue, and it requires to talk to the sociologists, to the anthropologists, do some ethnography, do some structure interviews. It's not just about numbers. Research is not just about just the statistics and the quantitative part, but it's still very valuable, and I have learned a lot in this conference. So thank you.
Great, thank you. And I think that's an excellent point. We made the point up here earlier about access to data, but it's really access to data and everything else, and being able to share research methodologies on conducting focus groups or reaching out through surveys or other kinds of things. So that's a great point. Yes, sir.
I didn't realize there's so many tall people here. one of the more important things that we need to do besides just grabbing this information of what is the next thing that we really should be adding into this conversation. Pardon me?
Bring the mic
Okay,
closer.
bring
We
it
can't
down.
hear
Okay.
you.
See, I am short. All right, there we go. So you got to share what's actually happening as well. So the last comment about metrics. So USDOT and TRB are working together on a consensus study to identify what equity metrics could be there. But it doesn't necessarily mean it applies to this conversation. It might, but we won't know until it's published, right? So that's a place that you can look in the future, but where else is that already kind of thing happening too? I think if you know, stand up, bring it up so people know to keep an eye and get engaged some way, somehow with that. Two other things, you are all a network. So you can propose ideas like sessions at other events where equity happens. And we're going to have 2 that I'm planning in 2024. The second conference, Advancing Transportation Equity, will happen in 2024. And we'll also have the Women and Gender in Transportation International Conference in 2024. Perfect opportunities to bring this dialogue on sustainability and technologies into that conference. Because I tell you what, they don't really talk that much about that yet. So you can do that. So think of other ways to do that.
Yep, careful. No crashes within the auditorium are allowed.
So we've probably all been to more than a couple of conferences, and we've all looked up at the stage and seen a lot of men of a certain demographic, who are early adopters, the shiny technology, and no one even mentioned it, but we're looking at a panel full of women of diverse backgrounds, and many sessions featured a lot of women, a lot of different voices, a lot of different perspectives. Just want to say thanks for that, and not even drawing attention to it, but just making it happen and modeling that behavior. And then I think your comments about who's an early adopter and sort of the shiny technology thing, I had that feeling here too, that it wasn't just like, cool, something got invented, and so let's all do it now. It's really much more thoughtful dialogue around what's needed in communities. So thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Other questions, comments? Anyone else? Panel members, any final comments? If not, we could, good, one more.
Yeah, I think an aha moment for me was when Tyler talked about his 160-pound autonomous vehicle, converted tricycle. I think we have to be careful not to form too much, it's 3 revolutions, but we have to be careful not to have too much of a consensus on what those revolutions are going to look like, because that constrains imagination and out-of-the-box thinking. Because, it's just starting, so anything can happen.
That's a great point. Creativity is what we're all about. So, any other final comments? You'll get another chance in the next session, I think, to make final comments. So let me ask our panelists one more. Any closing comments? If not, we can turn it over to the co-chairs.
No, I'm
we
ready.
talked enough.
We talked enough.
All right. Well, if you would join me in thanking our 4 panelists. And then let me ask,
Women, we don't need to overtalk.
Tim or Jessica, do you start this next session?
Yep.
Okay. And we'll take a new panel up here.
Nope, I actually have microphones. So you can hold on to your lavaliers. You're okay.
Great job. Outstanding.
That'd be easier than the switch.
Yeah, do you guys, are you guys mic'd up? Oops, sorry.
We're gonna have handhelds. We're all set.
Okay.
Great. Can you hear me okay? Okay, fantastic. Okay, we're on to our final closing panel discussion of the day on the future of sustainability. So you just heard all these amazing takeaways
research topics, for collaborations that can occur. I think the discussion on how to collaborate with committees is quite compelling. Too many mics? There you go. Take those away from me. Yeah, quite a compelling conversation around who we can collaborate with, even among TRB committees. So we'd like to, start our final panel with a couple of remarks today by Brian Taylor, who's the director of the Institute of Transportation Studies, University of California, Los Angeles. We're going to have him introduce himself and kick us off with this topic of the future of sustainable transportation.
Thanks very much. Thanks for
And I apologize, but you know what
Hello?
happened on the
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me. As you mentioned, I'm Brian Taylor. I'm a professor of urban planning and public policy in the Luskin School of Public Affairs at UCLA, and I direct the UCLA Institute of Transportation Studies. UCLA's ITS is one of 4 branches in the UC system. The others are at Berkeley, Davis, which is near Sacramento, and right here on the UC Irvine campus. And collectively, these 4 branches do a lot of research for executive and legislative branches in California. We're fortunate that the state funds transportation research quite extensively, and for state agencies like Caltrans and the Air Resources Board, as well as other public agencies like metropolitan planning organizations, of which the largest in the country, some of the largest in the country in California. And in that role, I hear a lot about what is on elected officials and public managers' minds when it comes to transportation. And with respect to the future of sustainability and emerging technologies, I can say with some certainty that these officials' concerns have shifted dramatically over the last 2.5 years. And given this, I want to offer some observations on just what some might mean coming out of the pandemic and our research and practice going forward. First is that I think we are coming to the realization that most of the extraordinary disruptions to travel we witnessed in the spring of 2020 have proven fleeting, but not. For example, working from home, at least part-time, is not going away for many workers, most of whom work or worked in offices prior to the pandemic. On one hand, this long-term shift to hybrid work for many is unlikely to prove the environmental deus ex machina that many hoped for early in the pandemic. The outsized effects of the journey to work on transportation systems has always been due more to the commuting being relatively fixed in time and space and the peak loads than it is to the share of personal trips, which has historically been about 1 in 5. Research on work from home has long looked for a of VM savings from those no longer commuting, but it has largely been a search in vain. The effects of working from home on travel have been surprisingly modest to non-existent, and in some cases actually additive. And Pat at Georgia Tech has been a pioneer in doing work on this for many years. And the preliminary data that I've been looking at from the pandemic suggests that the dramatic VMT savings are again not in the offing. So it means that we're going to find another way to sustainability rather than being saved by a rise of remote work. On the other hand, the effect of substantially increased hybrid work among office workers, especially those in downtowns and other major office clusters, has to date spelled disaster for public transit systems. Traditional fixed route, fixed schedule transit excels at moving large numbers of people in the same direction at the same time. In metropolitan areas in the U.S., and here in California in particular, and in Southern California perhaps most notably, have been investing heavily in recent years in improving and upgrading public transit systems, and particularly rail transit, is a key to a more sustainable future. The result is that transit systems that depended most on downtown commuters before the pandemic, like BART in the San Francisco Bay Area and Metrolink commuter rail here in Southern California, have a third or fewer of their pre-pandemic rides 2 years into the pandemic. And looking ahead, the prospects for these systems are certain. What we know is that who's using public transit has shifted disproportionately to lower income and more likely people of color and immigrants. Now, it's not that those people have started riding, it's that more affluent commuters have left the mode and have not yet returned. The bad news for traditional transit would appear to present a significant opportunity for the various incarnations of new and micromobility, many of which have been examined at this conference. But my second observation is that COVID-19 has really disrupted the disruptors. Many of these new tech-enabled venture capital finance transportation services were known. Well, increasingly viewed as significant and even essential elements of urban transportation systems, the meteoric rise, for example, of ride-hail has hit a bumpy stretch on its path to world domination. The promise of shared ride-hail as a more economical and environmentally friendly form of private vehicle travel appears to have lost steam, at least for now, although I hope that doesn't continue. In addition, the pandemic and now many years of significantly constrained immigration have created chronic labor shortages in the service sector, which has hit ride-hail operators especially hard, along with public transit operators, trucking companies, and others in the transportation sector. Now, this may point to automation as a way around these sort of chronic labor shortages in the long run, but in the process, it may undermine one of the remarkable and I think often underappreciated aspects of the ride-hail business model. And that is that by using pricing to motivate drivers in their private vehicles to move into and out of commercial operation in response to fluctuating demand, ride-hail companies had somehow managed to sidestep, at least a bit, the peaking problem that has bedeviled shipping companies, airlines, public transit operators, and traffic engineers for more than a century. Unfortunately, commercial ride-hail fleets, automated or not, would not eliminate this partial solution to the peaking problem, and in some ways might solve one problem for labor, trading it for another problem of vehicles and peaking. Given this, my third and final observation is that the pandemic has cast the lack of resilience in our transportation systems in the most sharpest possible relief. And in the process has laid bare the dire consequences of these brittle systems for both our global economy and for the poorest and most vulnerable travelers. Now, on one hand, a significant share of the efficiency that's been squeezed out of global supply chains over the last 3 or 4 decades has entailed actually reducing redundancy, reducing slack, and in the process, reducing resilience. So the costs of increasing resilience may be substantial unless we find ways to create more resilience without having to have expensive. On the other hand, I'm heartened that the problems faced by those without auto access or who depended on accessible public paratransit services or who live near the fountains of fine particulate matter that are urban freeways are now addressed more forthrightly and consistently in research and policy in the pandemic and in practice. I can tell you that my students, communities, elected officials are now much more focused on this than before. And of course, it was not only the pandemic, George Floyd, that in many ways galvanized the country around these issues. But it strikes me that we still have a very long way to go, although I heard heartening discussions of this at the conference, the sessions I attended. I'd submit at this point that we have a much better handle on how transportation technologies and what they enable might be rolling out over the next few years than we have on what a more resilient, sustainable, and equitable transportation systems will actually look like once we finally escape the clutches of this awful pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brian. I was really struck by your comment around remote work will not save us. And so I would invite panelists to sort of comment on those pieces. I think we for one have been having a lot of discussions around broadband in our right-of-way and these other elements that really support remote working and connectivity. And as you've heard Secretary Buttigieg say that communication infrastructure is transportation infrastructure. I think there's so many complexities around how transportation can support, some of these elements while they aren't going to save us. So I appreciate you underscoring that. So I'd invite our panelists to react to Brian's remarks before introducing yourself and sharing a little bit about what your organizations envision for the future of sustainable transportation. Anyone else would like to respond to Brian's remarks? Okay, if not, then okay.
Start?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so I will say thank you, Brian, for the very, very thoughtful remarks. A lot of great topics. Also, a reminder that we are here gathered to really think about the challenges we have for sustainability and the adoption of new technologies and how we can combine the innovation in transportation to really lead to a more sustainable future. But also, while we try to work on that and the community tries to work on that, it's like the targets are moving. And the pandemic has been really reshaping somehow the scenarios in which we operate, because somehow it's changing not only the problems, but it's also changing the way we need to deal with them. And specifically about remote work, I think it's evident remote work, there were a lot of expectations in the past. Brian has mentioned like the work from Pat Mokhtarian and other colleagues in the field. Certainly has been like, big expectations of remote work that could potentially solve the problem, at least in the peak time, to reduce congestion and travel and traffic congestion and try to solve a lot of the transportation problems. I would say that rather than solving the problem, is changing the problem. And so it makes us face now a reality in which hybrid schedules are becoming more and more common. Many of us probably are practicing that, going to the office a couple of days a week, staying at home the other days, and doing other travel that is home-based travel, many times by car. Sometimes local trips, but sometimes also traveling by car. And it's much more difficult to intercept home-based travel that is known for commuting purposes by public transit, for the way the system is designed and the way we've been really thinking about transportation in all these years. So somehow the challenge is changing. It's also true that technology and some of the solutions that we've been discussing in this conference, they can certainly be somehow applied also to try to deal with this modified reality. And before we go on other topics.
David, you want to kick us off? Introduce yourself and your organization.
Sure. I was just going to add one other piece about the remote work. We have a sustainability working group with a number of DOT practitioners. And one of the things that they've talked about that's been a benefit of the pandemic is the hybrid work. We were talking about workforce sustainability, and, going in full time is not as appealing to potential employees anymore. And so DOTs being able to offer that hybrid work and offer that flexibility has been a way to try and retain some employees and maybe even bring in new folks who might otherwise go somewhere that offers better, more flexible work strategies. So I feel like that's what you were maybe touching on. So I'll just give a brief background of AASHTO. I'm our program specialist for environment. I work with our Committee on Environment and Sustainability, along with our Center for Environmental Excellence. And so before we talk about the future of sustainability, just to give a brief background on how AASHTO got where it is on sustainability. In 2016, we had been hearing a lot from our members about wanting to incorporate sustainability into the work that we do. So we added sustainability to our purview of our Environment Committee and really try to add it into our work plans that we develop every year with our DOT members and what is important to them on sustainability. Additionally, in 2016, we entered in a cooperative agreement with Federal Highways to manage and administer their Center for Environmental Excellence, which is one of 3 centers of excellence that they support. And so a lot of good has come out of those projects. We formed the Sustainability Working Group. We've recently formed our Electric Vehicle Practitioners Working Group. And then we also, as we move toward the future here and talk about the interesting and emerging technology that we're working on, we've formed 4 emerging mobility area working groups. So connected autonomous vehicles, uncrewed aerial systems, electric vehicles, and shared mobility. So a lot of what was discussed here during this conference. And the great thing that AASHTO is able to provide is that all these groups are cross-cutting from all of our committees, which range in everything from design and planning to environment and sustainability. So you really get a breadth of knowledge, and you can really go into the depth as needed in those areas. And I guess I would just add, a few other pieces that we've seen here this week and that we're working on as well is, hearing about states make those data-driven decisions, particularly as it comes to sustainability, whether it's, mitigating flooding during days or storm surges, or how you determine what projects you're going to do. Those are also areas that we're trying to help the states improve and make those decisions, providing technical assistance and best practices. So hopefully that wasn't too long.
Elizabeth, I think you're next. Share with us a little bit about what your organization's envisioning for sustainable transportation.
Sure. So just a little bit of background on the Union of Concerned Scientists. We are a nonprofit advocacy organization founded in the late 60s, early 70s. basically on this principle that science has a role and a mission to influence and improve the policies and politics in our country and in the world. We work on a lot of topics, everything from nuclear non-proliferation to food and environment systems. Climate change is really one of the key problems that we're trying to tackle as an organization. And about 2.5, 3 years ago, what was then the Clean Vehicles team at UCS, which has historically worked a lot on vehicle electrification, on fuel economy standards, changed its name to the Clean Transportation team. And in an acknowledgement of the fact that there's all of these challenges to think more systemically about our transportation system. And in the early stages of the pandemic, we were also doing some internal analysis. We did a report looking at deep decarbonization of the whole economy. And one thing we found through that process was something that I think has come up a lot during this conference, which is that electrification is a really, really key part of the solution. We have to do it. And we have to do all of these other strategies around reducing demand, and that those strategies have positive effects on one another in terms of reducing the need for more electricity generation, improving accessibility. So we've really been taking some time during the pandemic to sort of wrap our heads around how do we employ science best to solve some of these problems going forward. We've been doing a lot of work on freight electrification, getting more into looking at the sort of battery issues. And I just would say, I think fundamentally, I think our challenges are not so much technological as they are political. And, you know, there's so much brain power in this room and in this industry as a whole. I'm confident that if we can get our priorities right on really wanting a transportation system that works well and works best for the people who've been most excluded and really puts a priority on sustainability, that we can figure out how to do that with the technologies that we have. And the challenge is, how do we deploy our science and our research to change the conversation and the prioritization that's happening both in the public and with policymakers. So that's I think the key thing that we're thinking about is how do we change that conversation?
So how do we do that, Elizabeth? What are, I think you referenced in a prior session, you know, some of the opportunities around maybe messaging or communication. Can you speak more to some of those elements around the political issues that are present?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the key things is scientists have a really hard time communicating to the public and to policymakers. And that's one of the key things that UCS is really working on, is how do we explain this stuff in a way that acknowledges the complexity that we've all been talking about today, but doesn't make everyone's eyes glaze over. And so on the one side, you know, figuring out how do we do engaging research that really gets at the key questions that people ask. On my Lyft ride over here from the airport, my driver, I was talking about, you know, what this conference was about, and he was asking all sorts of questions about the electricity grid. So people are really, they're smart, and they are interested in these questions, and it's a matter of how do we talk about these things in an engaging way. That's on the one side. The other thing that we've been doing more of is figuring out how do we combat disinformation and misinformation in all these spaces, especially around climate change. There's a lot of it out there. And how do we avoid perpetuating misinformation and avoid getting so sort of caught up in fighting back against all of that we don't have time to make our own arguments about why all this stuff is important. So I think those are two big things.
Mm-hmm. Great points. There was some research discussion around how fleet owners and managers make decisions around electrification, and availability of models or disinformation or lack of knowledge really influences decision making. So I think you're raising such critical points that were validated by research this week. So thank you for that, Elizabeth. Giovanni, would you like to introduce yourself and share your vision for the future of transportation.
Sure. And then we will pass to Tim that has been quite on the other side of
He's
on
waiting
the stage.
He's waiting patiently.
Probably people here have already heard a lot from Tim and myself. They don't want to hear more. So in my real life outside of this conference, I direct the 3 Revolutions of Future Mobility program at the University of California, Davis. So that is a research and policy program that focuses in particular about the changes brought to the transportation system and to society more in general by what we call the 3 revolutions. So shared mobility, vehicle electrification, and automation. So really a lot of topics that we're talking here. And UC Davis is also home of the National Center for Sustainable Transportation. So somehow seeing sustainability and emerging transportation technologies is somehow the 2 kind of core areas in which we work. So really related to a lot of these topics. I also would like to mention that I'm here on behalf also of the TRB, where I am the chair of the AEP 35 committee on the information communication technologies and travel choices. So we are really as a research community thinking about these topics and also how to coordinate the research community to really steer towards also the public good and really informing the planning and transportation community. And tomorrow morning we will have our committee meeting at 9 a.m. and all of you are invited also to discuss how to continue this conversation in the follow-up. But back to the point now about our activities and what we do here. I think some of the main points that I want to make is really related to the fact that also from what we've seen in this conference and what we are aware of, there is a lot of potential. There is a great potential associated with technology, the impact we can make to steer behaviors, to lead to more sustainability. But really a lot of this potential is untapped. So today we live in a very car-dependent society, at least in the United States, but in other parts of the world too. During COVID, probably things have been going even in the wrong direction. We have even more car dependence now. We see the public transportation struggling, the shared mobility struggling. And so sure, electrification is happening. That will happen. The market is behind the trend. But the other components of the emerging technologies still are there larger than top when it comes to making a big impact on society. And so I think really what we should really think about is really how we can try to make a lot of these solutions get out of the niche market of niche solutions and become more mainstream solutions that can become way to steer transportation towards more sustainability and really think about how we can make that happen. And the other point I want to make is that the solutions, of course, need to be context dependent. There is no one size fits all, clearly. We are largely based, most of us, in the United States, but even inside the United States, there is a lot of regional diversity between cities, the way they're built, rural communities, different states, different regions. But then when we think about more on a global scale, because climate is a global topic and we need to find solutions that work in all the other areas, we need to think also that a lot of these solutions need to be customized, and everything that we think about the way to steer behavior, so make non-car options more competitive, needs to be really tailored to what is the local culture, the habits, the shape of cities, and that takes a lot of effort. So I think we have the potential, we have the skills in the community. We need to speak louder and make sure that we communicate. Elizabeth made the very good point. Researchers don't know sometimes how to communicate to non-scientific audiences, and that's very important, and connect to others. But it's somehow this community that can try to make the contribution. I will pause for now.
Okay. Tim, you want to bring us home with our primary question here of what is your vision for the future, the future of sustainable transportation?
Yeah, thanks, Jessica. So Tim Sexton, day job, I serve as an assistant commissioner for sustainability and public health and the chief sustainability officer for the Minnesota Department of Transportation. So I have the good fortune of focused on decarbonizing transportation, improving resilience of the transportation system, promoting public health in transportation, and focusing on or exploring new ways that we can expand partnerships with non-traditional partners, differently about the transportation system. And Jessica O is really the lead for that. So I just get to long. But I also am fortunate enough to chair the section on transportation sustainability, AMS 00 for the Transportation Research Board. So that includes committees land use and economic development, air quality and greenhouse gas mitigation, resource conservation, and alternative fuels, and I hope I'm not forgetting one. But so in terms of looking forward, though, I here have really touched on all key points. And one thing, though, that maybe I've been thinking about a little differently is obviously we're focused on emerging transportation technologies, but I think an earlier comment resonated with me around sort of social science, and then also in Elizabeth's comments about communication. And I think what we're seeing is non-transportation technologies being used differently in transportation. And I think that's really important as it impacts the public's expectations and their access. So really around public expectations. And I think the future of transportation, in many ways, as you know, coming from a State Department of Transportation, it's going to be driven by external forces, and really from the public and from advocacy organizations. So despite what you might suggest as gaps, I would argue new technologies, new uses of data, visualizations, and really storytelling by the public and other organizations is driving change. Folks are more engaged and more empowered than they ever have been before, and that is really helping to change the culture of sort of transportation agencies. And that is going to be, when we think about sustainability moving forward, as much as I would hate to say that it needs to come from the outside, folks outside of the sort of the policymakers are really effectively using data and using technology in a way that I would argue they haven't before. And in a way that really over the last 4 years, I've seen just dramatic strides in how folks are leveraging technology to tell their story in a way that drives change within organizations like the one that I work at. You know, the other thing as it relates to technologies is access to decision makers. We've seen that especially highlighted during COVID as everything shifted virtual, or many things did. You know, people had more access to the people making decisions in ways that, you know, and more people had access. So instead of having to go to a public open house, which we all know the challenges that poses for a lot of people, they could log in on, you know, virtually. And so they were able to make their voices heard and to talk to people in ways that maybe they haven't before. And I think that's really important. And finally, I think this has led to, and it really has been highlighted in the last 4 years since, in many ways since we started the initial planning for this conference, is sort of, I think state DOTs at least, or I'll just speak for Minnesota, we're really starting to rethink what is our role. You know, what is the role of a State Department of Transportation or Transportation Department more generally? It wasn't very long ago that we built and maintained roads and bridges. And I think right now, at least the way we're thinking about our role, it's very much in transition, but it's about economic development, it's about safety, it's about public health, you know, it's about providing access to people, whether that's through transportation, traditional transportation, or things like broadband, right? Like we are about connecting people and communities more than just roads and bridges. And I think the technology is really driving that change. Public expectations are driving that change. And I think when we think about how do we achieve that sort of sustainable transportation system of the future, I think those are key pieces that are going to be really important to us achieving those zero emission goals.
I'd like to see if anyone from the audience would like to share of what do you see as part of the future of sustainable transportation. Does anyone else like to comment on this primary question? I know y'all are not shy. It seems like this reoccurring theme around communication, engagement. I think these topics are so critical moving forward, and this communication, information, disinformation. Alice?
Okay, so I have a follow-up question for the state DOT people on stage and out here. I feel like there's been a large push in not only state DOTs, but a lot of transportation to get more young data scientists in and to be able to make that push. And a lot of young people are majoring in things like data science, and there's a lot of new programs coming up. So what are those people at the top doing to think about this communications issue? And are we hiring more social scientists? And are we thinking about looking at science communication and engineering communication as a need at these agencies? And how are we fulfilling that?
So I can take a stab. It's a terrific question, and I think it highlights not just on data science, but we have just this whole new skill set that's going to be needed beyond just the traditional civil engineer that tended to sort of occupy most of the ranks of state DOTs. And it also has to do with contract management, but it's a lot of data, it's a lot of new technology, and being able to manage that and think about that strategically. I will say that we are, at least in Minnesota, we're aware of this need. I think we've made some hires in that area. And I don't want to dwell on this, but I think it's a bigger issue moving forward is that just it's difficult to compete. So Dave earlier mentioned sort of the hybrid and flexible work environment. That's terrific. That's a needed change. But there are real issues in pay differences between the public and private sector, between states and cities and counties. And many times, in many ways, we're fighting against our sort of own self-interest, sort of more broadly for transportation agencies, because we're poaching one another's talent. And again, I don't want to dwell on this, but it is a real big issue. So even as we recognize that need, and I'd be curious if other state DOTs are thinking differently, but we recognize the need, but it's really a challenge to get these highly technical, really talented, younger people largely because of pay. So, but I think the future does look very different in the workforce, and those types of skills, like you mentioned, like data science, and I would argue sort of contract management and sort of some of these other skills are going to be really, really critical.
I would just add on, it's not just the skills that are emerging that there's an issue with. Engineering, just generally, for example, there's, as Tim said, states are poaching from each other. It's also in the private sector as well. Those engineers are similarly like pay and, hybrid flexibility and other options are drawing them away from traditional state jobs, which, as I mentioned, we talk about workforce sustainability. We can see the pipeline is not really there. It's like, how do we adapt to that? But on the flip side, as Tim mentioned, and other states are doing it, there are, a lot of states that are making strides with hiring some of those GIS analysts, hiring some of those data folks who can really help move and progress those plans that need to be implemented. That's a great question.
I think that's actually an area where states are doing better. And there's broad recognition that, to be successful, I think because of these elevated public expectations, we need to do a better job of telling our story. Jessica and I were having an earlier conversation today, but we also need to be going out to the communities and building those relationships. And largely, at least the way we look at it is, this is communications, this is public engagement. And that's a staffing effort that still has a long way to go. But we also learned a lot from the pandemic experience in terms of it's easier for some people to engage virtually, right? So in the future, that needs to be an option in addition to what's arguably a different, in some cases, well, it's just a different approach in person too. So it really needs to be both, but there's an access issue. But on the staffing side, that's an area where we're doing better than on the data side.
I have a thought on sort of a tangential front to that, which is that another type of expertise that is not necessarily technical, but really important, and this goes back to some comments people were making earlier, is sort of the community knowledge. And, some of that, getting more folks who are from diverse communities in DOTs, that's one piece of it. But there's another huge piece that I think a lot of state agencies and local agencies are really trying to grapple with is like, how do we fund the organizations that are already doing a lot of this work on the ground to do the public engagement, you know, instead of like hiring a consultant to run a public engagement process? How do you get the money directly to the community that you're trying to engage? And we don't have that figured out yet, but I think that's a key part of the equity conversation, is not just sort of like, how do we make sure we're getting more money to investments in particular communities, but how do we get people from those communities at the table while projects are being developed?
I could just add one brief example, because I appreciate you raising that point. You know, we have a project right now that we're doing. It's a pilot, but it's really around, it's sort of taking a different approach to health impact assessment, but there's this recognition we need to engage with the community. We need to talk with them about health. We need to talk with them about equity. And we need to do it in a way that's not driven just by the National Environmental Policy Act, especially when you're thinking about things like air quality, for example, which is important to people. But if you ever try and look at the NEPA regs around air quality, it doesn't address what people are asking for, what they're concerned about. And maybe that's too broad of a brush. But we have a project right now where we're talking with the community, and we figured out a way to actually pay them to participate. And it's been a real challenge. It continues to sort of be in a pilot phase, but I think moving forward, we're not alone in that. And a lot of states are recognizing we're paying consultants hundreds of dollars an hour to be there. Like, is it so hard to pay a community member for their expertise and their experience, which arguably is more valuable on a particular project in some cases? You know, the $20 to $50 an hour for their time. So that's a great point, and that's something that I think a lot of states are starting to try to figure out.
Yeah, I would definitely echo those points, and I think that many organizations are investing in, hopefully, in authentic relationships with community-based organizations, that it's not just so project or plan transactional. Because I think that we have to demonstrate and really form deeper relationships and care about issues that are happening in the community beyond transportation. Because as many of you also know, I think there's a deep, especially post-COVID, there seems to be some sort of, in many low-income communities, this kind of engagement fatigue we're experiencing in Minnesota, of the same people are being asked all the time, unpaid, for opinions, action is not occurring, and it creates deep cynicism and fatigue, and we need to just be much more intentional about how we use resources, form authentic relationships, and be willing to talk about what's important to those communities. And so transportation, I think, needs to listen to the housing comments, needs to listen to the jobs, comments, and really understand how we can be a conduit for, better action, better conversations, better solutions through transportation projects. So I think what you're sharing is very meaningful. Did you have a comment you'd like to add?
I know I talked a little bit. I really want to say something on this topic, because I think that part of the skills that are demanded of, and I'm talking as a young professional on, is, for example, these agencies are really interested in doing equity work. And I think part of the way that they're approaching this is by bringing people who have been traditionally excluded from these conversations, so more women, more people of color into these conversations. But there's a risk with that, because I think that if that's not recognized as a skill and something that is actually very, it is not rewarded, I think that there's the risk that people are going to be burned out, and actually it's going to be counterproductive. So I think it's just a plea to always keep it. If there's going to be equity work that is going to be done by women and people of color in particular, that gets very rewarded, and that gets recognized as a skill that is competitive and hard to attain in also a competitive market. Just as data science, I think that that's an important thing to highlight.
Thank you. Absolutely.
I just wanted to pick up on that comment about communication and suggest that kind of what I'm hearing and what we're thinking about more at our institute is that communication is really poorly developed around transportation, and it actually does need to go in both directions. We can say, how can we communicate better with the public? It's also, how can we hear the public better in some way and hear communities and voices that we don't hear as much? We, yesterday have just hired our first full-time research staff member whose primary role is going to be help us do more community engaged research where we have meaningful relationships on an ongoing basis with various communities to think about the work that both what we can learn from them and then also what we can do to kind of understand the transportation issues that are going on there. On the communication front, though, going the other way is that I think that it's often sort of underrated and undervalued, and that a lot of, that actually even we produce at UCLA a digital magazine now. It was an earlier incarnation, it was called Access, now it's called Transfers. It came out today, but we have editors that work with researchers to translate whatever it is that they're writing into kind of clear English, which is jargon-filled, sort of techno-speak, passive voice constructions, and to go around multiple drafts until the researchers just dislike us intensely and think about simple graphics and to think about trying to, it takes a lot of time and effort in professional communications people to really think about how you meaningfully communicate these sorts of issues. We've tried doing a few films. They were great. They took a huge amount of time and effort for very short little films. And so thinking about this is a much bigger part of what I imagined that we'd be doing as a research center than when I started this 20 years ago, is that this is hugely undervalued. And again, I think that as we started to do this, we realized that we were being arrogant and thinking about it going in one direction. We do have to get better about talking about what it is we do. We also have to be better about listening in that.
Definitely. Please.
My name is Esther Sehan. I'm with the Idaho Transportation Department. And I just wanted to thank you, Jessica, your comments about listening to the community and understanding their challenges with housing and other social impacts.
Yep.
One of the challenges and I'm not an engineer, I'm a
same
policy person. And so one of the challenges I have seen, and I worked for the Department of Environmental Quality for 11 years prior to coming to transportation, and then prior to that I worked in community engagement on anti-nuke issues. So I have very different life experiences, professional experiences, and the challenge that I see is that transportation is primarily led, at least in my state, by engineers. Engineers they look at things in a very particular way. So the notion, the idea of clear communication and listening to, no offense to engineers, by the way, to the community, I think sometimes for many is a challenge, because their focus is to design and to construct, and the job is done. But there's this other piece that we need to be looking at. And so the question I guess I have, especially for folks at state DOTs and the research entities, is how do we shift that lens or that focus so that we are encompassing this social piece that is kind of missing?
I mean, I thank you for your comments. I guess I'll just sort of kick us off. So you reminded me of an interesting example of this. MnDOT has had the pleasure of piloting embedding an artist within our agency to sort of wander through this rich and complex bureaucracy and listen deeply and suggest these opportunities and do these crazy, wacky projects that have been deeply meaningful, I think, for our workforce and for our discussions of equity and land and just different approaches. And I was trying to explain VMT reduction to him. He's like, do you just mean drive less? And I'm like, yes, but that's not what we say. And I think it's just the language we use is just incredibly limiting to how we communicate with communities. So I don't know what the answer is of how we get better at that, but I think having robust public engagement infrastructure that has authentic, deep relationships will help us produce better transportation outcomes with underserved and underrepresented voices at the forefront. So I think that's a step forward from where I sit.
I'm an engineer, at least by training. I hang out a lot with planners and economists these days. But I think the field is evolving. And also, there is much more awareness today that we need to work together really in a multidisciplinary environment and really collaborate a lot. I think also there's a awareness that we need to connect also our work with the policy environment. Maybe it's our location. We're located in Davis, next to Sacramento, where all the decisions happen in the government. So a lot of our work recently has really evolved, and this has been already in the DNA of the Institute of Transportation Studies at UC Davis for years. But I think also is more and more going in that direction to really connect the engineering environment, the research community, the planning community, really policy relevant topics. Which means many times, as Brian said, also changing how we communicate, because the jargon that is in our scientific papers or reports is not really not digestible for many of the people that are in the audience there. But I think, like, really the communications and the collaboration and the multidisciplinarity of the problems really require more and more of that. I'm not saying we're doing well yet on that, but I think we're going in the direction that we need to do it even more.
Question?
So more maybe just a comment. But one thing that really resonated with me was, as a state DOT person, was, Tim, your comment about kind of rethinking and reframing who we are and what we do as a DOT. And when you start to think about it as something more than just going out and building roads, building bridges, resurfacing, those things, and just in that one context, and thinking at it more as we are providing, we are part of the healthcare component, we're part of the outreach. In the sense, it's really access in a much broader scope. I think you start to have to then, you have to start accounting for things like, how do we then communicate? We're not just here to design things and go build it. We have to actually include all these other pieces to that effort. It becomes a much more dynamic effort. And so somebody made a comment earlier about how I think it was maybe Lamo said something about sustainability not just being a checklist, but making it more of a frame of mind. I think when you start to really rethink who we are as an agency, that's when you start to move in that direction. That said, as knowing that those kind of ideas have been floating around the DOT, they're great ideas, but it also requires accountability both internally and externally. And at the end of the day, because we are a state agency, yes, we are subject to a lot of things that our management and legislators do, but also it's just as important to have the community try and hold us accountable to being those additional things, to providing that service that's more than just going out and building, but saying we expect more, you need to be more. So.
Well said. Renee?
Hi, I'd like to make a comment in answer to Esther's question and a comment from Jessica. A lot of times when we're talking about how to move forward, the communities that we're focusing on when we're talking about equity are also underinvested, and that our budgets are policy documents, and making changes about where we spend our money and what we build with it are really important.
Well said.
100% to that. This comes back to the sort of like, this is a political thing. We need to make different political decisions about where we're putting our money, and whether that's, investing more in non-car modes and less in roads, investing more in electric vehicles and less in combustion vehicles. And it's policy and money, and investing more in low-income communities and communities of color, and less in predominantly higher income and white communities. And that's a political challenge that we have to figure out how to overcome. And the other thing I was just thinking about was that there's this tension that I've felt a lot over the last 2 years as we've been trying UCS to figure out how we work in this space, between the sort of urgency of the problem and the need to start acting and doing something, because there's so much bad going on, and the reality that all this work takes so much time to build the trust and to situate your work in the moment, in the longer history. It's funny because we all do literature reviews all the time and situating sort of our research in this broader conversation, but we don't often think about that when we're thinking about individual projects and how they're connected to a history of a place. So I don't know how to solve it, but it's this tension between needing to act and needing to move at this, what we often talk about is like the speed of trust. And how do we do both of those at the same time? I don't know.
Well said. Joanna?
Yeah, I have sort of a comment directed both towards Giovanni and Brian as being involved with universities, and then with more the state DOT side as well. But and I guess I have to preface this by saying I'm a sociologist, so I'm not an engineer and I'm not a planner. I'm a sociologist. But one of the things I want to ask is just about the training that engineers or planning students get. I know I was on an advisory board helping George Mason rethink its engineering program. And one of the important pieces that we added was communication for engineers to that program. And I know several of us know Joe Schofer. Joe Schofer, when he re-engineered the Northwestern engineering program, made it multidisciplinary to make sure that it included both, not just communication, but there were sociologists that were sort of on the faculty, and you could take sociology classes or communication research classes as part of the degree. So I think it's more changing the structure than, so it's not, we have to have these professional communications people on our staffs, but we actually have to create engineers or planners who can communicate and communicate well. And the other thing I wanted to say is, who are we communicating to? Because we talk about communicating to these external individuals, but I think sometimes in state DOTs, we need to be talking and communicating with each other. And I know we've heard a lot about equity here at this conference, but as a consultant, I was trying to respond to an RFP on TRB, NCHRP RFP on equity, and I was talking to the NCHRP staff manager for that RFP, and she said she was having a really hard time getting people to serve on the panel because people from state DOTs did not want to touch the equity issue. So I think, and that's almost a direct quote. So I think, this cross-agency or interagency communication about what we think is important is also something we should think about.
Can you use the microphone for the folks that are out in the online audience? Thank you.
Yeah, and I can't obviously speak for all the state DOTs, but I know that staff are finding folks for panels is just hard. I'm not surprised that that might be a direct quote, but I can also tell you that that's not my experience, that there are tons of practitioners that we work with every day that are interested and want to participate in equity conversations. So we should maybe talk later and we can, maybe you can tell me or pass a note who it was and we can get in touch with her. And then the other thing I wanted to say is that the Center for Environmental Excellence actually did a university scan on engineering curricula, and it was mostly on context-sensitive solutions, like which programs are teaching that, but we expanded it. It was difficult to get professors and deans to respond because it was the summer last year, but I think we got a pretty decent return, and we did a webinar and a case study on it. It's on the center's website. So I think those conversations are being had mostly by our members. How can we train the new workforce coming in and making sure that they're more, not just focused on engineering, but have experience with communications and, getting to know planning and sociology and all those things. So just wanted to.
So I wanted to add to what you were saying. So, as you know, we held the conference Advancing Transportation Equity last September. 900 people attended that. And when it came to DOTs, very well represented. It was a very large portion, more than a third participating in those conversations. That's one thing to add to it. But in the last day, You had state DOTs in one of the plenary session arguing back and forth, not really arguing, competing back and forth, and who came out first with an equity policy, program, strategy, whatever project. It was great to see. You had California, Washington, Minnesota, all of them. You know, there were others too. They were just, it was nice. So it's not necessarily an issue that the state DOTs do not want to tackle, because there were even 3 AASHTO committees that contacted the equity committee to say, we want to work more closely with you. So I think it's just really that harder piece of trying to find state DOTs to participate on panels. It takes time.
One more thing. Our current president this year is Dr. Sean Wilson from Louisiana DOT, and he has 2 areas of emphasis that all as staff we're working to incorporate into all of our committees across all of AASHTO. And one is equity, and the other is non-traditional partnerships. So we're all tasked with making sure that that is a lens that we're all looking through. We've had staff training. I'm pointing at Dave because he's on the internal diversity, equity, and inclusion forum that we have. So yeah, it's hard to find panel members. We talk about it all the time. We were talking a couple weeks ago about resilience and not being able to find state DOTs to participate. So a lot of time. Yeah.
Let's take a couple more comments, and then we'll have our
I know.
chairs.
Sorry, I'm back again.
No.
I was just going to say I have previous experience working as the only planner on a team of public health practitioners and the only planner on a team of social workers. And there's a lot of cultural competency with folks in that field, as well as experience with qualitative data and mixed methods research. And so my guess is that Tim, as he's the sustainability officer, is already working with departments of public health, but they were a great resource for me.
So, Johanna had kind of put a little question to us about this kind of connection. Let me just offer a couple of comments.
Sure.
One is, I mean, I often tell the students when they come in and they're saying, oh, I'm interested in the environment, I'm interested in doing international trade. I say, well, you have to do transportation because transportation connects to every one of those things. Definitely. And the idea that we have essentially, our domain is the connective tissue of human and environmental systems, and we're talking about a problem of too narrow of a focus, just strikes me as enormously ironic. And so I think that there has been much more openness in engineering, certainly in planning, but more in engineering, about thinking more broadly about this. And I'll tell you one thing that our center's done for 32 years now is we have something called the UCLA Lake Arrowhead Symposium on the Transportation Land Use Environment Connection. And it's been explicitly interdisciplinary over time. This fall, with full-throated support from our advisory committee of transportation folks, we're doing housing. Here in California, the inability to build enough housing for our population is a catastrophic failure of planning. And it's something that affects transportation engineers increasingly. We're seeing huge increases leading up to the pandemic in average commute distances. VMT, more separation, people not able to, firms not able to recruit people because there's no one, service line workers because there's no one within striking distance that can come and work at the firm. And so we actually are going to have a whole event that's going to look at sort of our inability to build housing in California and what it's done to the economy, what it's done to the poor and disadvantaged communities, and what it's doing to the transportation system. And that really is going to be a time where we're going to have housing scholars, we're going to have economic development scholars, we're going to have transportation folks there. And I think that there's a recognition over time that this is a transportation problem and these are things that we focus on. So I do see that as helpful. And then you asked about the kind of the future. I think that I think the last people to think about what the future of curricula should be in transportation engineering or planning are people who look like me. Who are this old, because we found at one point we had this existential question: if every single transportation student takes GIS, do we have to require it? Because they're taking it anyway. And now data science, we can't. The students are absolutely hysterical. I can't get into it. How am I going to get an internship? I have to know Python. If I can't do this, this is the future of this. I mean, our ability to even kind of know what to do with all this avalanche of data. This is really changing what we're doing. we have hired 2 people in transportation engineering at UCLA this year. One of them focuses on transportation and environmental justice, and the second one focuses on transportation and disadvantaged communities. And in the second person's research looks at the way that traditional sort of travel demand models sort of fail to account for disadvantaged populations and how you can incorporate that into analytics. I think it's going to come from younger faculty like this who are going to be the people changing our curricula that are going to move it forward. So like I said, I think it's going to come from inside in terms of what the new generation of scholars in this area are doing. They're doing and the important thing is those are not appointments in planning; those are appointments in engineering, and that's really a sea change, I think.
Well said, Brian. I'd like to invite Giovanni and Tim to take us home.
But before we do that,
I report to him, so is it okay if Tim goes
There's one
before?
issue, we will not go beyond 5:30. That is a... So, but it's this, and building up what Brian was just speaking to, I think it's easy to pick on engineers. I'm a planner, so I've definitely thrown my darts in the past, but I think that's a little too simplistic, honestly. I think we have a couple of challenges within sort of a transportation agency, and one of those is really structurally how we prepare people to make complex decisions. And the decisions that transportation professionals are making are so much more complicated than they were than the previous generation. I mean, these sustainability, equity, health, I mean, years we started talking about these. Not to mention when you're talking about the politics and the legislative and the funding changes, complicated. I don't know. Engineering programs are preparing people for. I would argue planning programs aren't necessarily prepared. Nor are people being necessarily prepared for managing large organizations.
I didn't cut your mic. I swear.
The audio video people give me a sign. No, but I think we also have this just issue of also management and decision making, and so I think there's some other bigger things at play here, and just the world that we're dealing with is increasingly complicated, and that's I think another area for all of us to think about as we tackle these really complex challenges moving forward.
Okay, let's switch out.
Okay.
Microphone.
Linking to that, I want to mention actually that I was particularly pleased that Brian was connecting now, mentioning the topic of housing, big issue in California. Somehow, like, the challenges we have are so big, and it's also a matter of how much we want to solve the problem really. Like, because a lot of times, like, we discuss big issues here about sustainability, but then in the everyday practice, the changes are very minor because of regulations, because of things that are going on in the life of everybody, including their jobs. We have, like, ability to trim things a little bit. And I want to go back, like, to what Richard Corey was saying in the opening speech today, this week on Tuesday, about, for example, like, the successes that are happening in California about electrification, but also the need to curb VMT. And that is actually very difficult. And unless there is coordination between the planning side, the urban planning side, the urban form, the housing, land use, and so on, Brian mentioned commuting distances keep going up because people cannot afford to live close to their job. And so somehow there is the need to coordinate these efforts. And really, if you want to deal with these sustainability issues and make a real impact and really trim those VMT, which is not all bad. I mean, of course, like, somebody mentioned in some sessions, not all VMT are bad. Of course, we don't want to demonize driving per se, but nobody wants to sit in a car for 70 miles every day because they cannot be, like, they don't have other options. So somehow, like, the challenges are huge, and only, like, working together also outside of the transportation space, we can try to solve them. With that, probably, team, it's time to wrap up. Huh? Okay. They don't want you to speak, Tim. Well, try now.
This one's going to work.
Oh,
Yeah.
there we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, thank you to the panel. Really appreciate this. I hope other folks enjoyed sort of thinking forward and beyond the future. I think it's really important. So thank you all. In terms of, this is the end of the conference. So I just first want to say thank you all. I think this was interesting. This was kind of intimate. The level of discussion I thought was different than what I've been used to in a lot of these settings. And so I think that's been a great sort of reintroduction as some of us are coming back to sort of the in-person conversations. So just really, really terrific and really grateful for everyone for joining us this week. The other sort of, I guess, thanks to everyone. Sorry, I have my list because I don't want to forget anyone. I am curious, is Gary, were you able to update that? So, yes, there we go. So, thank you all to all the speakers and all the folks who moderated. Before we get into the planning committee, just want to acknowledge that there were a lot of last-minute changes. COVID definitely struck more than a few of the originally planned presenters. So we're really grateful for everyone being flexible and adaptable. I thought everyone who stepped in really did a fantastic job, and on short notice, it was just really, really impressive. So thank you for that. Next, we really want to thank our planning. Well, let me wrap up with the planning committee at the end. So AASHTO and the other patrons, including University of California at Davis, National Center for Sustainable Transportation, and the Minnesota Department of Transportation, all the AASHTO staff, Bill Anderson and Gary Jenkins. This has been 3+ years in the making. Yes. The amount of emails in the last few days, you would not imagine, much less over the last few years. So really immense, sincere gratitude to both of you. Then also the folks in the facility, all the audio video, microphone aside, were really, really appreciative. And if anybody did take a chance to look at the live stream, it was fantastic and extremely, very impressive. So thank you very much to everyone up there. And last but definitely not least, the planning committee. Many of you who have been working at this as long as we have, some have come and gone, but many of you have been here for the entire marathon. So thank you. We have the folks are all up here or listed here, and the planning committee members. We would love it if you would be willing to maybe come up here and just get a quick round of recognition, or if you come up on the stage.
Come on stage, please.
Would you please? I mean, this is the end. We have 3 minutes, so I will keep my promise. So why don't you come on up? And I wonder if our panel, if you all, thank you so much. This is like clearly well rehearsed.
We're gonna shift.
But if you just come up, and then we can maybe get a quick picture of the planning committee. These folks have been on calls and done. It's hard to overstate how much work you all have done. So thank you very much. And there we go.
Yep. And actually, I see there Alice also that was leading one of our track session. Please come with us. Roger there. So there were many other folks that actually were helping a lot for the organization of this conference. In the program, page 2 and page 3, I believe, or whatever it is. We have many others that help into the early stages of the organization of the conference. As Tim said, this has been going on for a lot of time. We started in 2018. We had to postpone multiple times the organization. It was originally planned for 2020, spring, then in fall, then 2020-21. then March 2022, if I remember properly, and now finally we are in June 2022. So some of the original members of the committee, or the planning committee, they are not here anymore because in the meantime they changed jobs, they couldn't help anymore, and many others had to step in and replace. I don't really want to pick names, but I really want to thank in particular Joanna Smood, Tara Ramani, who cannot be with us. They led really the organization of the program. Fantastic job. Really, thank you so much. Everybody else here on the stage and everybody else that cooperated in the organization of the conference. And also the many reviewers. We had so many abstracts, so many contributions. They were reviewed the first time 2 years ago. The second time, they were changed. We reopened the call for abstracts. We had last-minute changes. There was a lot of work behind the scenes. And so that was really impressive. So, yeah. So, big numbers, actually. And this doesn't end here. We will discuss more about how to continue this conversation. There are open conversation about how to bring back SETT conference in the future, in a couple of years probably. Tomorrow morning we will be even a couple of side meetings with the ASHTO committee meeting tomorrow morning and our committee meeting from the Standing Committee on ICT and Travel Choices. We will discuss more tomorrow morning also in our committee meeting about what is the future of SETT, and so we welcome you there also to discuss. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. See you soon. And it's 5:30, exactly. Yeah.